Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 451 Helen returns to America. Pat Morita followed Ronald's advice, went back to grow a beard and practice his English, trying to sound worse and more like an immigrant. Ronald promised him he would at least try to get him another audition opportunity with Weintraub. Afterwards, Ronald focused his energy on familiarizing himself with the preparations left by Avildsen and his team. Avildsen had chosen his longtime collaborators, including cinematographer James Crabb and art director William Cassidy. They had been working with Avildsen since Rocky, because Rocky IV and Rambo II, which Avildsen was preparing for, were in the very early stages of development and the scripts were not yet finished. It would be a long time before the production teams were assembled. Therefore, the two most important members of the team did not leave with him. Ronald spoke with them individually, expressing his admiration for their previous work and stating that his direction of Dragon Boys would be similar to Rocky, featuring a realistic cinematography. If the two didn't have better options, he hoped they would stay and continue working on the set. Production designer Cassidy quickly agreed, agreeing to continue location scouting. Cinematographer Caleb hesitated, asking Ronald, "What do you think of the Rainbow Parade in San Francisco?" Rainbow Parade. Ronald remembered seeing people from all over the country dancing and singing in the streets of San Francisco when he was there. He immediately understood the other's concerns. In the film industry, some people are more tolerant, but there are also stubborn conservatives. Ronald was indifferent to such things, as long as he could do his job well, he didn't mind. "I think American law protects individual freedom, and personal matters don't affect me at all, then I'd be happy to stay. I really liked the cinematography style of your last film. Let's talk about Dragon Boys. What kind of style do you want? What colors will be the main color scheme?" The crew quickly returned to normal, with Ronald constantly scouting locations and auditioning, back to the rhythm of the shooting season. He worked more than 10 hours a day, without rest on weekends. However, Ronald still took half a day this afternoon to go to Los Angeles International Airport. Today was the day Helen Slater and the other Supergirl cast members returned to Los Angeles. Helen and Maureen Tiffany, who played Lucy, Supergirl's best friend in the movies, stepped off the plane together. Two men were already waiting outside the aisle. Ronald picked up Helen and spun her around a few times. To prepare for her role as Supergirl, Helen now weighed nearly 120 pounds, and Ronald felt she was quite heavy. "Hi, Maureen," Ronald greeted Maureen Tiffany after putting Helen down. He felt a special connection with this actress. During the filming of Fame, Ronald dated Antonia, who was a member of the cast and played Antonia's classmate. Later, he dated Michelle Pfeiffer, who starred in Grease 2, and Maureen Tiffany played Pfeiffer's best friend in the film. Now, in Supergirl, Maureen plays Helen's best friend. Ronald didn't dare to be negligent towards this former girlfriend's best friend. "May I ask who this is?" "This is my husband, Alexander Cassini, also a screenwriter and director." Maureen Tiffany quickly introduced her husband to Ronald. Since becoming famous, Maureen had been dating her current husband and had recently married him. Ronald was currently very popular, and Helen mentioned that he was directing a mid-sized Hollywood production. Deepening their relationship would be beneficial. "Hello, it's nice to meet you," Ronald greeted Maureen's husband, chatted with him for a few moments, and then left with Helen. The two returned to their apartment, where Ronald first had Helen take a hot bath and then get some sleep, preparing for the evening's activities. Supergirl was a huge production, and after filming wrapped, a formal party would be held, allowing media friends to report on the film's progress. Helen put on her pajamas, got into bed, and the new blankets and sheets smelled pleasant. "Will you stay with me for a while?" Helen asked Ronald, her cheeks flushed, as she hid under the covers. "Okay, I have to tell you something. I spoke with producer Weintraub, and they've arranged for you to audition directly for the second round of the lead role of Ali in Dragon Boys." Helen was surprised to hear this. "Why me? Isn't it just a pretty girl next door?" "What, you don't want to act?" Ronald felt a little disappointed seeing Helen's expression. He wanted to spend as much time as possible with Helen, so he hadn't told her beforehand and had asked Weintraub for a favor first. Film productions often take months, forcing the two of them to rely on international long-distance calls and flights to meet. Ronald really wanted to make a movie with Helen so they could live together on set. "No, I want to play roles that challenge my acting skills. In the story you told me last time, Ollie was rather flat. She didn't have much character development or transformation, just an important stop on Danny's life journey." Ronald was a little unhappy. Ollie wasn't a character without room for acting. Although her screen time was limited, she was the starting and ending point of the entire film's conflict. The conflict between Danny and Johnny, Danny's desire to learn karate, and his eventual victory in the karate tournament, all were for Ollie. The audience's attention would linger on her for a long time. However, Helen is now a lead actress in a big production, and her agent may have made other arrangements for her. Ronald felt much more at ease after thinking this way. Helen noticed Ronald's displeasure. "Even if I wanted to make a movie with you, I have a 3-movie contract with Alexander and Elijah Sawkind, the producers of the Superman series. If they don't agree to let me star in it, I can't sign the contract. And we're about to start preparing for Supergirl too." "Okay, I took the liberty of doing it myself." Ronald agreed to find someone else to play Ollie. "Damn Sawkind, why does filming Supergirl have to be done in Pinewood, Britain?" Ronald thought he might be separated from Helen again. Helen slept for a few hours, waking up near dusk. The two attended the press conference dinner for the completion of Supergirl filming. Helen answered several reporters' questions, while Ronald stood by as an accompaniment. Hollywood reporters, seemingly noticing their close relationship, took many photos of the two and asked Ronald for his thoughts on Supergirl. Ronald said he hadn't seen the movie yet, but imagined it would be another great work in the Superman series. This flattery made the Sawkind father and son laugh heartily, and they quickly came up to chat with Ronald for a while. Knowing Ronald and Helen's relationship, they invited him to a rough cut screening and also invited him to participate in the subsequent film release marketing. Ronald agreed to see the rough cut, but for the subsequent release, he said he had a directing project coming up and would need to see his schedule at that time. During the interview, Helen was still wearing the second-hand evening gown she'd bought from a thrift store, a white dress and a red jacket, which made her look incredibly charming. She clearly loved the outfit. Ronald, however, felt that while she looked beautiful in anything, the color, cut, and fabric of the second-hand gown didn't quite complement her deep blue eyes and milky white skin. Fortunately, Giorgio Armani had promised to cover their dresses for next year's awards season, and Helen standing next to him would undoubtedly be stunning, drawing countless rolls of film from the reporters. Imagining Helen in a backless, low-cut gown, Ronald couldn't help but smile. Helen turned to look at him. They exchanged a warm smile. "Why are your eyes green?" Ronald always enjoyed gazing into Helen's large eyes. "My eye color naturally changes depending on the environment," Helen smiled. "Oh," Ronald nodded. He didn't know much about the eye and hair colors of Caucasians. His own eyes were amber, and he hadn't noticed whether they looked different during the day and night. Ronald continued watching Helen chat with her film crew and reporters. He noticed that Helen hardly ate anything and rarely drank her champagne. However, she was full of energy, handling several groups of reporters in succession. Back home, Ronald waited for Helen to shower and change. He opened a bottle of Capella red wine he had bought from Coppola's winery, poured 2 glasses, and then got some salami that Coppola had recommended. Having not eaten anything all afternoon and evening, Ronald had prepared some snacks for Helen. "No, I've already eaten enough." Helen refused the sausages, only taking a small sip of red wine. "I noticed you didn't eat anything tonight," Ronald said. "I need to maintain my figure, I need to lose weight." Helen pinched her stomach again. Thankfully, there wasn't much excess fat there. But her thighs and face clearly had more muscle and fat. "Aren't you going to continue playing Superwoman? Your figure is perfect." Ronald knew that actresses were most afraid of gaining weight, just like his 2 ex-girlfriends, who were always afraid to eat delicious food. "Every day when I watch the footage, Faye Dunaway always said I was too fat. I don't care, I'm going to lose weight." He hadn't expected it to be a feud between actresses on set. Ronald knew exactly how Faye Dunaway maintained her skeletal, gaunt figure. He quickly comforted Helen. "It's okay, your figure is perfect. I used to be on the wrestling team at school. If you really want to lose weight, just make sure the calories you burn through exercise exceed the calories you consume." "Really?" Helen looked at Ronald and obediently ate a few slices of salami. It tastes pretty good. Now it's time to exercise. Helen suddenly pounced on Ronald, wrapping her arms around his neck and hooking her legs around him. Ronald gave her a deep kiss, and holding Helen like that, he kicked open the bedroom door, ready to get some exercise. You know, holding her like this, I do look a little chubby. Ronald didn't dare voice his true feelings, but quickly took action to help Helen lose weight. Both men lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. Ronald got up to reach for the remote. He wanted to watch TV with his girlfriend in bed, enjoying precious moments together. Helen was flying back to New York in a few days to reunite with her parents. I'm going to take a shower, I feel sticky, Helen said, getting out of bed and heading towards the door. Ronald watched TV for a while, then remembered he'd forgotten to prepare a towel for Helen. He jumped out of bed, grabbed a new towel from the closet, and went to give it to her. Ugh. Outside the bathroom, Ronald thought he heard Helen vomiting. A thought struck him, this wasn't a good sign. Karen Carpenter, a singer he and Helen both admired, had tragically died from anorexia because people teased her about her slightly plump figure, calling her fat girl. Ronald began to suspect that Helen was also afraid of gaining weight from it, and was vomiting up everything she ate. Helen, are you all right? I brought you a towel. Ronald knocked on the bathroom door and called out loudly. It's nothing, I just don't like red wine with raw salami. My stomach's a little upset. I'll be fine after throwing up. That's good. I was a little worried about you. It's okay. Maybe it's because of the long flight and the champagne and red wine. I'm a little dizzy. Helen opened the door, took Ronald's towel, quickly dried herself off, changed into her pajamas, and went to bed. She hugged Ronald and quickly fell into a sweet sleep. Ronald looked at her beautiful face and felt a little worried. Could Helen also have anorexia? After Helen boarded the plane back to New York, Ronald immediately called Helen's father, Gerald. Gerald, this is Ronald. Helen has boarded the plane. I'm calling you because I've recently encountered something that seems worrying. Ronald told Gerald about seeing Helen vomit. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. I know. Helen had a severe case of anorexia when she was 13. I thought she was fine after all these years. Could it be because of the Supergirl thing? I heard her say that some people said she was fat in the movie. Sigh, it's all my and her mother's problem. Gerald confirmed Ronald's concerns on the phone. During their divorce proceedings, Helen had experienced symptoms of anorexia that required artificial vomiting after eating. She sought medical help from various doctors without success, until her family doctor introduced her to a renowned psychologist. This psychologist finally found the root cause of Helen's recurring vomiting. Whenever she encountered something she couldn't handle, like her parents' divorce, she would blame herself, believing it was because she had gained weight and was no longer liked by her parents. Her solution was to lose weight. Originally, as Helen grew older, she understood that her parents' divorce wasn't her fault, and she became less concerned about eating and gaining weight. Unexpectedly, this time there were signs of a relapse. I'm very worried, Gerald. I'm thinking of taking the next flight to New York to see her. No need for now. I'll get her in touch with that famous psychiatrist. Don't worry. We'll keep in touch, and I'll let you know if things get worse and I need you to come. Chapter 452 Audition Video. Helen was unwilling to play Dragon Boy, and Ronald reluctantly told Weintraub that the lead role would require auditions from scratch. That's alright, I understand. Here's what we'll do. I'll have Susan participate in the remaining auditions. She'll represent me on set. If you both like someone, bring the audition tapes to me, and we'll do a second round of interviews together. After Ronald and the audition director left Weintraub's mansion, Susan Akins gave Weintraub a sweet kiss. She knew her looks wouldn't be suitable for film, but being able to participate in the production and decide other people's fates was an interesting job. You need to pay attention to Ronald's choices. I think he's still a bit young and doesn't understand how fierce the competition is. Hollywood is a dog-eat-dog place. If you find a suitable candidate, let me know in advance, and I'll try to get them a contract. Do I need to review all the candidates? Susan asked. No, Weintraub thought for a moment. Just keep an eye on Danny, Master Miyagi, and Ollie. These are the main candidates. Oh, and also the candidates for the villain Johnny and his master Chris. Ronald was unaware that his credibility with Weintraub had been downgraded. He summoned Pat Morita to see how his recent practice was going. Arriving at Ronald's apartment, Pat Morita knocked on the door. When the door opened, he saw a strange man hiding behind a camera. one eye covered by a viewfinder, a microphone attached to the camera. "Hi, Pat." "Hello." The strange man was Ronald, carrying his newly purchased Sony Betamax camera. "Please come in, Morita," Ronald said, filming Morita with the camera. "Make yourself at home. Your beard is nice, keep it like that, don't shave, this messy beard suits you perfectly." Pat Morita sat down and accepted the Coca-Cola Ronald offered. "Okay, now, introduce yourself to the camera." "My name is Morita." "How are you?" Morita began speaking English in a foreigner's tone. "Very good, very good. Where did you learn karate?" Ronald was very satisfied. Morita had indeed focused on practicing that foreigner's accent, similar to Long Dadao from 16 Candles. "My dad taught me. I heard you were a fisherman in Okinawa." Seeing Morita get into character, Ronald started talking to him. "Oh, in Okinawa, all the people in Miyagi know two things, fishing and karate." The two did a question and answer session for about 5 minutes, based on some content from the script. Ronald stopped the camera. "You did very well. I think you have a great chance this time. Where did you learn your broken English?" "It's almost like a real foreigner's," Morita resumed his fluent speech. "I have an uncle who is a first-generation immigrant, and he usually speaks like this." Then Morita leaned closer. "Thank you very much, Ronald. Is there really a chance this time? I can't guarantee anything, but I will at least try to get you an audition." Ronald shook hands with him. Pat Morita walked out of the apartment again, full of hope. Ronald watched him get into a small, beat-up car, start it, and drive away. Hopefully he'll have luck and get Weintraub to agree, Ronald thought to himself, recalling his method of recommending Marlon Brando to Coppola, determined to surprise Weintraub whenever he had the chance. The next day, when it came time to audition for the male lead, Weintraub was indeed absent. His personal secretary, Susan Atkins, represented him in the audition room. The audition director, Penny DuPont, a middle-aged woman of Malaysian descent, understood Ronald's requirements very well. The lead actor, Danny Weber, had to be someone who looked like he came from a humble background and had a stubborn, self-assured attitude. Because of this requirement, several moderately famous actors that Weintraub had suggested were rejected by Ronald and DuPont. For example, Tom Cruise was too handsome and didn't give the impression of someone who was vulnerable and unable to fight back. Take Nicolas Cage, for example. With his stubborn face, if Johnny bullies him, he'd probably fight back fiercely. So, most of the auditionees today are the somewhat thin type. The budget of $7.5 million still attracted many actors, but few had the ability to compete for the lead role. Hollywood only started paying attention to the teen market a few years ago, and before that, there weren't suitable teen actors, resulting in these familiar faces appearing on various film sets. Susan Akins, on the other hand, had a good time, with handsome men introducing themselves to her as required. Ronald even had her act as an audition judge, asking her a few questions, which made her feel good. In the end, they selected 4 male actors. The first was Emilio Estevez, the son of the famous actor Martin Sheen. He seemed to have some conflict with Ronald, verbally challenging him as soon as he entered the audition room. Fortunately, the young director remained unmoved, simply letting him finish his self-introduction before sending him home for further news. The second was Charlie Sheen, Emilio's brother. The two were brothers, but used different surnames. Charlie was noticeably less aggressive than his brother. Ronald chatted with him a bit more, even having Susan ask him about his acting experience. Charlie was also much thinner than his brother Emilio, which better matched the character traits Ronald described. Susan Atkins felt she clearly understood auditions better now. The third was C. Thomas Hall. He and Ronald were old acquaintances, and he was also the lead actor in Coppola's The Outcasts. Hall had changed a lot since playing the lead role. Accompanying him was a manager who took care of his daily needs. Among these people, he was the first to receive such treatment. The fourth was also an actor from The Outcasts, Ralph Macchio, who played Hall's friend who died at the end. He also had a manager, but he was clearly Latino. Upon inquiry, it turned out the manager was a relative, as Latinos are generally more likely to favor relatives in finding employment. Ronald talked to him the longest. Of these 4, who do you think is the most suitable? Susan Akins, remembering Weintraub's instructions, inquired about Ronald's thoughts. I think Ralph Macchio is better, Ronald stated his honest opinion. Emilio is too fat to portray the son of a poor single mother, and Charlie Sheen and Thomas Hall are still minors, requiring union oversight during filming. Filming can't be too long, we need to have teachers to assist them. Besides, teenagers are difficult to teach. Sometimes the performances are unexpected and brilliant, but more often they are inconsistent. Preparing a scene sometimes requires a lot of communication and persuasion. Ronald recalled how, during the filming of Fast-Paced, the filming of nude scenes with underage actors was very time-consuming. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he still preferred an adult actor to play Danny. But isn't Ralph Macchio a minor too? Susan Atkins looked at Ralph's audition photo. He looks even younger than Charlie Sheen. Haha, turn it over and look. He's already 22 this year. What? Susan turned the audition photo over. The resume stated that Ralph Macchio was born in 1961 and was 22 this year. This can't be made up, can it? Susan Atkins couldn't believe it. Ralph looked only 15 or 16. Isn't this great? He looks like a teenager even you would believe. We only recognize his age on his resume. That's what he says in his Screen Actors Guild registration. Audition director DuPont chimed in. Anyway, whether he was really 22 or not, the crew could use him as an adult actor. I just can't believe it, Susan argued, then looked at Ralph Macchio's photo over and over again. Next time, we can ask him to show his driver's license, Ronald said. Ha, I'll go process the audition tapes for these actors, and then tonight, you, Penny, and I will go to Mr. Weintraub's house to watch them. Ronald got up to get the audition tapes, intending to take them to the editing room to cut the clips of the 4 candidates together. Okay, I'll talk to Jerry. That evening, the group arrived at Weintraub's house and sat in his enormous living room, which overlooked Beverly Hills. Ronald put the audition tapes in the VCR and then pressed play with a remote. Weintraub pressed an electric switch to draw the curtains, and in the dim light, the 4 of them gathered around the television to watch the actors. I recommend Ralph Macchio. He has a baby face and is an adult, which makes him easier to film. I've seen his acting in The Outer Children, and it was quite good. After watching the 4 audition tapes finish, Ronald didn't pause them. The television screen was filled with static. He turned to Weintraub and shared his thoughts. What do you think, Penny? Weintraub turned to the audition director for his opinion. I agree with Ronald's idea. Ralph is indeed suitable. With his small frame, it makes sense that he gets bullied. He's also very cute, and it's normal for Ollie to be attracted to him. Most importantly, he has a stubborn streak, Penny told Weintraub. Weintraub was silent. Seeing that the two agreed, he didn't want to decide on the spot. He would ask Susan for the truth later. I will notify all 4 of them and recall them for a second audition. Let them read their lines. Mr. Weintraub, you can come too? Okay, Weintraub agreed. Pop, the static in the videotape suddenly disappeared, and an elderly Japanese man appeared. His gray hair was half bald, and he had a messy beard. He looked at the camera, answering Ronald's questions, but his responses were slow, as if he didn't speak English very well. He seemed to think it through in Japanese first, then spoke in broken English, without grammar or tense. That's it, introduce yourself to the camera. It sounded like Ronald's voice on the videotape. My name is Morita. How are you? The Japanese actor replied. Very good, very good. Where did you learn karate? My dad taught me. I heard you were a fisherman in Okinawa. Oh, in Okinawa, all Miyagi know 2 things, fishing and karate. Hey, Weintraub interrupted Ronald. Where did you find this actor? He's Mr. Miyagi. He's Mr. Miyagi. Weintraub excitedly patted Ronald's shoulder. We have to find him. He's a born Miyagi-nari Aoshi. What's his name? Him? Ronald grinned mischievously. He's Pat Morita. Chapter 453 almost made a mistake. Huh? Weintraub exclaimed, then muttered something. Are you sure this is Pat Morita? I always thought he was just a comedic buffoon, and Miyagi needs a real actor. Yes, I got him to shoot some footage. If you think his performance is good, then we'll bring him back. Weintraub finally relented. Okay, this is really good. But I don't know if he can keep up this good. Is this his first time reading the script? Or did you give him some pointers beforehand? It was his first time reading the script, and he did well. I think we can get him to act alongside Archuz and Danny and see if there's any chemistry. Okay, let's have him try. A few days later, the audition director called the 4 candidates back, and this time they'll read the script together with Pat Morita. Weintraub and Susan participated in the second round of auditions. The 4 Danny candidates took turns reading the script with Pat Morita. Sure enough, Ronald didn't lie to me. Morita's performance was stable and excellent, and his impromptu pairing with the four actors was also very good. The unique accent of Japanese people speaking English, and their frequent use of inverted sentences with no regard for grammar or word order, often prioritizing the object, were all characteristics of someone truly born in Japan. Weintraub felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. He had to admit that the original director, Avildsen, was right to choose Morita. Ronald's method of letting Morita's performance be presented directly to him was far more effective than 1,000 explanations. Very good, that's all for today. Please go back now. We will inform your agent of any further news, Ronald said to Morita. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weintraub. Morita bowed slightly and then got up to leave. Aren't you taking this script with you? You might need it later, Ronald spoke up, seeing Morita turn around, hand him a complete script, and wink slightly. Morita seemed to understand, his lips trembled with excitement. If he didn't get a role soon, he and his wife would return to Hawaii to host campaign events for congressmen, do stand-up comedy in bars, and spend the rest of his life living with the memory of playing a clown in the TV series Happy Hour, telling his grandchildren stories about his grandfather's past. Ronald's wink made him understand that this opportunity had opened another narrow crack in his door. Morita is really good. Now we need to consider who to cast as Danny. Weintraub stretched after Pat Morita left the room, then said to Susan, Ronald, and the others. What's your choice? He asked Ronald. I still prefer Ralph Macchio. Ronald rewound a videotape he'd shot with a Sony camcorder, connected it to the TV in the audition room, found Ralph's segment, and said to Weintraub, look, even when Ralph is reading the script, his lines flow perfectly. If he didn't occasionally glance down at the script, you wouldn't even notice he was reciting lines, but Charlie Sheen is good too. He's more photogenic, and he doesn't look Latino, but he is indeed Latino. His father, Martin Sheen, was originally named Estevez, audition director DuPont interjected. I know, but he doesn't look Latino, while Ralph Macchio has a distinctly Latino face. And in your script, Danny Weber is Irish. I know, that does cause confusion for the audience. So, let's change the protagonist's name to, Ronald looked at Susan, what are typical Latino names? How about Daniel? Daniel, with a Latino surname, then let's call him La Russo, it's my gardener's last name, Weintraub continued. Ralph might be a bit more suitable, but it's not the final decision. I think Charlie Sheen is also good, Jerry, but Charlie Sheen is still a minor. If we choose him, our filming costs will become very high. Susan Akins remembered what Ronald had said and quickly tried to impress Weintraub. You're right, Susan. I didn't expect you to get into character so quickly. Then let's choose Ralph Macchio. Weintraub happily took a sip of coffee. Next is the issue of the female lead, Weintraub asked. Do you have any suitable candidates? These are some of our picks, audition director Penny DuPont said, handing over a stack of audition photos and resumes. Lee Thompson, Jennifer Grey, Sarah Jessica Parker, Elizabeth Shue. Ronald leaned closer, taking the audition photos Weintraub handed him one by one. He was familiar with both Lee Thompson and Elizabeth Shue. Ronald favored Lee Thompson. Her natural and fluid acting was more suitable for the role than Elizabeth Shue's. The subtle emotions between Lee and Danny required a better actress. As for Jennifer Grey and Sarah Jessica Parker, Ronald noticed a common feature, both had large noses with a hump in the middle. Ronald had seen Sarah Jessica Parker before. She had played the supporting role of Rusty and full of energy. Her large nose was even more striking, making her already long face appear even less attractive. Jennifer Grey was alright, her nose was only slightly larger than average, and the hump-like curve wasn't very pronounced. I think Jennifer Grey and Sarah Jessica Parker are both very good, and the other two are okay too. Let's call them all to audition, Weintraub quickly commented. Ronald touched his hair, knowing full well that Weintraub was biased towards his ethnicity. These two girls were among the least attractive of all the candidates. I think this one is good too, Ronald pointed to another photo. Helen Hunt? I know her father, we share a rabbi. Weintraub looked at Ronald's recommendation. Another Jew, Ronald said, glancing at Hunter's nose. It wasn't too big, and the hump wasn't very prominent. His features didn't show many Jewish characteristics either. He seemed similar to Helen Slater, mixed race, a secular Jew. Most of the world's devout Jews come from Eastern Europe, especially Poland, where a large group lives in New York. The genetic predisposition for noses is particularly pronounced among these Eastern European Jews. With key candidates in mind, audition director Penny DuPont began marking the list. She suddenly remembered something important. By the way, all of our candidates, except for Elizabeth Shue who's studying at Harvard, are also auditioning for John Milius's Red Dawn. If they're chosen, they might have to sign an exception clause. An exception clause. Weintraub didn't really understand the intricacies of filmmaking. It means that if they get chosen over there, they can decline to work here. Okay, well, here's Milius. Weintraub mentally raised Elizabeth Shue's ranking. Milius was the screenwriter of several capital blockbuster films, and his directorial debut, Conan the Barbarian, had also achieved excellent box office results last year, making him a darling of Hollywood. Rumor had it that his directorial fee had reached $1.2 million, plus any rifle he wanted. After discussing the key candidates, the group parted ways. However, the next day, Weintraub called Pat Morita alone, arranging a meeting at the company. "Hi, Pat, please have a seat." In the office, Weintraub invited Morita to sit down and then chatted with him gently for a few moments. "I invited you here today to personally tell you that you've been chosen by the production team to play Master Miyagi. I may have made the biggest mistake in the world before, almost rejecting you, the perfect choice, so I thought it was most appropriate for me to personally tell you this good news in advance." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Weintraub." Morita seemed very touched and thanked Weintraub repeatedly for his high regard. "By the way, why do you have an American name like Pat?" Weintraub asked. "It's the name of the priest who raised money for my polio treatment when I was a child. I'm very grateful to him. Plus, my name is difficult to pronounce in English, so I chose an American name, Pat." "Oh, what's your Japanese name?" "I think the actor playing Master Miyagi would have a Japanese name. That way, the audience would feel a connection. My Japanese name is Noriyuki, Morita Noriyuki." "Okay, then I'll credit you as Morita Noriyuki in the movie credits. You can have your agent come and sign the contract." Pat Morita, leaving Weintraub's office, found a phone booth and quickly dialed. "Hello, Ronald, it's me. Weintraub did call me. He said he wants to officially sign me." "Thank you." Morita choked up a little. "Congratulations. If you have time later, you can come to the audition more often. We can discuss the details of the plot. You're of Japanese descent, so if there are any details about the lives of Japanese people, you can point them out if I write them incorrectly." "Okay. But there's something else. Mr. Weintraub wanted me to be credited as Morita Noriyuki, saying that it would have more flavor. But my name in the Screen Actors Guild is Pat Morita. Changing a name is troublesome. Could you talk to him and ask him not to change it?" Ronald thought for a moment, deciding not to go against the producer's small request. Anyway, Weintraub had agreed with his opinion on the casting, although Ronald had carefully disguised these opinions as Weintraub's own. "How about this? Put quotation marks around Noriyuki so that the guild and the tax office won't bother you. Pat Noriyuki Morita. That way, Noriyuki would become a nickname, which should meet Weintraub's requirements." Chapter 454 The Power of Burger King. Ari is a symbol, the dream girl that every lower-class American boy wants. Weintraub discussed his ideas with Ronald and the audition director the day before the auditions for the lead actress began. "So besides needing a very beautiful girl, we also need her to fit the aesthetic standards of most Americans, and preferably already have widespread fame." Hearing this, Ronald looked up at Weintraub. How come his words had completely changed overnight? Was he no longer considering ethnicity? Had someone taught him that? "So, do you have any biases among these people?" audition director DuPont asked the producer while taking notes. "Yes, we can focus on these two girls." Weintraub took the pen from Ronald and circled two names on the audition list. "Lee Thompson and Elizabeth Shue?" "Yes, thanks to Ronald's Burger King ad, their fame among ordinary Americans is now very high." Weintraub patted Ronald on the shoulder, as if he had gotten a great deal. "Yes, that's good. My kids talk about them a lot too," said audition director DuPont. Besides the months-long bombardment of Burger King commercials on television nationwide, the gossip about McDonald's suing Burger King to ban child actress Sarah Michelle Gellar from McDonald's also attracted a lot of attention. It seemed someone had really taught Weintraub a few tricks up their sleeve. Ronald thought this made sense, so he took another pen and jotted it down in his notebook. Then he wrote a big question mark next to it, followed by who. "I heard they're auditioning for other movies," Weintraub asked again. "Yes, Lee Thompson's agent said she wants to retain the option for Red Dawn. If John Milius chooses her, our film will be automatically disregarded. Casting director DuPont flipped to the front page of his notebook. Elizabeth Shue is transferring to Harvard soon, so it's not entirely certain. Ronald, you should contact them and see how things go. I know they're all actors you discovered. Weintraub lightly scratched his temple with his fingernail. An $8 million investment still didn't hold much sway in Hollywood. Actors didn't even consider their projects their first choice. As usual, Susan Akins represented the cast at the auditions. After a day, Ronald's top choices remained Lee Thompson and Elizabeth Shue. Both had their strengths, but what Ronald valued most was their on-screen presence, the kind of girl next door beauty. As a viewer, you could expect a beautiful girl next door, but not so beautiful that you only see her on screen. Between the two, Ronald favored Lee Thompson more. She knew better than Elizabeth Shue to tone down her glamour, only revealing it when needed. The other auditioning girls were less attractive in person than in their audition photos. Sarah Jessica Parker was more suited to supporting roles. Her average looks made it impossible for Daniel to fall for her at first sight, which would be unacceptable to the audience and would greatly harm the plot. Sarah wasn't picky, she was willing to take supporting roles. Perhaps she had already experienced many failed auditions and been criticized for not being pretty enough. Having participated in a military entertainment show organized by the United States Army as a child, Sarah Jessica Parker developed a love for performing. However, besides being Jewish, she didn't have many advantages in the industry. Jennifer Grey, on the other hand, came from an acting family and was also Jewish. This girl had a much wider acting career. She also auditioned for Red Dawn, so Ronald wasn't worried about not choosing her. The third auditionee, Helen Hunt, almost made Ronald mistake her for Jodie Foster, the child star who was already attending Yale, when she first entered the audition room. The two shared subtle similarities in facial features and demeanor. She also came from an acting family and had already played the lead role in a film the previous year, portraying a girl who played quarterback on a high school football team. Her problem, like the previous two Jewish actresses, was that she wasn't pretty enough. After discussing and noting the evaluations of all the auditioning actresses with DuPont and Susan, Ronald got up and left first. She had arranged to meet Lee Thompson and Elizabeth Shue in the lounge of the Beverly Hilton Hotel. Lee Thompson saw Ronald enter the lounge first and raised her hand. Ronald went over and sat between her and Elizabeth Shue. "What are you talking about?" "Sorry I'm late." He gestured for a waiter to bring him a glass of mineral water. "We were talking about the Burger King ad, and it really helped us a lot," Lee Thompson said, looking at Ronald. "Now when I audition for a movie, everyone knows I'm the Burger King girl. Even the surfing girl I played in Jaws 3D isn't as well known as Burger King." "We all have to thank you, Ronald. It's thanks to Burger King's huge investment, and also to the qualities of both of you," Ronald said, not wanting to take credit. "And you, Elizabeth? I saw your updated resume. It seems you're not very active in film and television." "I've already applied to Harvard to transfer from Wellesley College. I mentioned my advertising career on my application, which should be a big help," Elizabeth said with a smile, thanking Ronald for his help. "Also, my application will take some time. If Elizabeth Shue grasped Lee Thompson's hand, "if I get the role, could you let me know sooner? I need to communicate more with the school to postpone my enrollment." "I will," Ronald agreed. He knew that getting into Harvard was a very rare opportunity, and he would tell Elizabeth Shue the final result as early as possible to avoid delaying her. Many girls in the entertainment industry become actresses after graduating from high school, or even before. However, a small percentage have higher education, even degrees from Ivy League universities. "Ronald, I also want some inside information," Lee Thompson, seeing that Elizabeth Shue had also opened up, wanted Ronald to inform her of the audition results in advance. "You're different. Giving you advance notice won't help," Ronald said, taking a sip of water. During the pre-production phase, he didn't want to use alcohol or tobacco to boost his energy. "Why?" Lee Thompson chided. "Because you also have casting for Red Dawn. Even if I choose you, you'll probably abandon me to fight Fidel's paratroopers," Ronald joked. Red Dawn is a film about men and women fighting guerrilla warfare against Cuban paratroopers. Lee Thompson blushed. "You've never invited me to act in a movie, Ronald." "I was just joking, Lee. I don't have the final say in casting. I'd be happy if the producer chose either of you." Ronald had unknowingly picked up Avelson's flirtatious habit. "By the way, why is Red Dawn so appealing? It seems like every young actor in Hollywood is auditioning," Ronald feigned envy. First, it's a big production. Second, everyone wants to be in a John Milius film, Lee Thompson earnestly analyzed for Ronald. But, a female guerrilla fighter? Come on, Ronald felt like all these actors were nearsighted. Even with a big production, who would want to watch a female guerrilla fighter? Gorillas can't be pretty on screen anyway, what's the point? Oh, Ronald. You don't understand the lives of us actors. Our screen time in a movie is very short. After filming, we go straight to auditioning for the next one. By the time our movie is released, we've probably already filmed 2 more, and we've forgotten the plot of the last one. So my agent said I need to plan my career. Red Dawn is the new work of a blockbuster director, and MGM invested over $15 million in it. There are very few big productions like this now. My agent said that as long as I get a role, I can improve my position in the future. Unlike Dragon Boys, well, never mind, Lee Thompson said halfway through, then picked up her straw and started drinking her cocktail. What did he say? Ronald knew it wasn't anything nice, but he still wanted to hear the real opinion of an industry agent about his film. In this circle, it's mostly flattery to your face. Few people will say their true thoughts. Yet, Lee, we're friends, there's nothing we can't talk about, Elizabeth Shue chimed in. Okay, but this is what my agent told me. He said there's a rumor in Hollywood that your movie is just a low-budget exploitation film, designed to scam outsiders like Weintraub. They think if they raise the budget a bit, they can make a lot of money. So many agents aren't optimistic about your project, and quite a few actresses are unwilling to audition for your film, so why did you come? Ronald took a sip of water. These rumors were really boring. He'd always only helped producers save money, never ripped off producers like Michael Cimino. Me? I kind of liked the role, and I got into the film industry thanks to you giving me my first opportunity. Thank you. I'll urge the producer and give you an answer as soon as possible. But please do me a favor, if you make any progress with Red Dawn, please let me know as soon as possible so I can start looking for other actresses. The 3 friends sat for a while, then Ronald left to work on his project. As he was leaving, he remembered and asked Lee Thompson, "How's Dennis doing?" He just finished a movie about someone who can manipulate other people's thoughts through dreams. Now, he's preparing for his next project, Lee Thompson said, a smile spreading across her face as she spoke of her boyfriend, Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid's acting career was going well, and the 2 often found time to get together during breaks in filming. Ronald smiled. It was a personal choice, and outsiders had no right to interfere. That's how American values are. Choosing a partner is also a competition, and no one sympathizes with a loser. However, both Burger King girls had other options, and Ronald felt he needed to make some preparations. He found the phone and called Weintraub. "Hello, Weintraub's here." Ronald heard a voice on the other end of the line, as if Weintraub was in a meeting. "It's me, Ronald. There's a significant chance that neither of the girls can participate, and I think we need to start preparing backup plans. Come to the office tomorrow to discuss it in detail. We really should continue searching." Chapter 455 Helen, the difficult one to coax. I think when choosing Ariel, we should prioritize the actress's fame. An actress with average acting skills but high popularity would be our best choice. Weintraub was discussing the choice of the female lead with Ronald again in the office, and his thoughts seemed to have changed again. "Actually, I agree with you. Ariel's role isn't that big, so of course, it would be best if she had both fame and decent acting skills." Ronald took out his notebook, flipped to the page he had written that day, and circled heavily next to the question, "Who is it?" "So, do you have any candidates in mind?" Ronald asked. "What do you think of Brooke Shields? She's the dream girl of every boy in America." Ronald hesitated. Brooke's appearance was certainly very suitable for a dream girl, but it didn't quite fit the overall story of the film. It was unlikely that a girl of her beauty would fall in love with Johnny, who came from a middle-class family, loved riding motorcycles, and practiced karate. And then she would fall for someone like Ralph Macchio, who was underdeveloped and skinny. That seemed unlikely. The Americans wouldn't accept it. Maybe it would be more like a muscular, handsome guy like himself. "Hey, what's on my mind?" "It's a good choice," Ronald replied, trying to come up with a reason. "But Brooke has already been accepted to Princeton. I know it's her wish. She'll be a freshman when we're filming, so it's unlikely she'll be able to take time off." "Is that so?" "I'll contact her mother, Terry, through her agent. You know Brooke, right? Why don't you call her privately and ask her to?" "Okay, I will." Ronald's doubts deepened. Why did Weintraub always come up with some whimsical, yet seemingly reasonable, new ideas the day after he went back to rest? Also, we can't just bet on Brooke Shields. Diane Lane, the lead actress in The Outcast, is also very well known among teenage audiences. She's currently filming Hot Street. Could you ask her to spare some time to talk? I know you worked with her on a capital film, this? I'll ask her agent. I don't know how filming is going. Ronald added 2 more question marks next to the previous one, then folded the page in his notebook. Ronald felt conflicted about Diane Lane. Ever since he accidentally misspoke his lines, he'd been avoiding her and hadn't contacted this girl he'd practically watched grow up. What would it be like if they met? Ronald was both worried and excited. Donna was coming to Los Angeles for summer vacation to check out universities. She was graduating high school next year and was choosing her university. She'd already visited several Ivy League schools on the East Coast, and this time she was going to the West Coast. He could go with her to visit the sets. Helen Slater arrived in Los Angeles even earlier than Donna. Warner Brothers was pushing hard. The director of Supergirl quickly cut her 138-minute initial cut for a test screening, which Helen attended. It was her first time seeing herself on the big screen. Ronald paused his busy filming schedule to spend an evening with Helen at the screening. Warner Brothers had high hopes for Supergirl, as the poor box office performance of Superman 3 had made them doubt the series' future. This screening was crucial for the continuation of the Superman franchise. Although Ronald had only been separated from Helen Slater for less than 2 weeks, he noticed she had lost weight. He was worried but didn't say anything. Deciding to call Gerald later to find out. Helen was a little nervous. She entered the screening room, sat in the cast seat, and gripped Ronald's hand tightly, her fingers turning white. The film opens with producer Alexander Sokine's name appearing directly in 3D lettering, surrounded by clouds, and emitting a blue glow, adding to the mystique. Next, the actors' names appear separately, indicating their status as key creators and their prominent placement above the film title on the poster. Faye Dunaway's name is the first to appear, also radiating a mysterious blue light. Generally, the first actor's name is the lead, but in this film, Dunaway's salary is significantly higher than Helen's. Helen muttered a few words, and Ronald quickly comforted her. Then Helen Slater's name appears, the blue light on her name turning red halfway through before revealing the official title, Supergirl. The actor's name closest to the title is the most important. Congratulations, Helen, Ronald whispered in Helen's ear. Helen's tense expression finally broke into a smile. You don't know, this subtitle cost over $1 million to make. Oh, Ronald thought it was too expensive. This subtitle was quite impressive when the first Superman movie came out in 1978. But 5 years later, with 3 Superman movies already made, Supergirl still had this kind of subtitle, and the audience didn't find it very appealing. Ronald looked around, and sure enough, the audience didn't react enthusiastically. Instead, some people were yawning, hoping the boring subtitle would end quickly. The slow subtitle finally ended, showing Helen Slater as Supergirl in a spaceship, discussing Kryptonian technology with a scientist played by Peter O'Toole. Helen was still very cute, wearing a dress. Soon, Supergirl damaged the spaceship, and she boarded a small escape pod to go to Earth to find her cousin Superman to see if there was any solution. I think it's so strange, it's not like me at all, Helen whispered to Ronald. The people in the movie are reversed left to right, unlike how you see yourself in the mirror. But it's the same as how others see you. I think you're beautiful, really, Helen temporarily put aside her worries. Ronald watched intently, especially the scenes with Helen. The director portrayed Helen as very beautiful. Compared to Supergirl, Ronald preferred the scenes where she disguised herself as an ordinary high school student, Linda Lee. Helen put on a wig, restoring her natural brown hair, and looked very serene. However, the audience wasn't buying it. They weren't there to see their girlfriend like Ronald. When Supergirl flew into the sky to save the bulldozer driver, the male lead, some audience members even booed. Nobody wanted to come to the theater to watch Supergirl fight a bulldozer, at least in the movie. Supergirl was stopping an intercontinental ballistic missile. Helen heard the boos and her palms started sweating. Such strong public dissatisfaction was a blow to Helen, who had just made her directorial debut. Ronald put his arm around Helen, gently stroking her with one hand. Helen had experienced that feeling of tension herself, and thankfully, she had been lucky enough to have 2 successful films. Back home after the preview screening, Helen remained in low spirits. Ronald offered her some words of comfort, explaining that the preview's reaction didn't necessarily reflect the final film's reception. Really? Was it that Brooke Shields film? Yes, I assisted director Zeffirelli back then. Endless Love didn't get a good reception at the preview screening, but it actually did well at the box office, Ronald said. Oh, Helen's mood didn't improve with Ronald's words. Instead, she sat there somewhat melancholic. Ronald went over to offer some words of comfort. I want to be alone, Helen said. Just then, the phone rang. It was Helen's agent. Your agent is calling. Ronald handed her the receiver. Okay, I understand, Helen said, hanging her head after the call, looking even more distressed. What's wrong? What did they say on the phone? Ronald noticed that Helen wasn't as optimistic and cheerful as before. Instead, she seemed somewhat depressed. Warner Brothers isn't satisfied with the movie. They want to cut it from 138 minutes to 120 minutes. A lot of my scenes will be cut. It's okay. It's normal. The tapes are ready now. Ronald tried to comfort her. No, you don't know the struggles of an actor. I spent so much time trying to immerse myself in the role of Supergirl, even doing the wire stunts myself under the tower. I don't want those scenes to be cut like that, Helen interrupted Ronald, turning away to grieve. Feeling terrible, Helen went to sleep. Ronald secretly called Helen's father, Gerald. It was already late at night in New York, and being woken by Ronald's call actually made him feel a little relieved. Ronald still cared about his daughter. Speaking of Helen's weight loss, Gerald admitted that Helen had started dieting again. Has her anorexia relapsed? I'm worried. Should she see a doctor? No, there are two types of anorexia. One is not eating at all, which is very dangerous and can be life-threatening. You probably know Karen Carpenter, who had that? Helen has the other type. She binge eats and then tries to get rid of it by vomiting or taking laxatives. I've booked her 2 appointments with a psychologist in New York. She'll get better slowly after she comes back. Oh, okay, Ronald was slightly relieved. Who were you talking to on the phone? Helen found a lot of Ronald's snacks in the room, ate them all, and then went to the bathroom to vomit. When she came out of the room, she saw Ronald on the phone. Oh, it's Gerald. Oh my God. Helen covered her face, ran into the bathroom, and used her fingers to vomit. Ronald knew it wasn't a big problem, so he waited outside for her to come out and handed her a glass of warm water. Helen took the glass, lowered her head, and then sat cross-legged on the sofa, remaining silent. Her psychological issues flared up again. She seemed to believe that her performance and physical appearance were the main reasons for the film's failure in the test screening. Then, Helen connected the film's failure to the possibility that her relationship with Ronald might also fail. The film is definitely going to fail. Do you think my performance was too childish? Helen finally looked up and asked. It's okay, it might not fail, and even if it does, your career won't necessarily be affected. I think your performance was quite good. Ronald knew that Helen's performance was a bit childish, probably due to the influence of actor Peter O'Toole. Helen's lines had a Shakespearean tone, which wasn't quite suitable for this kind of film. I'm doomed. Nobody'll ever cast me in movies again. Don't say that. I'll cast you as the lead. How about you play the lead in my Dragon Boy? I'll talk to Weintraub. Look how clumsy I am. They definitely won't cast me. It's alright. I think you acted quite well. It's just the script that's bad. You're just trying to comfort me. If you cast me as the lead, the movie will definitely lose money. Don't you trust me at all? I believe you're a great director, but I'm not a good actor. I'll make your movie disliked by the audience. Then you'll like me, but you'll get annoyed when you see me. Every time you see me, you'll remember how I caused your box office failure. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Helen started to cry softly. What are you thinking? I haven't even cast you yet. Why don't you take a break from Dragon Boy this time, and I'll cast you as the lead in the next one? Ronald brushed the hair that was blocking Helen's view and tucked it behind her ear. You really do dislike me. Helen turned her head away, ignoring him. No, that's not true. This is entirely your decision. I've always thought you were a good choice to play Ollie. Actually, I don't necessarily want to act in your movie. I'm afraid I won't do a good job, and you'll dislike me. Helen turned around again. No, Helen, I like you, not the character you play. Helen swayed back and forth, talking to Ronald for a long time. The two of them repeated these words over and over again, and an hour had passed. It was late at night. I'm fine now. I'm like this sometimes. Did I scare you? Helen's mood finally improved. It's okay. Do you want to eat something? I'm hungry. There's a Japanese restaurant here. It's open very late. Helen was very happy. After she and Ronald had been arguing for so long, Ronald wasn't annoyed at all, but instead showed concern for her. Okay, but don't eat too much this time. The two of them went to the Japanese restaurant downstairs and ate some sushi, and finally things calmed down. Sometimes Helen is really hard to please. Ronald wiped his sweat. Chapter 456. You're too late. Hi, Brooke, this is Ronald. Ronald timed his call perfectly and dialed Brooke Shields' home phone in New Jersey. He hadn't talked to Brooke about the kissing incident since. Hi, Ronnie. Brooke's voice on the other end of the line sounded a little shy. Honey, come see Brooke the hairdresser. What kind of hairstyle should we do today? Who are you talking to? Brooke's mother, Terry, brought out a plastic mannequin, custom made to fit Brooke's head shape. Terry always wore various wigs on this mannequin to check the hairstyle with Brooke, so she named it Brooke the hairdresser. It's Ronald, Brooke said to her mother, covering the receiver. Is this Terry? I'm calling to ask if you've received the invitation to Dragon Boys. I'm directing that movie now. Ronald heard Terry's voice on the other end of the line. When Terry heard it was Ronald, and remembering how Ronald had saved his daughter from the car accident, he simply pouted and mouthed no to his daughter. Yeah, Ronnie. I got the invitation, but I got into Princeton, which is my dream, so I won't be doing long-term film projects for now. If your film could be postponed until the holidays. Oh, okay, Brooke mouthed. I turned him down to Terry as well. Okay, I knew you'd go to college. I just called to try my luck. I'm going to Princeton soon, packing my bags right now. Princeton promised me a regular dorm room, and I'm so excited to live in a centuries-old dorm. Will you come when I start school? I had a party at my old house in New York. Oh, I see, you're busy with a film, so, that's it. Brooke hung up, touched her lips, and drifted into memories. Ronald also hung up, relieved. Weintraub suddenly had the idea to cast Brooke Shields in the role. If Brooke agreed, training her acting skills would be a nightmare. But on the other hand, he also thought of that kiss Brooke had given him when she fled. Honey, who are you talking to on the phone? Helen, recovering somewhat from the shock, had gone out for a walk with friends that morning and came back to find Ronald staring blankly at the phone. Oh, it's Brooke. Brooke Shields, she rejected me, she rejected you. Helen was taken aback when she heard Ronald say that. She's going to Princeton, so she can't play the female lead in Dragon Boys. The other actress I liked is going to Harvard. I hate the Ivy League. Okay, you'll have to choose someone else. Ronnie, Helen said to Ronald. Your cousin Donna's flight is almost here, right? I have to attend a Supergirl press conference this afternoon. We'll talk when I get back. Then Helen started gesturing to her purchases in front of the mirror. What do you think of this dress? My friends and I went to a lot of second-hand dress shops. Helen took out the second-hand dress she'd found that morning. The slightly pink dress suited Helen's skin tone very well. Ronald nodded. Very nice, but why do you always wear second-hand clothes? I even made an appointment with fashion designer Giorgio Armani to provide you with a dress too. Why? Doesn't this look good on me? Americans these days are so wasteful. If we could save some money, children in third-world countries could get food and medical care. Ronald remembered that Helen's mother was an environmentalist and anti-nuclear activist. She also volunteered to provide legal representation for many environmental groups. But I already promised Mr. Armani. And I thought you'd like the custom-made dress, darling. I think these are all excessive purchases. I can buy clothes I like for a much cheaper price, can't I? Helen picked up the dress again and held it up. Okay, Ronald thought, he'd just have to explain to Mr. Armani later. Ding dong, the door opened, and Ronald's cousin, Donna, stood there. Hello, Ronnie, you have plenty of space here, Donna said, pulling a small suitcase with 2 wheels. Donna, why did you come alone? Didn't I tell you to call me so I could have Richard pick you up? No need, I'm visiting several universities in New England, and I went by myself. Hello, Helen, Donna greeted addressed Helen as well. You stay with Donna, my friend will pick me up. Helen hugged Donna, put on her light pink dress, opened the door, and went out. Which schools are you going to visit? I'll have Richard drive you. I've been busy with a film lately and can't get away. No need, I've already gotten my driver's license, you can just lend me the car. Donna reached for the car keys. Are you sure you can handle it? Will Aunt Karen approve? Of course, she said I drive well. Okay. Ronald handed Donna the Saab 900 keys. Where are you going this afternoon? Donna took the keys, test drove the car, and then went home to pack her things. I'm going to visit Diane on set. Producer Mr. Weintraub wants to interview her to see if she's interested in acting in my new movie. I contacted her agent yesterday, and we're going directly to the studio this afternoon. Oh, great, I'll come too. I haven't seen her in ages. Donna dangled the car keys, ready to drive Ronald. Donna drove carefully, slowly arriving at the largest studio at Universal Studios. The two registered with a studio assistant and received their reserved visit passes. Ronald walked in and saw music director Jim Steinman, the long-haired songwriter, directing his band to position themselves on stage, with a backing vocal group of 4 female singers standing in the back row. Today was another concert scene being filmed. Diane Lane, playing the rock singer Ellen N., had been rescued from the villains by Cody and was now holding a concert in her hometown to make up for the audience's disappointment. This time, she was performing Bruce Springsteen's single, Ghetto Justice, the same song as the movie of the same name. Diane, wearing a backless red outfit, began rehearsing her stage. Water, stunt dancer Marlene Jahan, now Diane's sidekick, held a bottle of water, a straw sticking out, and offered it to Diane. Energy bar, Marlene broke off a small piece of a chocolate energy bar and handed it to Diane to replenish her energy. Diane, Donna shouted to her best friend Diane from outside the stage railing. Diane ate a few bites of chocolate, waved to the people beside her, and told them to let Donna and Ronald in. Ronald walked onto the stage. Diane's new stage outfit was also custom-made by Giorgio Armani. It was a red dress, studded with rhinestones, with a deep V-neck at the back that went all the way to her waist and hips. Diane wore heavy stage makeup, which suited her face well. Under the lights, her high nose cast a shadow on her face. Her hair was pulled up high, and with long eyelashes and dark eyeshadow, she looked very much like a real rock star. Ronald didn't quite recognize Diane, not only because of her makeup and outfit, but also because Diane's aura had changed dramatically in the past few weeks of filming. Just a few times she had instructed Marlene to be her assistant had already given her a star's presence. Donna scrambled onto the stage and hugged her friend. Oh, be careful not to ruin your makeup. Donna was also very surprised by Diane's transformation and almost didn't recognize her. It's okay, I'll have them redraw it if it gets damaged. Diane pulled her best friend to sit on the chair with her name on it, leaving Ronald aside, and the two best friends started chatting. Seeing that they were chatting enthusiastically, Ronald went to the site and greeted producer Joel Silver. So is this almost finished? Ronald asked Joel about the filming progress. There are only a few more shots left to finish. Today is our last scene in this studio. After we finish filming Diane's concert scenes, the stage and concert set here will be dismantled. When are you planning to release it? Around next summer, I guess. What brings you here today? Joel asked about Ronald's purpose. My sister, Ronald pointed to Donna, is Diane's good friend. I brought her here today to ask if Diane has any work commitments. I'd like her to appear in my movie. Oh, she's a hot teen star now. Her agent came several times last week. Meanwhile, Diane and Donna also started chatting quietly. You've changed so much, Diane. I think you're so beautiful now, you really look like a movie star. Before, when I was with you, I never felt like you were a movie star. How about it? Not bad, right? Diane proudly showed off to her best friend. Both of my costumes were custom made by Giorgio Armani. You seem like a queen on set. So many people are so polite to you. Someone even gave you flowers. Donna pointed to the roses next to her, with a card attached. Those were from the male lead, Michael Parr. I don't like that blonde guy, but he sends me flowers all the time, so I just keep them. Are you the boss on set now? Donna discreetly observed the way people around Diane were looking at her. Many people were envious, and some women were looking at her with jealousy. Of course, you don't know, the relationships on set are so complicated. Look at that woman who plays a supporting role, she even tried to sneak into my costume last time. And that Rick Moranis, the one with glasses, he plays my character's boyfriend. He's always trying to chat with me, telling me his lame jokes. Which one? The short guy? The one who looks a bit creepy. Yeah, he thinks his jokes are hilarious. He even got into a fight with Michael Parr the other day. Did you stir them up? Donna giggled. No, don't talk nonsense. Diane chuckled too. finally revealing a bit of her high school girl side. Donna nudged Diane with her elbow. "Hey, Diane. Do you still like my brother? He seems to have some issues with that Helen. I came this morning and she and Ronnie weren't talking much. She went shopping by herself." HMPH, Diane sniffed. "Having a crush on my best friend's brother, every girl has that dream. It gets better when you grow up. I used to be a bit infatuated with him, but now." "Diane, do you have time to talk?" Ronald, having heard Joel Silver mention that Diane's agent had arranged several auditions for her, couldn't sit still and quickly came over to find out. If Diane had other film offers, Ronald would only be able to hope that Red Dawn and Harvard University would release her, which would be handing over the initiative to others. Sigh, I should have contrasted Diane sooner, Ronald thought. Seeing Diane today, he realized she was more than capable of playing a high school beauty, and a dream girl like Ollie wouldn't be a problem. "What is it?" Diane turned her head, her eyes meeting Ronald's. Her bright red lips and wavy hair made Ronald visibly startled. During the months of filming, Diane seemed to have developed a captivating star quality. Her every move was no longer that of a naive young woman. "How can you change so much in just a few months?" Ronald asked, gathering his thoughts. "I came to ask if you have any upcoming film offers. My new film, Dragon Boy, needs a female lead." Diane slightly raised her head, giving Ronald a flirtatious look, and slowly smoothed her hair. "You're late, Ronald. I've already agreed to star in Coppola's new film, playing a singer from the 1920s or 30s. I felt it was somewhat similar to the role, so I agreed." "Diane? Can we start rehearsing?" the director asked through the microphone. "Coming." Diane tossed her hair, stood up, walked to the center of the stage, and assumed a ready-to-go pose. "Turn on all the lights, let's see the effect." A few clicks of the switches, and the million-dollar lighting technician turned on the overhead lights. A few beams of sunlight streamed in through small windows in the ceiling, their diffuse reflections creating streaks of light that shone on Diane, making the shattered diamonds look like a starry night. The sound system played Jim Steinman's Singer, Sergeant, his voice carrying a metallic timbre. "When the night is still, you no longer care about me, your eyes are tired, someone is at your door, you realize you want to let go, the loser lies in the cold wall, you hug yourself, deep in your heart, baby, I'm not a liar, I just have to leave." The lyrics subtly hinted at his and Diane's predicament. Ugh, too late, Ronald slammed his fist on the railing in frustration. Now he could only hope that Lee Thompson wasn't chosen for Red Dawn, or that Elizabeth Shue's Harvard professor would be understanding and let her direct the film. Chapter 457, Pause. Ronald and Diane's agent confirmed that Diane Lane had indeed signed with Coppola. His new film, The Cotton Club, was written by Mario Puzo, the author of the Godfather novels and the screenwriter of the Godfather films. Coppola hoped to use this opportunity to collaborate with his old partner and make a comeback. His Peep Show company and vineyards were mortgaged to the bank, and he needed to recover his losses. This film had been circulating in Hollywood for a long time, with many veteran actors rumored to be involved, including Al Pacino and Sylvester Stallone, but none of them ultimately got the project approved. Just when Ronald last consulted with Coppola, he had already been selected by independent producer Robert Evans to direct this $20 million blockbuster. Evans promised Coppola $3 million to rewrite the script, and once filming for Ghetto Justice was finished, Diane would be ready to start rehearsals for The Cotton Club. Knowing he couldn't compete with Coppola, Ronald waited for Donna to return with him. However, Donna decided to go back to the hotel to sleep with Diane. The two best friends hadn't had a private chat in a long time. Donna was left on set to wait for Diane to leave, as she was also curious to see how the film crew operated. Ronald hailed a taxi home alone. As soon as he entered the house, Ronald seemed to hear Helen's sobs coming from her room. "Helen? What's wrong?" Ronald asked loudly, heading towards the bedroom. "I'm here." "Oh, Ronald, your girlfriend had a really bad day." Another blonde girl came out of the bedroom. Ronald was surprised to find that this was another Helen, Helen Hunt, who had auditioned for the lead role of Ollie in Dragon Boys. "I'm Helen's best friend. Our parents knew each other when we were little. We even went to the drama club together." Helen Hunt was also a girl who grew up in New York. Her mother was a theater director, and she and Slater had attended the same school on Long Island when they were young. "Okay, thank you. I just got back from the set." "What happened to Slater?" Well, Warner Brothers canceled the release of her Supergirl movie." "Huh?" Ronald was shocked to hear this. Such a big production, How could it be cancelled just like that? He rushed into the bedroom. In the darkened room, Helen was sitting in a chair, sobbing softly, slowly wiping away her tears. "Helen, it's me, Ronnie. Are you alright?" Ronald approached Helen by the light coming from the living room and gently embraced her. "No, I'm not alright." Helen pushed Ronald away, even more upset. "Let me be alone for a while." Helen Hunt sighed, went into the bathroom, washed a towel with hot water, and handed it to Slater. Then she pulled Ronald out of the room and said to him, "Helen is in a bad mood. Let her calm down first." I called Gerald, and his secretary said he'd let him know as soon as possible and would call him back later. Do you know what happened? Ronald remembered that Slater went downstairs to give an interview arranged by Supergirl, saying she was going with a friend. It seemed to be this other Helen. I went with her to the press conference, but it was cancelled at the last minute. I heard that the producers, the Sawkins father and son, wanted to release the film during the Christmas season next year to avoid the Los Angeles Olympics in the summer. The distributor, Warner Brothers, was still not satisfied with the 120-minute version. They believed that they could only recoup some box office revenue during the summer season, and the two sides had a dispute. In the end, Warner Brothers was willing to pay compensation and cancel the distribution contract. The Sawkins father and son informed Helen's agent that the film might be cancelled. And poor Slater, not only had her debut film as the lead actress cancelled, but she also signed a 3-film contract with the Sawkins father and son, and now it was unknown when the last 2 films would be made. Beep, this is Ronald's home. I'm not home right now. Please leave a message after the first beep. The answering machine started playing a recording. Ronald, it's me, Gerald. Answer the phone. Hello, Gerald, this is Ronald. My secretary said a girl named Helen is looking for me, saying my daughter is in trouble. What happened to her? Why isn't this your call? Oh, that's Helen Hunt, Helen's childhood friend. You should remember her. I went out this afternoon to work on project preparations, and Hunt brought her back. Warner Brothers canceled the release of the Supergirl movie, and Helen is very upset. Is Hunt with you too? Can I talk to her? Gerald was silent for a moment, then asked Helen Hunt for details. Yes, that's it. She's pretty much the same as when she was little, just a bit withdrawn and depressed. I don't think there's anything wrong, she's just having trouble accepting it all at once. Okay, fine. Helen Hunt explained Slater's situation on the phone and then handed the phone to Ronald. Ronald, I agreed to let Helen date you, not to hurt her like this, Mr. Slater, okay, let my daughter answer the phone. I'll arrange for her to go back to New York to recuperate for a while. She needs a professional psychologist. That's fine, Ronald thought, remembering he was busy with the Dragon Boy project and didn't have the time or energy to take care of Helen. Helen, it's your father, Gerald, calling. Ronald picked up the phone receiver in the bedroom, stretched the cord, and handed it to Helen Slater, who was still sitting in the dark. Dad, Helen heard her father Gerald's voice and her mood began to calm down. I'll have my assistant pick you up from Los Angeles tonight. You can rest at home for a while. I've already made an appointment with a psychologist who helped you before. Then I'll talk to the Sawkins father and son, HMPH. Those Mexican tricks won't work in America, okay? Helen finally felt safe and no longer panicked. The father and daughter talked for over half an hour, and Helen gradually returned to normal. Gerald hung up the phone, preoccupied, and then started calling his assistant. Who is it? Why are you calling so late? Gerald's new wife asked, turning over in bed. It's Helen. I want her to come home and stay for a while. She's a bit depressed. Warner Brothers canceled the release of her film, and she can't accept it. Okay, I'll prepare the guest room tomorrow. His new wife was much younger than Gerald, a housewife, and devoted to her family. Let her stay here for a while. I'll also inform her mother. She'll go to Long Island to recuperate for a while too, Gerald said, looking at his new wife and 2 young children, his resentment towards Ronald growing stronger. If it weren't for that little bastard's lack of concern for Helen, HMPH. Helen Hunt stayed with Slater for a while longer. Seeing that she had calmed down, she picked up her bag to leave. And Ronald saw her to the door. Before leaving, Helen Hunt said to Ronald, "You should stay with her." Slater had a similar experience when she was little. Her parents divorced, and she was depressed for a long time. Thank you, I'll talk to Gerald about it. By the way, my audition. Helen Hunt couldn't help but ask about her audition results. I'm sorry, I don't actually have the authority to decide whose audition to use, so if your agent doesn't receive a call to recall a second audition, I understand, thank you." Helen Hunt left first. "Helen." Ronald entered the dark room and saw Helen already asleep on the bed. He quickly carried her to the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then sat down in a chair, letting out a long sigh. The next morning, Gerald's assistant knocked on the door. Ronald opened the door. Helen was already up. She greeted the assistant and silently began packing her things. Helen Slater put her clothes and belongings into her suitcase and fastened the buckles. The assistant took the suitcase, and the two were about to leave the apartment. "Ronnie," Helen turned back before leaving and hugged Ronald. "I think we need to take a break." "No, what do you mean by taking a break?" Ronald's heart tightened. "Me, you, between us. I need to go back to New York first, see a therapist, and figure things out." Helen turned and got into the car her assistant had ordered to be parked outside, then closed the back door. A puff of exhaust fumes escaped as the car drove into the driveway and out of the apartment. Sitting in the back of the limousine, Helen recalled the sense of security she felt when she spoke to her father on the phone last night. Thud, 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 a series of kicks rang out. Darrell Vital, holding a hand target, watched as his friend Ronald had vented his anger. "You were very angry today. That's both a good thing in fighting, it can increase your strength and speed, and a bad thing, it can make you lose your composure." Thud, Ronald delivered one last heavy kick, then slumped to the ground. "Enough of that. Are you interested in participating in the film? I need an action assistant. Although Mr. Weintraub has his own ideas about action direction, it's easy for me to add an assistant. I'll also give you a permanent actor position, playing a small supporting role. That way, you can enjoy the minimum wage of $328 a day. With that, you can join the Screen Actors Guild later, and playing a karate master or something won't be a problem. If you don't want to be an actor, with this money, you can also find a job at a martial arts school in Los Angeles. After the movie is released, if it becomes a hit, you can realize your dream of opening your own martial arts school." Vital stood up and bowed to him in a very standard Japanese style. "Thank you, Ronald, then you have to help me think of how to make that final crane kick move both beautiful and powerful." Ronald quickly vented his dissatisfaction. He still had his own career to strive for. Chapter 458 The Best Choice. As expected, Weintraub suggested Chuck Norris, a close friend of Bruce Lee and the actor who played the final villain in the Coliseum battle in Enter the Dragon, as the action director, and invited him to play the role of Chris, the head of the Cobra Karate Dojo. However, Chuck Norris was not a good choice. Headmaster Chris has his own fighting philosophy. As a retired Vietnam War veteran, he believes in taking no prisoners and striking first. This is the exact opposite of Miyagi's philosophy of not bullying the weak and striking after the enemy has struck. These two philosophies are also the essence of the struggle between the protagonist Daniel and his enemy Johnny. The problem is that Chuck Norris has no acting skills. Throughout Enter the Dragon, he has a poker face and no expression. With his full beard, even when he speaks, you can hardly see any facial muscle movement. Such a person is incapable of playing any philosophically thoughtful coaching role. He can only play a brute. Lately, Weintraub had been coming up with all sorts of outlandish ideas. Ronald had figured out that this producer was essentially just a film enthusiast, often trying to assemble a star-studded cast like a collector. But sometimes he also offered sound advice. This shift in his thinking, sometimes professional, sometimes amateur, made Ronald suspect he had one or more industry insiders advising him, exchanging ideas every few days. Of course, Ronald had more important things to deal with right now, choosing the female lead. So, he didn't discuss this important supporting role with Weintraub, only introducing Darrell Vital to him as an assistant for the action scenes. 2 days later, bad news arrived. Both female lead candidates, Lee Thompson and Jennifer Grey, had been chosen by director John Milius to play female gorillas in Red Dawn. Upon hearing this, Ronald immediately booked a flight to Cambridge, Massachusetts. He was going to meet Elizabeth Shue and persuade her to postpone her studies at Harvard to star in Dragon Boys. This wasn't just the best option in Ronald's current casting list, it was the only one. Elizabeth Shue, despite being a 20-year-old college student, was incredibly excited when Ronald announced she would be playing the lead role in Dragon Boys. She immediately started shouting in the Harvard coffee shop, attracting stares from those around her. "I'm so happy." Elizabeth Shue, still with a baby face and chubby cheeks, smiled apologetically. Seeing her adorable face, a few Harvard students seemed to recognize her as the Burger King girl and tried to strike up a conversation. Ronald thought her appearance was also quite good. Even as a high school student, she would be well received by the audience. Okay, I'll have the producer contact your agent. It'll be 2 months of filming, plus 2 weeks of rehearsals beforehand. The payment will be standard. Ronald, relying on his personal relationship with Elizabeth Shue, met with her first to prevent her agent from interfering and demanding more money or on-set benefits. As long as Shue herself was willing, and her agent was unaware that they had no other options, the contract shouldn't be difficult to sign. Well, but I need my parents' permission first. Elizabeth Shue, after her initial excitement, looked a little worried. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she sometimes considered her parents' wishes. I thought you were an independent girl, Ronald said, trying to evoke her sense of independence. I know, well, but my parents are covering most of my tuition. You know Wellesley College and Harvard are both very expensive. My advertising fees aren't enough. Elizabeth Shue had already attended Wellesley College for a year and was no longer the naive high school student who did the chewing gum commercial. I'll have the producer talk to your agent. I think it'll be enough to cover your college tuition for the rest of the year. Well, I have another idea. I have a younger brother, Andrew, who's also interested in acting. Could you give him a small role? That way, my parents would be more inclined to agree. How old is he? 15. I can have him appear on screen as a student at the Cobra Dojo, Ronald replied. Okay, I've already prepared the application for deferred enrollment. Elizabeth Shue grinned, a triumphant smile on her face. Without even having a chance to visit the historic Harvard campus, Ronald hurriedly returned to Los Angeles. More auditions and preparations awaited him there. The audition for Johnny, Daniel LaRusso's rival and Ali's ex-boyfriend, had also begun. He was the film's main villain, the opponent Daniel defeated in the karate championship final. Emilio Estevez was auditioning again. His luck had been bad lately. His brother Charlie Sheen had been chosen by Milius for Red Dawn, while he himself hadn't been selected. Since I can't play the lead role anyway, playing the main villain isn't bad, Emilio thought, reading a line from Johnny's. What do you think? Weintraub asked Ronald and the casting director immediately after Emilio finished reading and left. He's a hunchback, casting director DuPont complained. His resume says he has wrestling experience, but I just can't see it. He's a bit chubby, and doesn't look like a high school student. Ronald was clearly against it. Emilio Estevez's physique is completely that of an adult. If you were to fight Ralph Macchio's Daniel, the audience wouldn't believe that the skinny Daniel could possibly win. In any case, Ronald didn't like Emilio Estevez. On the set of The Outsiders, he displayed a competitive spirit, relying on his father's position in the industry and acting quite recklessly. Moreover, he repeatedly tried to seduce Diane, making him a complete scumbag even though he already had a girlfriend. I agree with your idea, Weintraub said, surprised that they also disliked Emilio. I think we should cast a newcomer for Johnny, so the audience won't be influenced by the established actors' previous roles and will judge them as villains based on the plot. Another new idea, Ronald thought. This judgment actually made some sense. Weintraub must have consulted his advisor again. I think this principle is very good. Even for Chris, the head of the Cobra Dojo, we should probably cast a newcomer. Emilio played the scoundrel in The Outcasts, and the audience will unconsciously think of him as a scoundrel, which will interfere with their impression of Johnny. Ronald took the opportunity to promote his idea, suggesting that Chuck Norris should not be cast. You're right, Weintraub glanced at the cast list. Fortunately, the other members of the Cobra Dojo are all juniors of movie stars. They haven't acted in many movies, which is perfect. Okay, let's try the next one. Robert Downey Jr., outside the door, the assistant called in another auditioning actor to read his lines. Emilio Estevez hadn't left yet. He was chatting with Chad McQueen, a familiar face. Chad and Estevez were Johnny's classmates from the Cobra Dojo, and he was there to meet Weintraub to demand better treatment on set. Both were sons of Hollywood stars. Chad's father, the late Steve McQueen, was a bigger star than Emilio's father, Martin Sheen. Therefore, Chad's temper was even worse than Emilio's. Hey, Emilio, what brings you here again? You look so dejected. Did Red Dawn not take a liking to you? Chad McQueen immediately challenged Emilio Estevez. Ron Thomas and Rob Garrison, whose fathers weren't as famous as McQueen, usually respected Chad more than Emilio. Seeing Emilio's discomfiture, They joined in with mocking laughter. PFFT, you guys don't even qualify for lead roles, you can only play supporting characters, Emilio retorted. Hey, Chad was about to explode, didn't you not get selected on either side? At least we got a supporting role, and an important one at that. This is our first movie, PFFT, my first movie was a supporting role in Apocalypse Now really? Chad McQueen was a little skeptical and asked his two henchmen, did you guys see him in Apocalypse Now? No, you're not kidding, are you? It was just cut from the final cut. Emilio had already established himself in Hollywood and had many offers. He didn't want to talk to these ignorant second-generation stars. Don't get too excited. This is just a stupid exploitation film, a piece of trash for kids. Do you really think you can become famous with this kind of movie? With that, Emilio Estevez walked out of the audition office. The three second-generation stars looked at each other, wondering if he was exaggerating when he said it was a children's exploitation film. Don't listen to him, Chad, it's just a loser's lament, get out of here. Chad McQueen shoved away the follower who came to persuade him. It's nothing special. Movies are all about looking cool, who cares what kind of movie or role it is, Chad sniffed. His late father, Steve McQueen, had once told him that male stars didn't need to worry too much about the plot and dialogue, just about projecting their own charisma. He looked towards the audition room, as if imagining himself swaggering around in a movie, beating up the male lead, Daniel. Inside the audition room, three people were interviewing an actor named Robert Downey Jr. His father was a director who made low-budget films in New York. Have you practiced karate? Weintraub asked. No, but I can act it very well. Have you practiced any other martial arts? Ronald added. No, but I had a supporting role in the Broadway musical Grease, so I have a dance background. Robert Downey Jr. demonstrated a few dance moves, but his flexibility didn't seem very good. What do you guys think? His acting seems a bit too effeminate. Weintraub wrote down his evaluation. His delivery of lines was quite good, but he can't handle the action scenes. Ronald thought of his earlier dance move. If it were a crane kick, he couldn't pull it off. That shot was the final move to defeat his opponent, and using a stunt double would be a hassle. Next, Eric Stahls, the audition director, scrolled down the list. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, hello Ronald, it's nice to see you again. Hello Eric, please read this line for us. Ronald saw the actor who played Sean Penn's sidekick in Fast-Paced. What do you guys think? Weintraub wasn't sure if it was suitable, so he asked Ronald and DuPont. Ronald also looked at the audition director. He and Eric Stahls were the actors he had chosen to enter the film industry. Eric had also greeted him, and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, he let DuPont speak first. His appearance and movements are alright, but he speaks too softly when he reads his lines. His delivery lacks impact. Let's keep watching, Weintraub said. Ronald wanted to laugh. This Eric Stahls, back on the set of Fast Pace, had idolized Sean Penn's method acting, and ended up blindly imitating the method master, Marlon Brando's humming delivery style, regardless of his own status as a newcomer. Next is William Zabka. No, Zabka. No, Zabka. Ronald encountered another surname he couldn't pronounce. William Zabka, casting director DuPont saved him. Ronald got a headache seeing names with two consonants stacked together, and judging from the name, he was of Eastern European descent. Good afternoon, I'm William Zabka. A tall and fit actor appeared before the three. Have you ever practiced any martial arts? Ronald could tell at a glance that the man had the physique of someone with martial arts training. I was on the high school wrestling team, and we were in the top 3 in the Los Angeles inter-school wrestling competition. Oh, we're in the same line of work. Ronald's impression of Zabuka improved. Have you ever practiced karate? Weintraub asked. No, but I have a foundation, so I shouldn't have to learn too quickly, Zabuka said confidently. Please read this script, casting director DuPont said. Okay, we'll let your agent know when we hear from you, DuPont said after he finished reading the script. Then he looked at Ronald and received an approving look. Is there anything else? DuPont asked curiously, seeing that he wasn't leaving. I wrote a short biography for Johnny. Zabuka pulled out a piece of paper. Oh, tell me about it. Ronald became interested. It seemed this actor had done some extra homework. I've come up with a loose backstory to better feel the character. I envision Johnny having no father, and Chris from the Cobra Gym being the closest person to father figure in his life. That's good. After Zabuka left, Ronald didn't write Johnny's backstory himself. Zabuka's approach made the rivalry between Johnny and Daniel feel more fateful and contemporary. The divorce rate in America is very high now, and children from single-parent families make up a significant proportion of the audience. So, their rivalry, besides being about Honor and Ollie, also carries a subconscious yearning for a normal family life. I think he's the best choice, Weintraub said, satisfied. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Feigning a Fight. Martial arts superstar, returned Weintraub's call. He wouldn't play a karate instructor who did bad things and encouraged his students to attack others. He hoped Ronald would revise the script, changing Chris, the Cobra Dojo instructor, to someone focused solely on martial arts training, neglecting the psychological needs of the physically weaker children. Weintraub relayed Chuck Norris's response to Ronald. He gave me a lecture. Like America's military operations in South Vietnam, you can't initiate attacks, but limited violence is necessary to protect yourself and people with similar values. He called it a philosophy of necessary violence. Perhaps we should change the actor, Ronald suggested, seizing the opportunity to express his opinion. It's better to use an unknown actor for the villain. He wondered how they would get close-up shots of Chuck Norris, with his expressionless face, if he played Chief Chris. Yeah, but Chuck Norris is famous from Enter the Dragon, and many kung fu movie fans know him. If you were in it, it would boost the box office significantly. Weintraub's star-collecting obsession was back at it again. Let's see. Ronald didn't directly oppose Weintraub's idea. Since starting to prepare the film, he had figured out the Jewish man's psychology. Without someone of authority to endorse you, it's best not to directly oppose him, as it's easy to provoke his combative nature, making him relentless until he achieves his goal. After 12 weeks of screenings, Comet Night officially ended its theatrical run. Atlantic Company began settling the first installment of income for investors other than Ronald, excluding dividends. Roger Coleman, Minahan Golan's Cannonball Pictures, and Ronald's friend, Douglas Jr., all received their first checks, doubling their investment. The $27 million box office revenue made everyone eagerly anticipate the next check, which included box office dividends. Cheers! Champagne was opened in Atlantic Company's conference room. Ronald came over for a visit, and incidentally, he collected checks for young Douglas and endorsed them for a friend. Roger Coleman's new company wasn't producing many films, so he was quite free and came to collect the checks in person. Minahan Golan, on the other hand, was very busy and only sent an accountant representative. Why do you look so worried? Is the new film not going well? Roger Coleman asked Ronald. I'm looking for an actor who knows martial arts and acting. If not, someone who can perform martial arts will do too. The producer wants Chuck Norris, and I really can't stand it. No problem, I'll recommend two. Roger Coleman had directed countless exploitation films and also kung fu films. He recommended two actors, Martin Kove and David Carradine. Martin Kove was a genuine black belt in martial arts, having practiced Taekwondo and Tiger Fist. David Carradine was the lead actor in the hit 1970s TV series Kung Fu. Both actors had appeared in Roger Coleman's film Death Race 2000, playing two racers in the death race. Another race car driver, now more famous, was Sylvester Stallone. David Carradine, even more famous, sent a 2-page request through his agent, filled with conditions he had to meet on set. These included a separate trailer, no makeup artists allowed inside without permission, and everyone needing to remain calm while he was seen naked around the trailer. Ronald immediately removed Carradine from the list and met with Martin Kove. Roger Coleman was more reliable, and Martin Kove, with his background in exploitation films, displayed professional skill in every move. His Tiger Fist particularly interested Ronald. Chinese martial arts include Tiger Fist and Crane Fist, which imitate animals. The philosophies of these two karate styles could be showcased in the final battle, appealing more to the audience. Ronald told Martin Kove to go back and wait for the right opportunity for a formal audition, then introduce him to Weintraub. He then instructed Martin Kove not to accept any other auditions for the time being, and to wait for good news. Kove was delighted. He hadn't made a theatrical film since Roger Coleman sold the company. Back home, Ronald dug out his Sony Betacam camera again, wondering if he should film Kove again and then accidentally show it to Weintraub. However, Once the trick had been used, it might not work the second time. While pondering how to get Weintraub to give up on the expressionless Chuck Norris, the phone rang. Before the answering machine could even connect, Ronald picked up the microphone. "Hello, this is Ronald." "Who is this?" "Ronnie, this is Minahan." "Why are you stealing my contracted actor? If you're interested in him, you can come work for me as a director. I'll always have a seat for you." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "When did I steal your actor, Ronald? We're old friends, so I'll be frank." "Chuck Norris, what? Chuck Norris is your actor?" "Yep. Cannonball signed a contract with him, we'll be working on 3 movies together. But his agent told me he might take on a Columbia teen action film." "Guess who this director is?" "That's me," Ronald exclaimed excitedly. "Hey, Minahan. You want Chuck Norris that much? Why didn't you tell me sooner? My producer just recommended him for a major supporting role." "Don't be like that. Chuck Norris is Cannonball's star. We rely on male stars like him to sell our films." "Okay, I'll come to your office tomorrow, and we can talk in person." Ronald was delighted after hanging up the phone. He had been wanting to get rid of Norris, and now someone was immediately taking over. What a coincidence. The next day, Ronald arrived at Cannonball's office. Minahan Golan was waiting for him. "Ronald, Chuck Norris, don't try to take him from me." Minahan pulled out a stack of posters, all featuring Chuck Norris. "You're going to make so many movies for him?" Ronald took a look. There were 5 or 6 movies in total, showing Chuck Norris holding a rocket launcher, a heavy machine gun, and even a ninja shuriken. Ha, of course not, these are just posters. I didn't say I had to make them." "No, why are you making these posters if you're not going to make them? They're all for Can to scam." "No, to attract investment." Minahan took the posters back. "Our film investment isn't smaller than your Dragon Boys, but the production cycle is faster, so don't try to steal Chuck Norris's time from me. He's more promising filming in Cannonball. Why do you think so highly of him?" "I see him in the posters, always the male lead." Ronald suppressed a laugh and asked seriously. "He's a kung fu master who worked with Bruce Lee. If Bruce Lee hadn't passed away, I would have had them make 10 or 8 more movies." Minahan explained his reasons for signing Chuck Norris to multiple film contracts. Chuck Norris had served at a U.S. military base in Korea, where he introduced a Korean karate tradition, known as Tang Soo Do. After meeting Bruce Lee, Norris added his own understanding of martial arts to Tang Soo Do, creating the way of Chuck Norris, or simply Chun Kuk Do, a name that sounds somewhat like Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, thus piggybacking on the late Kung Fu Giant's fame. Anyway, these American martial arts masters, after achieving success, all want to create their own martial arts school, giving it a name with an East Asian pronunciation, ending with Do. You and Chuck Norris didn't sign an exclusivity agreement, did you? It's entirely his freedom to choose which movie to star in. "We'll just follow American rules and compete freely," Ronald said, feigning a strong desire for Norris to participate. "Then you can't beat me, really? What's your secret weapon?" "I can't tell you. But as long as you compete freely, I'm fine with it. We'll both only submit one bid, and it'll be up to Chuck to choose. No further bids after that." "How about that?" "I'm fine with it, but my word doesn't count. The producer is the one who writes the checks." "Just agree. I know Weintraub, he's Jewish and won't keep bidding against me. As long as you don't insist on Chuck Norris, then it's settled." Ronald shook hands with him, indicating a gentleman's agreement. "By the way, Night of the Comet is finished now, and the prints are available. How's your overseas distribution going?" Ha. Minahan Golan laughed heartily. "Ronald, your film is excellent. I enlarged the 2 beauties on the poster and added the comet. Pre-sales at Cannes went very well. Even Japan, Korea, and Hong Kong bought prints for screening. Next year, you absolutely have to come to Cannes with me. Once you get there, you'll see what audiences around the world taste like with American films." Soon, Chuck Norris updated his terms, hoping Weintraub and Minahan Golan would release their offers in a one-time bidding war. Whoever offered a better deal would get the role. Weintraub went to prepare his offer, and the competition for Chuck Norris made him feel he had made the right choice. Martin Kove called Ronald again. His agent had found him another audition opportunity and asked when Ronald could audition. Ronald reassured him of the opportunity, implying that the role was his if he came, and told him to turn down the other auditions. After reading the script, Kove also really wanted the role of the karate instructor, which would allow him to fully showcase his martial arts skills. So he rejected the other auditions arranged by his agent and waited eagerly for Ronald's call. Chapter 460 Cough's Anger. Donna. I've been busy with auditions these past few days and haven't been able to go to the universities with you. Where have you been? Ronald returned to his apartment and found Donna already eating her pizza delivery. Yes, Richard went with me to UCLA and USC. You don't need to have your agent running around with me anymore. I'm planning to go for a drive with Diane. Her movie finally finished filming. Oh, remember to call Aunt Karen. Ronald handed Donna his car keys, got on his Honda, and drove to Weintraub's house. Chuck Norris had discussed the contract with both parties, but he still wasn't satisfied with Chris's role. He insisted that Ronald revise the Vietnam War veteran's storyline, making him less of a stern lecturer who takes no prisoners and more of a caring, humane character. Weintraub also asked Ronald if he could revise the script so that Chris wouldn't abuse his martial arts skills while still becoming a major villain. Ronald couldn't hold back his anger and burst out. Does he think he's Warren Beatty? When he fought Bruce Lee, he was the villain, wasn't he? This script makes Chris a good guy. How can there be any dramatic conflict? It's not worth changing Chris into a positive character for his pitiful fame. I was just asking. I didn't necessarily mean to change it. Weintraub glanced at Ronald. Let's continue to discuss with him the possibility of him getting the role without changing the script. Ronald felt that Weintraub was showing signs of giving in to Chuck Norris, which wasn't good. Back home, he started thinking of a solution. The phone rang, and Ronald answered it to find it was Martin Kove, his preferred candidate for Chris. Ronald, hello. This is Martin Kove. My agent has given me another audition opportunity, and I'd like to know when I'll be able to audition for Dragon Boy. Soon. Something's held up, but Mr. Weintraub will arrange your audition soon. Wait. When can I audition? I'm not complaining, but my agent introduced me to 2 other auditions, which I turned down, just to wait for this opportunity. Relax, we're just looking for other roles. Once we've finalized a casting, you'll definitely be the best choice. If you're willing, of course I'm willing. Okay, if there's any progress, please call my agent immediately. He's already a bit unhappy with me. Kove suppressed his anger. After all, it was a project introduced by Roger Coleman, who had discovered his talent, so he figured they wouldn't let him down. Having appeased Martin Kove's dissatisfaction, Ronald felt he had to do something to increase the leverage offered by Minahan. Under the pretext of discussing the overseas distribution of Comet Night, Ronald called Minahan. Of the more than 500 copies of Night of the Comet released in the United States, about 200 are in relatively good condition. Yoram sold the film to various countries one by one in Cannes, and it turns out that we need to print more to meet demand, especially in the East Asian market, led by Japan and Korea, where audiences have strong purchasing power, so new copies will be prioritized for those markets. By the way, Chuck, are you still not satisfied with your role there? After discussing for a while, Minahan began to steer the conversation towards Chuck Norris. I'm not comfortable discussing this topic, Ronald said casually. We'll compete fairly. The decision-making power here rests with Weintraub. Aside from my dissatisfaction with Chuck Norris's desire to rewrite the script, I have no other objections. After all, the audience will see him as a villain. Oh, Minahan exclaimed, excitedly seizing the opportunity. Right, we'll compete fairly and see who can offer Chuck Norris better treatment and pay. Yes, and we'll also see who can fit his philosophy of necessary violence. He seems to care a lot about the martial arts style he created, just like Bruce Lee, Ronald added. Yoram, drive quickly, we're going to see Chuck Norris. I know how to convince him. Minahan hung up the phone and immediately called his cousin Yoram to go and persuade Chuck Norris. Chuck's biggest complaint about Cannonball Studios wasn't about his salary. The ninja movie required Chuck Norris to wear a mask, and one of Chuck's main purposes in making the film was to promote his own Tang Shou Dao and the Chuck Norris way. If Minahan Golan compromised on this, he would definitely choose Cannonball Studios. After all, he would be the lead in that movie. Soon, good news came from Chuck Norris. He had rejected Enter the Dragon. Surprisingly, Minahan Golan didn't offer Chuck Norris a higher price, but he did get Chuck Norris's signature. In Cannonball Studios' latest masterpiece, Enter the Dragon 2, the title clearly indicates it's a Bruce Lee-esque exploitative film. Chuck Norris agreed to play a maskless ninja, spreading his martial arts philosophy. Weintraub had no choice but to start looking for new candidates. Ronald suggested Martin Kove, calling Kove's agent to invite him for an audition. Martin Kove, Entering the audition room, was furious with Ronald because he had trusted him and turned down 3 roles. But when he was called to the audition this time, he was the only one there. There was no script reading with the other actors. This meant his audition was still in the first round, focusing on appearance, and the elimination rate for this type of audition was extremely high. He felt cheated, having lost 3 good supporting roles for nothing. "Hello, Mr. Martin Cove, please introduce yourself to the camera," casting director DuPont said to Cove. Martin Cove's eyes widened as he stared at Ronald, who was sitting behind the table. "My name is Martin Cove, I'm 37 years old, and I'm a black belt in Taekwondo and Tiger Fist. Could you demonstrate a few martial arts moves?" "Something impressive?" Weintraub said, intrigued by Cove's black belt. "Ho ho, ha, hey." Martin Cove performed a few Tiger Fist moves, then a Taekwondo spinning kick in Ronald's direction. "Very good, please read the script again." Ronald, oblivious to the fact that Cove's angry demeanor perfectly suited Chris's angry Vietnam War veteran persona. "No prisoners. Do you want to win the match? Then do as I say, sweep his left leg, the injured leg." Martin Cove read a few lines from Chris's karate competition instructions to his students to trip Daniel. He stared at the smiling Ronald, inwardly complaining about Roger Coleman's unreliable director. "Thank you. We'll contact you if needed," the casting director said. HMPH, Martin Cove punched his own palm, glared at Ronald, and turned to leave. "He's just like those Vietnam War veterans, so angry. Doesn't he look a bit like Stallone in Rocky?" Weintraub was quite satisfied with Cove. "Where did you find this talent? He even knows martial arts. It was recommended by my former boss, Roger Coleman. He even starred alongside Stallone in Death Race 2000. Good. Ask him to come back next time and try out the chemistry with the main actors." Weintraub instructed Susan to write down the arrangements. With the main supporting roles already cast, Weintraub began worrying about finding a martial arts choreographer. Although Chuck Norris hadn't chosen Dragon Boys, Weintraub still asked him to recommend a trainer for the actors. "Why, darling? Didn't you trust Ronald's offer talent? Why not let him recommend someone?" Susan Atkins, Weintraub's personal secretary, nestled in his arms, asked. "Susan, this is an important lesson in business. You have to remember to always have a backup plan. Ronald is good, but he hasn't directed a real mid-sized production, nor has he ever made an action film. So I have to have a backup plan in place. If he has any problems directing, we need a solution. Chuck Norris is a martial arts master, so choosing him as the martial arts choreographer gives us more peace of mind." "Oh, Jerry, I think you're a very experienced and brilliant businessman." Susan looked at Weintraub with admiration. The two kissed. Chapter 461. Let them play themselves. Weintraub brought in Pat Johnson, the senior disciple of Chuck Norris's karate martial arts school, to serve as the martial arts instructor and train the actors. Pat Johnson was slightly balding, sported a small mustache, and had hairy arms, giving him a very masculine appearance. After meeting him, Ronald explained the philosophies of 2 karate styles in his script. One was Chris's preemptive strike, leaving no prisoners and eliminating the opponent's ability to retaliate first. The other was Miyagi-sensei's approach of not using martial arts to bully others, but rather striking back only for self-defense. Pat Johnson praised him highly, finding great resonance with Ronald's philosophy. "Ronald, I have many students in Hollywood, but you're the first person in the film industry I've met who understands martial arts philosophy. I heard you've practiced it too. How about we give it a try?" "Sure." Ronald sparred with his opponent for a few moves. He was defeated the first 2 times, but the third time, perhaps due to the opponent holding back, Ronald won. Ronald, seeing that Pat Johnson was even more skilled than Vital and unlike Chuck Norris, wasn't so fixated on his own ideas, but rather an enlightened martial artist, quickly began discussing the action design of the 2 styles, explaining how to make the difference immediately apparent to the audience. It turned out that Pat Johnson was already a black belt in karate, and his following Norris was merely to capitalize on his fame. "My idea is that the disciples of the 2 schools should be clearly distinguishable to the audience from the moment they appear on screen. The students of the Glasses Dojo are intimidated by their instructors and maintain an unnecessary level of aggression. The Gajurai School, on the other hand, is characterized by its kindness and gentleness. Their martial arts prowess isn't immediately apparent, but it's revealed in crucial moments, Do your actors have any background in karate or other martial arts, aside from Coach Chris, who has karate training, and Johnny, the protagonist's opponent, who has wrestled? The other actors probably have no martial arts training whatsoever. Good. I'll carefully design 2 training methods, separating them from the start so they can't see each other's training content. This way, they can apply the principles I've instilled in them to their karate practice. That's a good method. Pat Johnson's idea reminded Ronald of Coppola. During the filming of The Outsiders, Coppola had several young people deliberately prank Diane Lane, creating a similar relationship between them in real life and their characters in the film. My requirement is that after their training, they will understand the fighting philosophy of their characters in the movie script. That way, during filming, they'll be playing themselves, making the fights feel real. That's no problem. I need a month, 5 days a week. They can start filming in 4 weeks. I have a friend, Daryl Vital, who is also a karate instructor. Have him assist with your teaching. Is there anything else you need regarding action design? Ronald liked this kind of professional talent. He couldn't beat Vital himself, and his level of expertise gave him peace of mind. I think you might need some professional stunt doubles. Karate is different from other martial arts. In boxing, any stunt double can spar a bit. But in karate, if the stunt double isn't a professional, they can't execute the moves well. There's a significant difference between them and Western martial arts. Do you have a team? Ronald trusted opponents who could easily take him down. I don't want to use Chuck's team. He has his own things to do. I recommend a Japanese karate master, Fumio Izumura. He has a large dojo in California. Fumio Izumura is a true Japanese, a 5th Dan karate practitioner. He was among the first in America to dedicate himself to promoting and teaching karate. Interestingly, he himself studied both the Goju-ryu of Ryukyu and the Ito-ryu of Japan. He happens to be proficient in both styles that Ronald wrote about. Weintraub and his team met and were full of praise. Since Izumura, like Noriyuki Morita who plays Master Miyagi, is short, a stunt double contract was also signed, allowing him to replace Morita in the fight scenes. With the action team secured, Ronald had Weintraub sign all the main actors and have them come to Los Angeles for training as soon as possible. He himself, along with art director Cassidy, began scouting locations in Los Angeles. How about this apartment? Art director Cassidy asked Ronald, pointing to a location he had found. It looks like the apartment Daniel's mother could afford. This Venetian apartment building had 3 palm trees at the entrance, a dried-up swimming pool inside, and was surrounded on 3 sides by 3-story low buildings. Ronald found it interesting. It reminded him of the apartment he had lived in when he first came to Los Angeles. The swimming pool in the middle was built by the developer, but because the maintenance costs were too high, the residents were unwilling to share the cost, and some didn't swim and didn't want to go out, so it ended up drying up and being left unused. Daniel's mother, Lucille, had found a job as a secretary at a computer company and could afford this kind of apartment with the maintenance workers, but she couldn't afford anything more expensive. Is there a maintenance room? The two found the apartment's maintenance room, which was very cramped inside. Ronald felt it wasn't enough for framing. It's a pity. We'll have to find another maintenance room to film. It would be great if there was a larger room here. The shots here are too concentrated, and shooting from different places will create chaos, Ronald said. I've already thought of something. Come and take a look. Art director Cassidy led him to the back of the first floor. Is this the garage? Ronald saw a large space, as big as 2 apartments, big enough to park 4 cars side by side. Most of the tenants in this apartment building are low income, so not many can afford cars, hence the small garage. Yes, let the set design team enclose 3 sides of this area to create Miyagi's repair shop. One side can hold the cameras. Great. Susan, what do you think? Ronald looked at Susan, who had come with him. If you all agree, then let's settle on it. Next was the Cobra Karate Dojo location. Ronald and art director Cassidy then went to Miracle Mile, next to Museum Street in Los Angeles. This is the most densely populated commercial street in Los Angeles, most like New York, with many old buildings. There was a shop on the street whose current owner was about to move out. Pushing open the door, a large space appeared before them. Ronald measured the space and thought it was suitable. Cassidy reminded him to look outside. It was a view of Miracle Mile. Satisfied, Ronald asked Susan for her approval, and with her consent, he considered the selection of another location complete. When will this place be finished? Our actors are waiting to train. Ronald asked art director Cassidy. It probably won't be soon. Negotiations with the landlord will take some time, and most importantly, their lease doesn't expire for another 2 weeks. That won't do. We need to start karate training as soon as possible. I know a place. Susan, who had followed them to the locations for several days and admired Ronald's efficient work ethic, recalled the actress she'd met at a party. Is this the dance studio Princess Leia mentioned? Ronald arrived at the place Susan had described. A large dance studio, with mirrors and armrests for practice. No, it's run by Carrie Fisher's mother, Debbie Reynolds. She's preparing to open the studio and take students, so it's not open yet. Ronald thought this was good, the rent could be cheaper. He walked around the walls, the mirrors could be covered with cloth, not interfering with training. There was a small classroom next door, just enough to separate the two groups for training. Debbie Reynolds debuted in musicals, her first being the famous Singing in the Rain, where she famously danced a sofa dance with Gene Kelly. She's no longer the beauty she once was, or perhaps she was never the glamorous type. Hi, Debbie, I've always been a fan of yours. Directors these days are so young. When I was making movies, the directors were all middle-aged. Debbie Reynolds hugged Ronald and kissed him. Thank you, darling. With this rent money, I can start advertising for my students. It turned out Debbie Reynolds was waiting for the money to run the dance studio. All the actors had signed contracts with Weintraub, and those with action scenes were all summoned to Los Angeles for a month of intensive training. Weintraub's funds began to flow out like water. The actors' training time also had to be paid at the union's minimum wage. There were also various venue and equipment rental fees. The cost of filming in Los Angeles was rising higher and higher. Ronald put Vital into the training team, having him report his progress daily. He used his free time to work on other location shooting and interior selection. Action director Pat Johnson was indeed capable. He immediately recognized Martin Cove's talent and readily freed him up to be the assistant coach. Cove and his students, including William Zabuka and a bunch of second-generation extras, were trained very rigorously. Daily squats and bench presses left the young actors complaining bitterly. Fortunately, there was a lot of karate training involved, with daily kicking of targets and hitting wooden boards, which the teenagers could brag about to their friends, so they trained very seriously, which reassured Ronald somewhat. Meanwhile, in another training class, there were only 2 students and 1 spectator. The students were Noriyuki Morita and Ralph Macchio. Their training was completely different from the Cobra class, focusing on various flexibility and coordination. The audience member was Elizabeth Shue, who had taken a semester off from Harvard to film the movie. She spent every day with Ralph Macchio, developing chemistry with him. Action director Pat Johnson's idea was that since it was a counter-attacking style, one it needed greater agility than the opponent to avoid their punches and kicks and then attack from the side where they were weak. So, the 2 trainees, one older and one younger, were constantly stretching until they were screaming in pain. However, they weren't required to do excessive strength training. Instead, they listened to Johnson tell stories about the origins and philosophy of karate. Therefore, the 3 developed a fondness for karate. In their view, karate was more of a philosophical concept than a practical martial art. I find it very interesting. When can you come and see? Both sides are training in karate, but the effects are completely different. I think it's very similar to what you want to portray in your script. Vital called Ronald again that evening to report on the training progress. Okay, Friday is the last day of the first week of training. I'll go check it out. Chapter 462 I've gained weight, time to lose it. On Friday afternoon of the second week of training, Ronald arrived at Debbie Reynolds' dance studio. The large practice room was filled with mats on the floor, and the mirrors on the walls were covered with cloth. Action director Pat Johnson was instructing the young men playing Cobra Dojo students in boxing. Ho, ho, ha, hey, several celebrity offspring, with headbands tied around their heads and dressed in black Cobra Dojo uniforms, were throwing punches with force. Haven't you eaten enough? Power it up. Martin Cove, playing the coach, was now training the students like a real instructor. Yes, master, several students responded loudly, then punched even harder. Pat Johnson saw Ronald, stopped the training, and told them to do a performance for the director. Pause, line up, demonstrate your skills and power to Mr. Ronald Lee. Yes, master, the actors answered loudly in unison, then brought over planks. William Zabuka, who played the villain Johnny, picked up a plank, held it up with both hands, and faced the other actors. Ah, Uncle, Chad McQueen, son of superstar Steve McQueen, lunged forward, punching and breaking a plank, then kicking and snapping another. Not satisfied, he demanded William Zabka fetch a few more planks for him to demonstrate. After a week, these celebrity offspring had been trained to be quite aggressive. Ronald watched for a while, a little worried that Pat Johnson might be training them too aggressively. Johnson assured him they were completely under his control, with William Zabka being particularly hardworking and having some basic skills, making him the best fighter besides Coach Martin Cove. "William, you're a sissy," Chad McQueen said angrily when Zabka refused to spar with him, walking to the back of the group. "Chad, your training is effective, but I hope you can respect the other actors. Your training is for making movies, not street fighting," Ronald intervened, this celebrity offspring inheriting his superstar father's bad temper. "Hey, Cobra's motto is bravery, strike first, and leave no prisoners," Chad yelled, charging at Ronald to challenge him. Ronald ignored him, turning to Pat Johnson and saying, "You'd better watch out. I don't want any actors getting injured during filming because they're too excited." Action director Johnson nodded, stopping Chad. "Cobra also has a motto, discipline first. No disciples allowed to attack without the master's order, understand?" "Understood, master." Chad McQueen gave Ronald a disdainful look and retreated to the line. Ronald ignored the teenager's provocation. He didn't have many lines anyway, so it wouldn't affect filming. He turned and went with Pat Johnson to another small practice room to check on the other group of actors training. Morita Noriyuki happened to be coming out of a small room to rest. Seeing Ronald, he quickly greeted him and the other celebrity kids, then went to escort them into the other practice room. "That spineless director, ha ha ha," Chad McQueen said arrogantly. Several celebrity offspring echoed him, laughing together. Only Zabuka, not being a celebrity offspring, showed some respect for actor Morita Noriyuki, smiling and nodding at him. "William, William, William," Chad McQueen and the other celebrity offspring, seeing William Zabuka's actions, surrounded him. "Are you trying to betray us?" Zabuka was extremely annoyed by these celebrity offspring. But he was a major supporting actor and didn't want to cause trouble. "Ronald is the director, I don't want to offend him." "Director? HMPH. The producer can replace him anytime." "You're such a coward." Chad McQueen smiled, released Zabuka, and patted his cheek. "As long as you respect me, I'll protect you. Even if a new director comes, I guarantee your role will be fine." Ronald, who had already arrived at another classroom, saw the lead actor, Ralph Macchio, lying on the floor. Morita Noriyuki, whose attempt to rest had failed, obediently began stretching and doing splits with the help of his assistant. "Ouch, two assistants, one-on-one, helped the two actors with their leg stretches, beginning their usual wailing and howling. Ronald stood by watching, noting that Ralph Macchio, playing the apprentice, had better flexibility, while the middle-aged Morita Noriyuki couldn't do some of the moves. The philosophy of Goju-Ryu karate is to counterattack, to use stillness to control movement. Today we'll talk about the 11th move of the shattering technique, the taking technique. Action director Pat Johnson had the two stand up and began demonstrating the use of a karate move with an assistant. The opponent threw a punch, and Johnson slightly rotated his upper body, using his arm to externally rotate and deflect the punch, then gently hooked his leg from below, causing the assistant to fall due to his own momentum. Pay attention to this taking technique. You need to rotate outwards with force. You two try it later. Pat Johnson demonstrated it again to his two apprentices. Ronald understood a bit of the trick. Pat Johnson taught the two main characters a lot about martial arts philosophy, then had them break down some moves in slow motion, showing them how to use these moves to subdue their opponents, but never trained their fundamentals. In stark contrast to the teenagers outside, their rigorous training involved meticulously practicing basic postures and stances, but the instructors didn't teach the principles of martial arts. The two groups of trainees trained this way had completely different understandings of karate. For Morita Noriyuki and Ralph Macchio, karate was a philosophy, while Chad McQueen and his group saw it as a series of boxing-like techniques. This misled the actors on both sides, making them more aligned with their characters in the film. Ronald was satisfied. Once the training was over, the audience would be able to tell the difference as soon as the two groups appeared on camera. "By the way, where's Elizabeth Shue? I haven't seen her." Ronald remembered arranging for Shue to observe the training and spend time with him regularly to build rapport. "I'm here." A girl wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts ran in through a small door in the practice room, carrying a large bag of chocolate cookies. "You are," Ronald was momentarily blinded by the sunlight streaming through the small door, and shielded his forehead to get a better look. My God, Ronald finally recognized the chubby girl. It was Elizabeth Shue. How did you get so fat in less than 2 weeks? Ronald yelled angrily. How are we supposed to film like this? How can Ali fall in love with Daniel at first sight when she's so fat? I have nothing to do here, and they don't play with me. Elizabeth Shue was flustered by the barrage of criticism. She was an athletic girl who had practiced gymnastics since childhood and was also a member of her school's soccer team. After arriving in Los Angeles, she had been cooped up in the dance studio for 2 weeks, unsure of what to do. She could only watch Ralph and Morita begin training in the mysterious art of karate, but she had no one to teach her. Bored watching the two stretch every day, he couldn't help but start snacking on all sorts of junk food, until it finally reached an uncontrollable point. Starting today, you're going to eat a healthy diet and practice karate with Coach Pat Johnson, Ronald snapped at Sue, his face stern. Then he turned to the action director, Pat Johnson, and said, you need to add another female student. If this continues, my Ali will get so fat that both Daniel and Johnson will dislike her. Pat Johnson nodded. One more person meant more training. You might have to use the standards of those outsiders to teach her. Sue is an athletic girl. If she doesn't get enough exercise, she'll gain weight quickly. Okay, no problem. Pat Johnson couldn't help but chuckle. It's alright, I won't fire you. But you also need to stop snacking from now on and train properly. This is your screen debut, don't mess it up. Ronald reached for the chocolate biscuit in Sue's hand, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. It was actually quite delicious. Let's take a break. Morita Noriyuki couldn't handle the training intensity again and asked for a break. Elizabeth Shue ran over and smiled at Pat Johnson. How are we going to train? She had long wanted to start practicing this magical Eastern martial art together. With Ralph Macchio's athleticism, she could definitely beat him if she trained with him. Morita walked outside. Given his age, and being a comedian, he had never had the habit of exercising, and this high-intensity stretching was simply unbearable for him. Morita. Just as he ran outside to take a break, Morita Noriyuki was stopped by William Zabuka. Zabuka didn't quite fit in with the celebrity offspring group, and he was always alone during breaks. Hello, William. Don't be angry with those young guys. As long as you make a good movie, you'll be famous. I have a feeling Ronald is a very good director. He might really make you famous overnight. Morita Noriyuki noticed the second-generation star's rudeness towards Zabuka earlier and offered some words of comfort. William Zabuka, just turned 18, was skeptical of this claim. But I heard from Chad McQueen that Ronald could be replaced at any time. What did he say? Morita Noriyuki paid close attention to gossip within the production crew. Having worked in the television industry for over a decade, he knew that sometimes rumors were ahead of official announcements. In the small classroom, Ronald watched as Elizabeth Shue took off her shoes and began practicing basic karate stances with Pat Johnson. Sure enough, this athletic girl's athletic ability far surpassed that of the skinny Ralph Macchio and the skinny Morita Noriyuki. Wow, practice well. Ralph Macchio even whistled to cheer Shue on. Once I've mastered it, you're definitely no match for me. Elizabeth Shue returned a disdainful look. A kick, very standard. Ronald-san, come here for a moment. Morita Noriyuki silently walked into the classroom and spoke to Ronald. Morita Noriyuki was someone Ronald had personally recommended to Weintraub. And he absolutely didn't want Ronald to be replaced. Usually, everyone in the crew was labeled as someone's person. If Ronald were replaced, and the new director didn't appreciate him, there were 100 reasons to request a replacement. I'll talk to Weintraub, don't worry about it, continue training. Ronald thought of the advisor who often gave Weintraub advice. Could this person be his backup plan? Weintraub, that Jewish guy, really liked having backup plans. Chapter 463 Stud. That evening, Ronald arrived at Weintraub's mansion in Beverly Hills. As he entered, Weintraub was on the phone in his study upstairs. Ronald chatted briefly with his wife, the famous singer Jane Morgan. I heard you borrow Debbie's dance studio. Jane Morgan, though her face was lined with wrinkles, spoke with great affability. Ms. Debbie Reynolds? Yes, I borrowed her studio for rehearsals. I especially loved her sofa dance in Singing in the Rain. Oh, that was Debbie's debut? She never danced before. She's really talented, dancing so well on her first time in front of the camera. It's a pity she doesn't act in movies much anymore. It's also because she had a great teacher, Gene Kelly. Since her divorce from Eddie Fisher, her acting career has shifted to television. Morgan was referring to a past incident involving Debbie Reynolds, when she and Elizabeth Taylor were best friends. Taylor's husband died in a plane crash. Debbie sent her husband, Eddie Fisher, to comfort Taylor while she busied herself with Taylor's funeral arrangements. Unexpectedly, Eddie Fisher ended up sleeping with Elizabeth Taylor. A terrible betrayal, isn't it? Jane Morgan seemed to see through Ronald's thoughts. If you ask me, Debbie shouldn't have filed for divorce. Don't let someone else steal your husband, darling. What divorce? Weintraub came downstairs. Let's talk about your old friend Debbie Reynolds. Jane Morgan and Ronald nodded and went about their business. Mr. Weintraub. Ronald reported some progress to Weintraub. The actors' training and location scouting were going very smoothly. Excellent, everything is progressing according to schedule. Is there anything else you need me to handle? You can talk to Susan anytime, or call me. I do have a question, and only you can help me, Ronald said, looking at Weintraub. What's the problem? Who's my backup plan? When are you going to decide who to direct? Ronald asked bluntly. Weintraub's mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected this news to be leaked. Being a big businessman, he quickly regained his composure. Weintraub got up to get 2 glasses. Whiskey? No ice. Okay. Weintraub poured 2 glasses and handed one to Ronald. They both took a sip in silence. I did consult a director about all aspects of the film's progress. He's just an advisor for now. I don't intend for him to replace you immediately. It's just that I don't have any prior experience producing, so I need to consult someone in the industry on many things. Weintraub frankly admitted that he had indeed consulted a director. I understand your difficulties, but I hope you can understand mine too. I'm currently doing pre-production work for the film. If you can't give me a guarantee, someone who could lose their job at any time can't possibly be 100% committed. Besides, this is my first mid-budget film, which I wrote and directed myself. I'm putting 120% effort into Dragon Boys. Ronald looked at Weintraub and took a sip of his drink. Even for this film project, if you change directors now or after filming starts, it will cause a lot of chaos. I don't want my script to be filmed at a lower quality because of such an accident. So right now, it's either me or him, you choose. I don't want to go into filming with these doubts. Ronald was like a gambler, going all in on Weintraub. It was either Ronald or the backup plan, either him or me. He wasn't giving Weintraub any space. Jumping back and forth between the two, using one person's words to pressure the other. Of course it's you, Ronald. Weintraub hesitated for a second before decisively choosing Ronald. After all, Ronald had built his idea into a script from scratch, recommended the perfectly suitable Noriyuki Morita, and even conducted a decent karate training program for the actors. There was no reason for Weintraub to abandon Ronald's hard-earned achievements for the sake of some backup options. Words. Okay, congratulations again on reaching an agreement. Ronald shook hands with Weintraub. He finished the rest of his whiskey in one gulp. Jerry, to be honest, why are you so worried about my directing abilities that you need to find another consultant? Ronald wanted to know Weintraub's thoughts. First of all, like I said, I don't distrust you. You're always my first choice. I just don't understand film and need an unbiased third-party opinion. Besides that, do you have any other concerns? Ronald knew that the first reason given by others was usually a lie. I have no doubt about your directing ability, but your first 2 films relied on action, plot, visuals, and pop songs to succeed. This film doesn't have those R-rated steamy scenes. It relies entirely on acting and the interaction between the actors to bring out genuine emotions and move the audience. Ronald knew this was another example of his so-called advisor's ideas. Weintraub, swayed by him, felt he lacked experience in handling films that relied on acting prowess. Yes, this film, which is planned to be PG-rated, is different from my previous 2 films, but I have a way to solve this problem. Ronald stood up and poured himself and Weintraub some whiskey. I plan to have 2 weeks of closed rehearsals before filming. I'll have all the main actors rehearse every scene from beginning to end. And I can film it all with a Sony Betacam camera. That way, every night, we can see where the performances could be improved and correct them during the actual filming. Weintraub listened attentively. I have another idea. If you're still worried about the actors' performances, we can shoot in sequence. This way, all the shots will be filmed according to the general order of the script, and the actors will have a full understanding of the emotions and nuances of their upcoming scenes, which will be much better than shooting out of order. However, this will increase the time spent on lighting and set construction, which will be detrimental to the production cost. I may not have experience directing plot-driven films, but I worked as Coppola's assistant throughout the entire production, so I'm well prepared when it comes to acting. Ronald combined his experience directing his first 2 films with what he learned on Coppola's set, proposing a new solution. Sure enough, Weintraub was convinced. How much more money would it cost to shoot in sequence? This film is mostly set indoors, and the scenes are concentrated in a limited number of 5 or 6 locations, so shooting in sequence won't increase the cost much? I estimate it will increase by at most 10%. Okay, I have 50 to 1 million in reserve. Let's do it your way. Weintraub raised his glass, cheers, and the two drank it down in one gulp. Even with Weintraub's promise, Ronald still felt uneasy. Weintraub wasn't easily influenced, and each time he met with that high-ranking official, he would have new ideas. So, that backup plan, needless to say, must either have a high reputation or deep experience in the film industry. Ronald wasn't one to ignore problems. He had made several preparations to address this threat. First, he had Daryl Vital and Morita Noriyuki, his closest associates, keep a close eye on anything happening on set. Then there was Weintraub's key representative on set, Susan Atkins. Ronald always included her in his plans, treating her with great respect, seeking her advice on everything, and sharing a lot of industry knowledge with her. Having Susan on his side provided a good buffer should Weintraub make any further moves. Soon it was the weekend again, and Ronald finished work and went home to rest. "Ronnie, is that you?" "I'm home," Donna said, making sandwiches in the kitchen. She had just finished a university tour, and compared to the free-spirited West Coast universities, she still preferred the schools on the East Coast. Only Caltech suited her taste, but the school had too few openings, and applying didn't guarantee admission. "Ronnie, are you free tomorrow?" "Why?" Ronald ate Donna's sandwich, a recipe inherited from his Aunt Karen, which he really enjoyed. "Diane Lane is going to Johnny Carson's Tonight Show tomorrow, and I promised to be in the audience. Can you come with me?" "Why?" "Don't you drive? I've never been on TV before, and I wanted to find someone knowledgeable to go with. Besides, you're so busy, you should take some time to relax." "Ugh, come with me." Donna stood behind Ronald and massaged his shoulders. "Okay, I'll go. It'll be good to see Diane and an old friend." That evening, Ronald drove Donna to the NBC studio in Burbank. Johnny Carson's talk show aired during prime time, and his studio was the best. Ronald accompanied Donna inside to find a seat, then secretly slipped out. David Letterman's evening show was in a small booth next door, and he was also preparing. This show would air after tonight's show, and Letterman's guests were clearly a level below Carson's. "Hi, David," Ronald greeted Letterman. "Hi, Ronnie," David Letterman replied, pleased to see Ronald. Brooke Shields and Sean Penn's appearance on the show last time had broken the evening show's ratings record, a record that no guest had yet surpassed. "When can I get a role in one of your movies?" Letterman asked Ronald, half-jokingly. "Anytime is welcome. I'll always reserve a role for you," Ronald replied, knowing the evening show greatly boosted Fast-Paced's box office and wanting some free publicity. "It's a pity my agent won't let me do this or that," Letterman quipped. "Or how about another format? Have my film crew bring the movie to your talk show, you mean?" Ronald suggested that the lead actor from his film come up and reenact scenes from the movie with Letterman in the studio, with Letterman playing the role and acting opposite the actor. "I think that's a good idea. I need to discuss it with my team," David Letterman said after a serious consideration, indicating he would think it over and contact Ronald when he had an idea. "Come on, it's about to start." Donna saw Ronald walk into Johnny Carson's studio again and quickly pulled him to sit down. Carson's show was very difficult to get on. Even a young girl like Diane Lane only had 3 minutes, and Donna was afraid he would miss it. The director gestured for everyone to be quiet, and a theme song called Johnny Carson began to play. Johnny Carson, seated at the top of the stage, began, "Let's welcome our next guest. Diane Rand." "Huh?" Ronald glanced at Carson. Then he heard Donna whisper in his ear, "Did you get the name wrong?" Diane Lane, wearing a black off-the-shoulder dress, walked onto the stage. Ronald glanced at the girl's gait and thought, oh no, Diane had been called by the wrong name by Johnny Carson. Rand wasn't Lane. Diane Rand was the name of her best friend Laura Dern's mother, also a famous actress. Perhaps Johnny Carson hadn't done his research, or perhaps he just blurted out the name of an actress old enough to be Diane Lane's mother. Diane was visibly nervous, a stark contrast to her confident and poised demeanor on the set of Ghetto Justice. She walked woodenly onto the stage, kissed an older guest across the table, and then sat down on the sofa, across from Carson. "Diane, why did you kiss him but not me?" Johnny Carson started with his usual jokes. Female guests on his talk show were always the butt of his teasing. Diane burst into an incredibly awkward laugh, nervously tugging at the hem of her skirt before covering her mouth. Oh no, Donna noticed Diane's nervousness. She knew her best friend always covered her mouth when she was nervous. After all, she was an 18-year-old girl on America's #1 talk show, and Carson had even called her by the wrong name. No reason, Diane stammered, trying to think of something. Maybe, she got nervous again. Carson didn't respond, but looked at Diane, waiting for her answer. "Maybe I find him more attractive," Diane finally realized. You must find him attractive because he's older, like a grandfather. And between us, it's more of a sexual attraction. Johnny Carson seemed not to have realized he'd called her by the wrong name yet. Feeling embarrassed by Diane's comment, he immediately tried to cover it up. "Hey, maybe." Diane clearly didn't know how to deal with this old rogue, and she burst into another awkward laugh. Then she remembered the other guest and realized that what she said was inappropriate, so she turned to him and apologized. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it that way." Ronald thought Diane was about to collapse. Carson was being very unfriendly to her. "I see you're wearing a ring. Is it an engagement ring?" "No, it's my high school graduation ring." "I heard you received your graduation ring on set? So you didn't attend the graduation party?" "The male students will be disappointed. I'm the boss of the film crew. They know I'm busy filming, and I've also completed my correspondence courses, so they specially sent it to me." Diane showed him her ring. "Your movie is called Fighting Fish. Can you tell me what's going on?" Carson then steered the conversation to the upcoming movie. "Oh, that's a fighting fish, a fighting fish." A very good explanation. Carson completely took the lead, then started talking about Ghetto Justice and Diane's next movie with Capella. This was part of the prearranged plan. The 3 minutes were quickly over, and Diane came off the stage from the other side. Ronald and Donna immediately went to comfort her. He mispronounced my name. I'm so nervous." Diane buried her head in Ronald's chest, Donna holding her hand in comfort. Ronald patted Diane's hair. "It's okay. The TV station will probably re-record it. Can we re-record it?" Diane looked up at Ronald. This man always appeared at the most crucial moments. "I don't know, but I have a friend. I'll ask for you." Ronald looked at Diane's made-up face, tears blurring her eyeliner. Now, in Ronald's eyes, Diane had become the little sister he had to protect at the Oscars years ago. Carson disappeared after recording his show, so Ronald had to take Diane to the nearby studio to find David Letterman to get information. "I'm sorry, Diane." Ronald. "Carson usually doesn't re-record. He'll probably re-record his own introduction of you, but he rarely re-records later episodes." David Letterman, who had once been Carson's writer, knew his former boss's personality well. "Okay, I was too nervous. I didn't know what to do on stage. My mind went blank, and I only had one thought: let it end quickly. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't mispronounced your name." Diane was very upset. The talk show appearance she had worked so hard for had been wasted. "Diane, do you have time to be on my show? Although the ratings aren't as high as Carson's, it still has quite a few viewers." Is that okay?" Diane Lane's worried expression immediately disappeared, and she laughed happily. Chapter 464 Filming Rehearsal. Diane Lane had her agent discuss the show's timing with David Letterman. She went to dinner with Ronald and Donna. At the table, Diane shared some of her recent experiences. Filming for Ghetto Justice had ramped, and she was thrilled to have received the 2 glamorous Armani costumes designed by her. While on set, Diane had also managed to self-study high school courses, barely managing to finish her exams. She received her graduation certificate and ring while on set. "Look, this is my graduation ring," Diane said, showing it to Donna. She envied Donna for her good grades and ability to go to university. As an actress, she felt a natural inferiority complex, believing she wasn't academically gifted enough. "Now only you and I have high school diplomas," Ronald said with a smile. HMPH, Diane glanced at Ronald. "By the way, Karen asked me to remind you to finish your studies at NYU after filming, Donna said, remembering her mother's advice. Now it was Ronald's turn to feel awkward. Then Diane started talking about Coppola's new film. Coppola had already privately agreed with Diane that she was the only one worthy of the lead role. To play a singer in a cotton club in the 1920s, Diane had to cut her current shoulder-length hair into a short bob, diligently practice jazz songs and dances, and also gain a little weight to fit the aesthetics of the 1920s. Why? Audiences don't really care about the aesthetics of that time, they care about the aesthetics of today. Ronald found it a bit strange. Coppola always liked to make films with niche themes. I think you don't quite understand acting. To play a role in a period drama, of course you have to get your image close to the image of that time, right? Diane repeated what Coppola had taught her, but then she remembered that Ronald was her hero today, so she stopped talking. Ronald didn't respond either. He was thinking about the relationship between the actors' performances and the overall film. A film that highlights the performance of one actor throughout isn't necessarily a good film. A film should use acting to bring the character to life at the most crucial moments. Thank you, Ronald. My agent said David Letterman's show has a larger teenage audience, and as a guest, I can appear for 10 minutes or so, which is good for the film and for my own exposure. After finishing their meal, Diane was about to leave with her agent when she sincerely thanked Ronald at the restaurant entrance. It's no trouble at all. Letterman and I are old acquaintances, and it's good that he was able to invite you. Thank you. Diane hugged Ronald and kissed him. Ronald thought it was a farewell kiss on the cheek, but Diane found his lips and kissed him forcefully. You got lipstick on your lips, Diane laughed happily, carefully wiping it off for Ronald. Goodbye, Donna. Diane hugged Donna goodbye and left with her agent. Ronald then took Donna home. They opened the door and turned on the lights. Donna suddenly asked Ronald, I haven't asked about you or your life, but you and Helen. Helen went back to New York to recuperate. She said she wanted to take a break for a while. I didn't have much energy to deal with it. I just made a couple of phone calls to check on her. How is she? Gerald sent her to Long Island to recuperate. She seems to be recovering well. Ronald knew Helen's parents were also divorced, so she couldn't stay long in either of her blended families. There's something I've been wanting to ask you, Ronnie, Donna said seriously, adjusting her tone. I always feel that whenever you have a girlfriend, you're always in a rush to build a stable relationship, even to get married. Is there a problem? Ronald hadn't expected Donna, who wouldn't be starting college until next year, to be discussing love and marriage with him. But many young people in America these days aren't really looking to get married. Many have a phobia of marriage. The divorce rate is so high now, especially since you're in the entertainment industry. I see many celebrities with multiple marriages and children. That doesn't contradict my aspirations, does it? There are couples in the entertainment industry who stay together for life, like, well, Paul Newman and Joanna Woodward. Ronald thought for a while, finally remembering this award-winning couple. No, Paul Newman has been married twice. How do you know? Really? Ronald had previously seen Paul Newman interviewed on TV, where a reporter asked him if he was attracted to beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Newman replied that he had good steaks at home and didn't need to go out for hamburgers. Paul Newman and Joanna used to live on Staten Island, my mom said. She even went to get his autograph. Joanna was his second wife. Donna shared some gossip. I just think that you always want to get married when you date girls, which will scare a lot of girls away. Sometimes girls don't even think that far ahead. You seem to know more about love and marriage than I do, Donna. What kind of husband do you want in the future? I don't want to be a housewife. I want to have a career, and I hope my future husband can understand me and support my career, Donna stated firmly. After completing her campus visit, Donna returned to New York, and Ronald returned to the film crew. The initial karate training was finished, and he began having the main actors rehearse. In the dance studio, several tables and chairs were set up, and the main actors began to use their imaginations to create various scenes from those tables and chairs, rehearsing each scene according to the script. Randy Heller, only 15 years older than Ralph Macchio, played Daniel's single mother, Lucille. The two sat on either side of a bench, as if it were Lucille's second-hand Chevrolet SUV. Daniel, push hard. Randy called out Ralph Macchio's character's name. Okay, get on. This is the opening scene of the movie, where Daniel and his mother drive from New Jersey to Los Angeles. Lucille doesn't have much money, and the car breaks down halfway. requiring Daniel to push it to get it running. Ronald stands by, his eyes glued to the viewfinder of the Sony camera, carrying several spare batteries, acting as the cameraman, filming all the rehearsal footage. He watches it again that night, noting down any performance or coordination issues he finds, and then figuring out how to resolve them. Great, the next scene is at the apartment with palm trees. Lucille is very happy and as her son sing along. Daniel, however, is still thinking about his friends in New Jersey, a little melancholy. Ronald thinks the casting is excellent, Ralph and Randy have great chemistry. Daniel is a somewhat melancholic child, and only this optimistic mother, who comforts her son, can raise him to be so ambitious on a meager income. Next is Daniel's romantic encounter with Ollie. This is a scene at the beach. Daniel and his new Latino friends from the apartment go to the beach to play beach soccer and see Ollie swimming there in her swimsuit. They fall in love at first sight and develop feelings for each other. Daniel even teaches Ollie how to play soccer. Action. Ronald pointed the camera at Ralph Macchio and zoomed in for a close-up. Ralph, as expected of a student of Capella, stared intently at Elizabeth Shue, as if frozen in place. Ronald then turned the camera back to Elizabeth Shue. Let's pause for a moment, Elizabeth, let's do this for a bit. Ronald noticed a big problem. Elizabeth Shue couldn't portray that tender feeling towards Ralph Macchio. Is there something wrong between you and Ralph? Ronald asked Shue. Nothing wrong. Elizabeth Shue looked down at her feet. Then why do you look at him without any love in your eyes? This is the first scene of the two protagonists meeting, a romantic encounter, meet cute, which determines the audience's first impression of the two. Ronald knew that first impressions were crucial. Only if the audience could accept that it was love at first sight would they consider things from Daniel and Ollie's perspective and see Johnny as the villain, instead of the other way around and thinking Daniel was stealing their love. During Ralph Macchio and Elizabeth Shue's joint audition, there was clearly spark between them, so why did it completely disappear during rehearsals? I don't feel anything for him. Elizabeth Shue hesitated for a moment, then confided in Ronald. It turned out that Elizabeth Shue had also been training in karate for the past 2 weeks. With her background in soccer and gymnastics, she picked it up very quickly. Her good strength and flexibility allowed her to quickly surpass Ralph Macchio in training. An athlete's mindset is simple: if you can't beat me, you're not as good as me. Elizabeth Shue quickly developed a subconscious disdain for Ralph Macchio. A skinny boy like a chicken couldn't attract a sporty girl like Shue. This was a serious problem, and Ronald scratched his head. Chemistry is something that either exists or it doesn't. Two actors without chemistry can't create a believable performance on screen. What do we do now? I also think they won't fall in love. Susan Aiken stayed after rehearsals every day to watch the day's rehearsal videos with Ronald and the others. She had also learned about romantic encounters and chemistry from Ronald, and she was a little anxious. Don't worry, we still have time. Here's what I'm thinking. Sue is an athlete. The main problem is that Ralph isn't strong enough. He can't beat Ollie in karate. But he's Latino, a natural at soccer. I'll have him relearn some soccer dribbling and passing techniques during this time, so he'll have something in common with Elizabeth Shue, who's played soccer since she was little. That way, filming won't be a problem. Ronald finished watching today's rehearsal video, noting down all the problems he found in his notebook, planning to find solutions when he got home. He pressed the exit button and handed the videotape to Susan. Susan Atkins wasn't just a pretty face, she worked very hard learning everything about filmmaking. Now, Susan wasn't just Weintraub's eyes and ears on set, she was more like Ronald and the crew's head steward, able to solve any problems. Susan carefully wrote the rehearsal date and scene on the label next to the videotape. She put the videotape in her large bag and then drove home alone. Honey, surprise. Back home, Susan was pleasantly surprised to find a candlelight dinner arranged by Weintraub. At Susan's urging, Weintraub hadn't confronted his wife, Jane Morgan. He truly loved Susan, and he loved his wife too. So, he could only visit Susan's apartment every few days to spend time with her. Susan took out Ronald's videotape, placed it on the VCR, pressed the button, and copied it while watching. This was for her archives. Is this today's rehearsal recording? Weintraub asked, watching the tape. They don't seem to have any chemistry. He saw the lack of love in Elizabeth Shue's eyes. Ronald said he has a way. Susan explained Ronald's idea to Weintraub. Make another copy? I'll take it home and watch it, then take this one. Susan put the videotape into Weintraub's briefcase. Chapter 465 Bonsai and Motorcycles. Aside from the chemistry between Elizabeth Shue and Ralph Macchio, which was somewhat salvaged by Macchio's secretly practiced football skills, the chemistry between the other characters was excellent. The good casting made rehearsals go very smoothly. Ronald deliberately prevented Ralph Macchio from revealing his football skills early on, so that when Elizabeth Shue suddenly discovered them during filming, this surprise would naturally spark their chemistry. As for the action actors, they were in exceptionally good form. Martin Kove, with his cool and collected demeanor, convinced Chad McQueen and others. William Zabka, having put in considerable effort in his character sketch, genuinely idolized Martin Kove's character, Chris, almost like a stepfather. Weintraub still visited the set from time to time. This day, he also brought in an assistant producer for Ronald, Charles Oken. Charles Oken was a man nearing 60, who had been working on various Hollywood sets since the 1970s. He was a veteran whom Weintraub specifically sought out, hoping he could use his experience to handle on-set issues. Ronald knew that Weintraub was somewhat uneasy about his youth and had specifically arranged for an experienced actor. Therefore, he showed respect to Oken. Charles Oken was a man of few words, often finding a chair on the sidelines and intently observing for an entire day. Before they knew it, rehearsals were nearing their end. That day, Morita Noriyuki came to Ronald, sharing his thoughts on some details in the script. I think Master Miyagi is a philosophical person, so when Daniel first went to the repairman's office, he shouldn't be organizing repair tools, but rather doing something philosophical. Oh, what came to mind? Ronald always maintained an open attitude towards actors' ideas, letting them speak directly, and then deciding whether to use them after careful consideration. I want him to be trimming bonsai inside. Bonsai. Ronald had seen many old war films and knew that bonsai was a slogan shouted by Japanese soldiers during a charge, actually a variation of the Chinese bonsai. Bonsai, not bonsai. Morita Noriyuki took out a small bonsai. How about having Miyagi prune the bonsai? That way he can explain his reasoning, and immediately let the audience and Daniel know that he's not just a simple repairman. Ronald thought it was a good idea. Okay, go to the props department and I'll have him find some bonsai. And Daniel's fighting uniform. Karate dojos and schools all have their own symbols, like Chris's Cobra Dojo, which has a cobra's head. Miyagi and Daniel's Goju Ryu style also needs a symbol. How about using this bonsai? Bonsai. Ronald thought of using a yin-yang symbol, but then he thought about Miyagi's character. He doesn't care about fame or anything, so using his hobby, a random symbol, would suit his personality. Okay, we'll use a potted plant as the symbol. Go tell the costume department that I agree. No need, my wife can sew the symbol, her sewing skills are top-notch. She can also make a headband for Daniel, a potted plant symbol too. Ronald knew the karate headbands usually had the dojo symbol sewn on them. The potted plant design is too small to see clearly. I plan to use the symbol of Japan, the cherry blossom. Morita Noriyuki smiled happily. Cherry blossom, Ronald nodded. The cherry blossom was indeed a good symbol, easily recognizable. Morita Noriyuki had also discussed with him what Japanese children's songs they should sing when Miyagi, drunk, thinks of his wife and children who died in the concentration camp. He was a second-generation immigrant and had heard his parents sing many of them as a child. Having an actor with similar experiences and a similar role saved Ronald a lot of trouble regarding the unfamiliar Japanese culture. Boom. Boom. On the other side, several Cobra Dojo students began practicing their action scenes. Pat Johnson, in charge of the action sequences, made minor adjustments based on the characteristics of each character. When the group practiced, it wasn't the kind of fake moves like in Star Wars, where two people swing lightsabers at each other. Instead, one person would strike the other's vital points, while the other waited in the middle to counter. This way, it looked more realistic to both laymen and experts. However, each movement required special design and repeated practice to prevent accidents. Except for the part where they jump over the barbed wire on Halloween night to beat up Daniel, everything else went well. That part is difficult to film. Should we rehearse it sometime? Pat Johnson suggested after Ronald showed his satisfaction with the rehearsal. Izumi Fumio and his apprentice haven't joined the crew yet. Let's wait until they arrive. Jumping down from such a high barbed wire and performing a series of actions, I don't know if Mr. Izumura can handle it. Let's wait until he arrives, it's only less than 10 seconds of screen time anyway, Ronald replied. Okay, you're the boss, Pat Johnson agreed. On the last day of rehearsals, Ronald had Susan find several Honda XL 600R motorcycles, the same kind as his own. He had Chad McQueen, Ron Thomas, and Rob Garrison, 3 celebrity offspring, along with William Zebka, ride the stylish motorcycles and test them out on an outdoor dirt road. Vroom. Vroom. The young men started the motorcycles and excitedly took a lap around. "You guys don't have motorcycle licenses, do you?" Ronald was annoyed by their riding posture, which resembled that of girls riding a motorcycle for the first time. But when he chose them, Weintraub had assured him that these celebrity offspring were all motorcycle experts. "Hey, Debbie," Ronald quickly called Debbie Evans, the stunt woman he had worked with on Night of the Comet, the mixed-gender champion of the CBS Motorcycle Stunt Grand Prix, to come and save the day. "These 4 little rascals don't know how to ride a motorcycle. They're messing up the protagonist who's riding a bicycle. You teach them." Ronald introduced the 4 students to Debbie, who had arrived on her motorcycle, and deliberately spoke loudly in front of them. "Hey, hot girl, are you going to teach me how to ride a motorcycle?" Chad McQueen, the most arrogant of the 4, couldn't help but jump out. "Kids, let's make a bet. I'll do a trick, and you guys do it. If you can do it, I'm leaving. If you can't, then, hairhead, you better behave." Debbie Evans had seen countless men who looked down on her. Boom, boom. Debbie started the motorcycle, then let go of her hands, stood on the motorcycle, and let it move on its own. Up, the 4 boys were speechless, but they immediately became excited. With such an expert as their teacher, they could show off their riding skills to their friends in the future. Daniel San. "Take a few steps and let me see." Morita Noriyuki brought out the Sonji and helped Ralph Macchio put it on. Then, looking around, he praised his wife's skills. "Really good." Ronald noticed a bonsai design on Ralph's uniform and the cherry blossom on his headband, which had a distinctly Japanese feel. "Have you thought of a nursery rhyme?" "I've got one." Morita Noriyuki began to sing a nursery rhyme in Japanese, its melody soft and melancholic. Although Ronald couldn't understand it, and Morita's voice wasn't very accurate, everyone in the room could feel the sadness in it. Clap clap clap, Susan clapped from the side. "What do you think?" "What's the name?" Ronald asked everyone and Morita. "Backstreet Life." Morita bowed to everyone in thanks, showcasing his comedic talent. "Very good, Ronald Sen." Assistant producer Charles Oken joined in the applause, praising Ronald for the first time. "Actually, it should be Lee San. San is equivalent to MR, it's used to show respect. You added it after my name, it's a joke. Like in the movie, Miyagi calls Daniel San, actually mocking him for being young but thinking he's experienced." Ronald was a little annoyed by the silent Oken, and seeing him called him the sarcastic Ronald Sen, he explained the origin of the title Daniel San in the script. "My problem, I thought it was a nice title." Charles Oken's smile was a little asymmetrical, as if it carried the playful tone of a senior looking at a newcomer. Ronald didn't mind, turned to the stuntwoman Debbie Evans, and instructed her to train them hard these next few days and all weekend, and by next Monday he wanted to see riders like the Hells Angels. "Leave it to me." Debbie turned to the 4 teenagers on motorcycles and said, "Follow me, whatever I do, you do." Boom, boom. The group slammed their throttles a few times, and sped away amidst noise and exhaust fumes. That evening, Weintraub met with Ronald and several other key members of the production team at his Beverly Hills mansion to discuss post-rehearsal plans. "I'll be taking Ralph Macchio and Randy Heller, who plays his mother, to New Jersey, Arizona, and back to New Jersey for location shooting. We'll be filming scenes of them driving from New Jersey all the way to Los Angeles, a cross-continental trip." "Huh?" Susan Akins asked excitedly. "It was every young American's dream. It's tough. I drove here from New York right after graduating high school, a 48-hour drive, and I had to factor in fuel costs and accommodation," Ronald recalled, reminiscing about his own drive from New Jersey, Nevada, and Arizona all the way to Los Angeles. "So this time, the filming will mainly focus on the starting point in New Jersey, Daniel's house, Princeton, and then some famous Arizona landmarks, like the Big Rock, to give the audience a clear geographical change." "Great, you go with a camera crew, and bring a lot of people. By the time you come back next week, the guys will have been trained on their motorcycles, and we can officially start filming." Susan Akins noted down all the personnel arrangements. She would manage everything perfectly. Ronald took his plane ticket in check, and tomorrow he would go to the airport to meet up with the main group and fly to New York Airport. Ronald had also arranged for Eddie to prepare a motorhome for the filming in New Jersey. As soon as Ronald left, Weintraub immediately asked assistant producer Charles Oaken, "So, what did you think of Ronald's performance? I think he's an imaginative director, but he has shortcomings in casting and acting direction. And he lacks experience in filming big Hollywood projects. I think he'll likely encounter difficulties directing Dragon Boys. Okay, that's enough for now. I'll go to the set myself next week." Weintraub looked at Susan, who had returned, and raised his hand to stop Charles Oaken's assessment. Oaken, seeing this, also took his leave. How could he say that about Ronald? In my opinion, Ronald is a very serious, responsible, and experienced director. I've learned a lot from him. Susan Atkins overheard a few words when she returned after making a phone call to inform the actors who were leaving the next day. Weintraub stopped Susan's rebuttal. "I believe you, darling. My feeling about Ronald is that he knows exactly what he's talking about. But business always needs a backup plan. I'll be on set myself once filming starts, and then we'll know if he's a good director, okay? I just don't think Oaken and his partner are much better than Ronald. They haven't made many movies. Their total box office isn't even as high as Ronald's," Susan said, gently sitting in Weintraub's lap. "If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 466 Filming begins. The crew arrived in New York with their filming equipment. There, the props department found a Chevrolet SUV, over 10 years old but meticulously maintained by a mechanic, to use as their moving vehicle for the La Russo family. Ronald's agent, Eddie, arranged for a motorhome for the actors and crew, and they all drove to Harris, New Jersey, to film at sunrise the next morning. Ronald didn't go with them, instead taking some personal time. He visited Aunt Karen, personally delivering his share of the Comet night profits to young Douglas, and then went to Long Island, where Helen Slater was recuperating at her mother's house. Helen, Ronald's ear, her mother knocked on the guest bedroom door, inviting Ronald in. Ronald immediately saw Helen, wearing cotton pajamas, standing by the window. After more than a month of recuperation, she hadn't maintained her 120-pound figure, but was gradually returning to her pre-Supergirl weight. The two looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly laughed simultaneously. Helen hugged Ronald. "I'm so glad you came to see me, Ronnie." The two chatted like friends about what had happened since they last saw each other. Besides her anorexia flare-up, which involved cycles of binge eating and purging, Helen had also been diagnosed with mild depression. After a period of therapy, her emotions had stabilized considerably. What she needed most now was the company of family and friends, but with her parents divorced, she had to live separately in two different blended families for periods of time. The producers of Supergirl, the Salkinds father and son, didn't seem to have given up and were still looking for a distributor. They were willing to cut more scenes, leaving only 108 minutes. Helen's screen time was further reduced, but after therapy, she seemed less bothered by it now. They talked for over half an hour when Helen's mother knocked on the door, reminding Helen it was time for her to go out for exercise. "Okay, that's all for today," Ronald said, preparing to leave, ruffling Helen's hair. "So, we're still on hiatus." "Yeah, I think it's good. I need some time to recover, and this conversation we had today, like that between close friends, has made me feel much more relaxed," Helen said in her soft voice. Ronald noticed the lingering worry in her eyes and turned to walk towards the door. His hand touched the doorknob, and he turned back to ask, "Helen, since you say we're friends, can you answer one question honestly?" Helen raised her hand, gesturing for Ronald to speak. "Before, did I put pressure on you? Donna said that every time I talk to my girlfriend, it's like I'm about to propose." "Ha ha ha ha," Helen burst into laughter. "That's a very accurate description. You definitely seem like husband material, Ronnie. But we've only been dating for a while, especially in Los Angeles, and you always made me feel like I was already a married housewife. Starting a family is a difficult decision for me. So, if we stay as we are, it will relieve a lot of my pressure." Helen's parents' divorce and Ronald's usual longing for family life made her a little nervous, sometimes even a source of pressure. Helen felt she was just an ordinary American girl who wanted to relax and didn't want to start thinking about whether their love would last or whether it would end in divorce like her parents. Let's not put any pressure on each other with promises right now. Helen repeated her thoughts on love and marriage to Ronald. Okay, let's continue on hold then. Ronald completely disliked this way of American youth, using theories from relationship books and gossip magazines to guide their love lives. He was somewhat tired of it and said goodbye. Helen, you haven't laughed like that in a long time, Helen's mother said, linking her arm with his as they walked and talked under the autumn trees. Ronald found his agent, Eddie, and asked him to drive him to Harris, a small town in New Jersey. You know what? Ronald, you should let go of the burden. Many people enter the entertainment industry just to have fun and date a few actresses, like your friend Douglas. You don't need to worry so much, Eddie advised Ronald on the drive. Yes, you're right. Ronald was only focused on making a good film and didn't want to think too much about the future. When it comes to girlfriends, perhaps it's better to let things take their natural course. We're not living in Aunt Karen's generation anymore. Back then, marriage was like dating now. Divorce was like getting a new girlfriend. Ronald hadn't truly experienced the hippie era, and he felt his own thinking needed a baptism of the free spirit. He didn't need to be as open as the hippies, but he also didn't need to be too conservative. Young people should just focus on immediate happiness. Let me tell you something to cheer you up, about your ex-girlfriend, Meg Tilly, Eddie said after a moment's thought, seeing Ronald still wasn't smiling. What happened to her? She got fired from Amadeus. Why? Ronald knew Meg's husband, Kinnaman, had worked very hard to make her a star. She shouldn't have been replaced. On the set in the Czech Republic, the day before filming started, she broke her leg playing football with local kids. Now director Milos Forman is searching the world for a replacement, and even my client received an audition invitation. How? Ronald almost laughed. Fate always plays tricks on you when you least expect it. In the latest masterpiece by Oscar-winning director Zinnemann, the role that Meg must have worked so hard for was ruined by a clumsy soccer kick. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, at the intersection of Franklin Drive and Hamilton Street in Harris, many East Coast towns are named after founding fathers. Ronald and cinematographer James Crabb were perched on the roof of the tallest building. Rows of small houses surrounded them. A row of parking spaces in front of the building was packed with cars. A Chevrolet SUV was parked in one of the spaces below, with Randy Heller, playing Lucille, and Ralph Macchio, playing Daniel LaRusso, inside preparing. The light-colored Chevrolet was weathered, with a noticeable dent in the rear indicating it was an old car. Any car enthusiast would recognize it as a model from 10 years ago. On the roof was a Mongoose 24-speed bicycle, Daniel LaRusso's mode of transportation. The mother and son, hoping for a job opportunity on the West Coast, loaded all their belongings into their car and drove along the interstate highway. This is why America is known as a nation on wheels. Camera, full speed, Dragon Boy, Scene 1, Shot 1, Action. Ronald shouted the order through a portable megaphone, and filming of Dragon Boy officially began. This scene was shot from a distance, overhead, without any on-site sound recording. Ronald had already discussed the scene with the two actors beforehand. Waiting for the magic light effect after sunrise, Randy Heller recited her lines, started the car, and pulled out of the parking space. Cut. Cut. Ronald stood up and shouted. The townspeople woke up early every morning, and several early rising housewives and children saw Ronald and his crew on the rooftop. They had never seen a movie being filmed before, and they all came to watch. A mischievous child led the way, rushing into the frame. Get them out of the way, don't get in the shot, yes, don't go into that line, Ronald yelled from the rooftop, gesturing for his assistants below to shoo them away. The assistants finally managed to get them out of the shot, and then Ronald resumed filming. Lucille drove the SUV into Hamilton Street and then all the way to Franklin Drive. That was the end of the shot. Cut. Cut. The housewives followed the rules, but they couldn't keep an eye on their unruly children. Seeing the camera above, they eagerly rushed out and surrounded the car, yelling at Ronald. In this dull, uneventful town, residents rarely witnessed a movie being made. For them, the chance to have some fun and appear on camera was a story they could tell for years. Damn it, in Los Angeles, people would just glance at it and walk away. What's so interesting about a film crew without any stars? Ronald grumbled as he walked to the edge of the roof and slowly climbed down the maintenance stairs. Please be quiet. Do you want to appear in the movie? Ronald walked up to the housewives and children. Hey, the children laughed happily, and the housewives nodded. Okay, Then you can stand by the car and wave goodbye to the actors inside. Ronald knew it would be too difficult to persuade these residents not to appear on screen, so he simply made an on-the-spot change, letting them play the role of neighbors to highlight the Lucille family's popularity in the area. Remember, no one is allowed to look up. If anyone sneaks a peek at the camera, I'll cut their scene, the children giggled secretly. Do you want to tell your friends that I'm in the movie? If you do, then behave. Ronald patted the back of the head of the most mischievous child who was leading the group and gave him a piece of chocolate. He quickly quieted down. Filming resumed, and the children happily pressed their faces against the windows of the Chevrolet SUV, calling Daniel's name and waving goodbye. As Randy Heller, playing the mother Lucille, turned onto Hamilton Street, the children didn't follow. Their mothers pulled them back, and they all waved goodbye to the car. Cut, Ronald called out, glancing at the sky. It was still well lit. The director of photography indicated the shot was acceptable. That's a wrap, Ronald shouted. The child lingered, wanting a few more shots. To film several moving scenes, the crew would have to shoot in locations in New Jersey, Arizona, and Los Angeles, with a beat-up car constantly being moved between locations. With a standard production budget of $8 million, Ronald was experiencing for the first time the freedom to spend money on artistic authenticity. Everyone boarded the trailer, assistants loaded equipment onto trucks, and the convoy continued its journey to Princeton, home to the century-old university. Here, Ronald would film several shots of the gates, providing a glimpse into the mother and son's journey. The key to this montage is to find locations familiar to all viewers so they can understand the montage's meaning. A mother and son are crossing the country, moving from New Jersey to California for a better life. As the sun sets, Ronald is filming a shot of Lucille driving by across the gates of Princeton. The old car has broken down after a long journey. Lucille and Daniel push the open doors of the car from either side. Suddenly, the car starts moving, and the mother and son quickly jump in from either side and drive off. Haha, you're really great, Daniel. Lucille, always optimistic, doesn't forget to praise her son even in this situation. Cut. After a few takes, filming in the small town of Princeton is complete. Rooms have been booked at a hotel near Princeton so everyone can get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow they'll be heading to Arizona to film some of the giant rocks often seen in westerns. The opening shot went well, and the actors and crew relaxed, strolling around the Princeton campus before heading out for dinner. Hey, there's some football here. Ralph Macchio saw some girls playing football on the lawn and happily joined in to show off his skills. His style was different from the girls' physical play. He ran quickly with short strides, dribbling the ball left and right, and the girls couldn't take it from him. That's enough, don't get hurt. You haven't warmed up properly. Ronald was very satisfied with Ralph's skills. But he remembered Meg Tilly's injury from playing football, and he didn't want his leading man to get hurt too. Okay, I just wanted to show you my skills. Ralph Macchio was also very pleased with himself. Ronald, a clear female voice came from behind. What are you doing here? It's you, Brooke. Ronald turned around and saw a tall girl behind him, wearing jeans and sunglasses, trying to conceal her striking beauty. I'm here to film a movie. Is it Brooke Shields? Several crew members, seeing Brooke, immediately surrounded her for autographs. Even Ralph Macchio was eager to get one. Let's go somewhere else to talk. It's too crowded here. Brooke glanced around and saw that quite a few people were looking at her. Although the Princeton students were very polite and didn't crowd around her much, she had still been politely asked for autographs and photos quite a few times, which bothered her. We're about to go get dinner. Do you have any recommendations? Come with me. Brooke adjusted her sunglasses and, along with Ronald and the crew, walked outside. Chapter 467. Can I take a shower where you are? Brooke took everyone to an Italian restaurant, ordered lots of sausages, meatballs, and pizza, and made herself a vegetable salad and a small hamburger. The crew noticed that Ronald and Brooke seemed quite familiar with each other, and they all looked at them with envy and surprise. Ronald hadn't expected that even though Brooke was in college, the aura of America's most beautiful girl, with her 1980s standard looks, still shone brightly. So, on behalf of everyone, he asked Brooke to sign autographs for them. The director of photography even took out a camera and took a group photo. They chatted about what had happened since they parted, and Brooke said she needed to go back to her dorm to work on her assignments. Ronald put on his coat and walked Brooke home. Just as they left the restaurant, they heard a gasp of admiration from the crew and actors. Ronald and Brooke smiled at each other, and they walked back to Princeton University's Matthias College, where Brooke was studying. Passing through the iconic Blair Arch of Matthias College was Brooke's dorm. The school specially assigned her 2 female roommates to make it easier for the star student to come and go. However, Brooke still had to endure the public sinks and men's bathrooms she passed every day on her way to the bathroom, where many boys would leave their clean clothes in buckets and line up at the door. Brooke had to quicken her pace every time she passed by. Having grown up frequenting the Ritz Hotel, she had never experienced anything like this. Brooke's dormitory was a 3-bedroom apartment with a shared living room. Brooke arrived last, so she could only stay in the bedroom closest to the door. Her 2 roommates were a pre-medical student from Texas and a political science student. The academic workload at Princeton was very heavy, and the 2 roommates had just finished dinner and were already working late into the night, trying to keep up until midnight. "Brooke, this is the first time we've seen you bring your boyfriend home," the 2 roommates said, very curious about Ronald's visit. "Let me introduce you, this is director Ronald Lee. He directed my jeans commercial and is here in Princeton to film it." Brooke noticed their inquiring gazes, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She dragged Ronald, who was greeting his roommates, into her bedroom. Brooke took 2 cans of Coke from her small refrigerator and handed one to Ronald. This was one of her little privileges at Princeton. Then she asked Ronald to sit on the sofa, while she sat on the other side, crossing her incredibly long legs, and chatted happily with him. Chatting with an old friend in her college dorm, Brooke felt that she was fulfilling another of her wonderful fantasies about Princeton. Ronald listened to Brooke talk a lot about her, how she was assigned to Mateo College, how she worked so hard to choose courses so she could go back to New Jersey to see her mother, Terry, on Friday afternoons. She also talked about the paparazzi and the people asking for autographs and photos. She worried about falling behind when she started classes, as she always got bad grades. But last week, she got an A in an introductory psychology course. When the grades were posted on the bulletin board, all the students would see their own grades, then glance down at Brooke's name, and congratulate themselves smugly that they had done better than her. But this time they were all going to be disappointed. Brooke had gotten first place in the class, her name at the very top of the list. Brooke felt a little uncomfortable sitting cross-legged, so she shifted her position, placing her legs to one side and stretching them out diagonally towards Ronald. As she got happier, Brooke giggled, her toes lightly touching Ronald's thigh. "You have no idea how awful those paparazzi are, Ronald. They disguise themselves as college students and come in to take pictures. One paparazzi even bribed a staff member to sneak into the shower and take pictures of me, but thankfully security caught him." "That was awful," Ronald replied, feeling the soft touch on his thigh. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he just echoed her words. "After that, I only dared to shower in a one-piece swimsuit, it felt so uncomfortable. My roommate thought I joined the swimming team." "Ha ha ha," Brooke laughed again, making Ronald's heart flutter. Brooke Shields, this pampered girl, was beginning to adapt to the life of an ordinary college student. Ronald looked at her thick, wild eyebrows. This girl actually had a look that fit the wild aesthetic of America, and she was also independent and intelligent. However, she had been too strictly controlled by her mother, Terry, since childhood, making her somewhat cautious. Going to university was truly a completely new experience for her. "I see you're having a hard time here. Would you like to take a shower in my hotel room? I have a suite there, and you can bring your change of clothes. I'll have the concierge wash, dry, and iron them for you quickly." Brooke felt her face flush. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't resist the temptation of a long bubble bath and nodded in agreement. "Can you wait for me outside? I'll pack my clothes." She picked up the phone and quietly dialed home. "Hello, Mom? I saw Ronald today." "Yes. I want to go out on a date with him. He's at a hotel." "Okay, I won't." Hanging up, Brooke slowly packed her clothes into a large cloth bag. She felt like there was some dangerous treasure ahead, and she wanted to go on an adventure with Ronald. Fortunately, she had already informed her dear mother, so she felt safe. "This is my room. My agent, Eddie, booked it for me." Ronald opened the door and led Brooke to the bathroom. "Make yourself at home. I'll just write in the living room outside." "Hello, is this the concierge? I have some clothes here that need to be processed quickly." "Yes, I need them tonight." Ronald gave the waiter a $20 tip, and the waiter happily promised to get it done quickly and carefully. Brooke was happily soaking in her bubble bath. Ronald was in the living room working on filming preparations. Ralph Macchio's football skills were already proficient, The first major scene they would shoot in Los Angeles was his romantic encounter with Elizabeth Shue by a campfire on the beach. Ronald wrote some storyboard arrangements and drew 2 sketches. After a while, the sound of a shower came from Brooke's bathroom. Then, the shower stopped abruptly, and the hairdryer started running. Brooke dried her hair, wrapped a large towel around her head, and then came out wearing a bathrobe. "Ronald, I forgot to bring clean clothes," Brooke said, straightening her comfortable bathrobe. "Your clothes have been sent to the laundry and will be ironed and returned soon." "Just wait a moment," Ronald interrupted, tossed his pen onto the table and looked up. Brooke's face was still flushed from her bath, her skin was already beautiful, and now her hair was wrapped in a towel, revealing her long neck, like a swan's. "You look beautiful." I'm not wearing makeup." Brooke's voice was a little nervous. She sat down on the sofa, her legs sticking out from under her bathrobe, adjusting her posture. "I was so embarrassed at Princeton. After getting into Princeton, I even signed up for the choir and dance class, but I was rejected by both. I've never had any professional training before, and they all looked down on my level." Ronald listened with a smile, then sat down on the sofa, close to Brooke. "Why don't you consider the drama club? I remember you said you wanted to be a real actor." Brooke seemed to be overwhelmed by Ronald's masculine presence. She leaned back slightly. "I plan to try it after my studies have settled down." She gently pushed Ronald away, trying to maintain a safe distance, but the adventure ahead seemed to draw her in, and after the push, she wanted to grab him again. Ronald took Brooke's hand and leaned closer. "There's something I've never had a chance to ask you. What did that kiss in the Negev desert mean to you?" Brooke's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ronald, only staring at her hair wrapped in a large towel, separating her from him. Ronald gently unwrapped the towel, and her long, beautiful hair cascaded down. He brushed her hair aside and looked down at Brooke. "Tell me, Brooke, did that kiss mean anything? You ran away like a rabbit afterward, and I thought you didn't feel anything from me." Brooke's long hair, naturally chestnut brown, had been dyed blonde for a previous film. Months had passed, and the roots had returned to their original color. Ronald ran his hand through her hair again, and Brooke's blue eyes looked at him. Ronald smelled the scent of her shower gel, and their eyes met. Brooke was uncomfortable looking into a man's eyes at such close range, and her face flushed again with embarrassment. She remembered in the Negev desert, when Ronald had rushed over anxiously to check on her first. "Yes, when I overturned in the desert, you carried me out of the car. I had feelings for you then, which is why I kissed you." Soon, their noses touched. Ronald rotated slightly, slowly moving closer to Brooke's lips, their lips almost touching, able to feel each other's breath. "Do you still feel anything now?" Ronald smiled and asked in a low voice. Brooke smiled slightly. "Yes." Their kiss deepened, and Brooke's breathing became rapid. Ronald's hand wandered restlessly to Brooke's calves under her bathrobe. Brooke felt a warm current rise up her legs. "Oh. Ronnie." Ring 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 ring. At the crucial moment, the phone rang. Brooke tried to break free from Ronald's embrace to answer the phone. Ronald pulled her hand back and hugged her even tighter. "Oh." Brooke's struggles gradually softened. The ringing stopped, then continued to ring anxiously. Brooke twisted her body to answer the phone. It's my mom." Finally, Ronald couldn't bear it any longer, let go of Brooke, and picked up the receiver. "Hello, Ronald? This is Terry. Is Brooke with you?" "Phew." Ronald handed the receiver to Brooke, who took it and calmed her breathing. "Mom, I'm here. I'm waiting for the dry cleaners to dry my clothes." No, I promised you, I'll grab my clothes and go." Ronald has to rush to Arizona for filming." Brooke put down the microphone and stroked Ronald's soft beard. "I love being with you. You make me feel relaxed. I can be myself, not a model or an actress. But I promised my mother I wouldn't lose my childlike innocence before I get married. You know my mom is Catholic. I promised her I wouldn't lose my childlike innocence. Don't think so much. Aren't you happy with me?" Ronald kissed her again. "Don't put too much pressure on her. As long as they were happy now, that's all that matters. They say American girls are like that." Brooke became lost in Ronald's kiss again. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. "Sir, your dry cleaning is ready," the waiter's voice came from outside the door. "Don't do that, Ronnie, clothes." "Okay, I promised Terry I'd keep my innocence until the eve of our wedding. Don't do this." I made a vow to keep it." Ding dong, ding dong. Ronald was defeated by Brooke's dozen or so vows in her talk of innocence. Okay, I'm not trying to seduce you, Brooke. I just feel we both have feelings for each other. You don't need to emphasize your vows to God like this. Ha ha ha. They both burst into laughter. The ambiguous atmosphere from before suddenly vanished. Ding dong, sir, the waiter outside persisted. Ronald opened the door, grabbed the bag of clothes, and immediately closed the door. Brooke took the bag, went to the inner room to change, and came out gracefully. Ronnie, I need to focus on my studies. Can you come see me next spring break? I'll be ready then. Ronald almost didn't hear Brooke's last sentence. Okay, I'll come see you after I finish filming the movie. The two kissed again at the door, but Brooke pushed Ronald away forcefully. I have to go back, she said, otherwise Terry will call the dorm. She's very nervous about these things, she won't drink anymore. If I'm not here, she'll come all the way from New Jersey tonight. They parted reluctantly, and Ronald called the concierge to take Brooke back to Princeton. The next day, Ronald was full of energy, taking the crew to Arizona to film several shots of La Russo and his son driving past the Arizona Rock. The lighting and camera work were excellent, and Ronald felt his creative state was nearing its peak. No wonder many directors have a muse. As long as she's around, they reach their creative peak. The group finally returned to Los Angeles, took a day off, and waited for the first week of filming, shooting the scene of Daniel and Ali's first meeting on Malibu Beach. Chapter 468 Beach Bonfire. Dragon Boys in Los Angeles. The crew arrived at Rio Carrillo State Beach in Malibu. Weintraub had obtained filming permission and cleared the state beach specifically for the crew. The autumn sea breeze was already a bit chilly. Ronald gave the order for the assistant director to start organizing the extras. Ralph Macchio, wearing a vest and barefoot, started playing beach soccer with a group of Latino extras from the new apartment. Ralph Macchio, playing Daniel, began showing off his dribbling skills, weaving through the large group of Latino extras, dribbling forward relentlessly, and no one could dispossess him. Suddenly, he kicked the ball forward a little too long, and his friends rushed to grab it. A scramble ensued, kicking and shoving, kicking up countless grains of sand from the beach. The sand splashed onto the girl sitting in a circle. Daniel suddenly froze, staring blankly at the girl in the middle. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. Ralph Macchio's acting was reliable. He portrayed a high school student falling in love at first sight very well. Cinematographer James Crabb gave a thumbs up, indicating the shot was good. Next, they reversed the shot to film Elizabeth Shue's character, Ali. While the camera crew set up their positions, Ralph Macchio came over and chatted with Shue for a bit. He tossed the soccer ball down and started juggling it with his feet and knees. See, it's simple. Just do this, 1, 2, 1, 2, keep the juggling within your reach. Elizabeth Shue watched the earnestly instructing Ralph Macchio, a smile playing on her lips. She stepped forward, nudged the skinny Ralph, snatched the ball, and quickly ran off. Hey, Ralph Macchio felt a little embarrassed that the girl had taken the ball, but he was too shy to try and take it back. Ronald, watching from the side, covered his face, thinking, how can he be so weak? Hey, Elizabeth Shue looked at his innocent face and burst into laughter. I've been on the school's girls' soccer team since I was little. Oh, Ralph Macchio put his hands on his hips. Director Ronald made me train, I know. Elizabeth Shue glanced at Ronald standing in the distance, picked up the soccer ball, and kicked it at him. Ronald, who had breathed a sigh of relief seeing the two of them laughing and joking again, was almost knocked over by the soccer ball. He glanced at Elizabeth Shue and smiled, saying, go get ready, it'll be your turn soon. This was the third scene of the entire film, after La Russo and his mother arrived in Los Angeles. Daniel and his Latina friends in the apartment went to the beach to play soccer and saw Ali, whom he fell in love with at first sight. To ensure the actors' performances, Ronald filmed almost all the scenes in the order of the script. The camera was quickly moved. Elizabeth Shue had her makeup done, and was wearing a one-piece blue and white striped swimsuit, revealing her fair and tender skin. Her weight loss had been somewhat effective, but she still retained some baby fat. Ronald looked through the camera viewfinder and saw Elizabeth Shue, wearing a headband the same blue as her swimsuit, smiling at the camera. Action. The next shot began. Elizabeth Shue, facing the close-up shot, turned sideways towards the camera. Standing behind the camera, watching the actress's performance, Ronald couldn't help but nod in approval. Elizabeth Shue seemed to have regained her chemistry with Ralph Macchio. The two conveyed a mutual interest in each other. The setting sun shone through the camera, making Elizabeth Shue squint, a halo of light illuminating her blonde hair. She looked at the camera, then glanced at the ground a little shyly, then suddenly smiled, winked her left eye, and looked up at the camera, making a face. Cut. Great, that wink you did was excellent. Ronald immediately went up to praise her, and the girl was drawn in, responding, a very good improvisation. But I believe you can do even better. Let's do it again. This time, Ronald stepped back several paces behind the camera, observing the overall composition and the actor's physical movements. Elizabeth Shue looked at Ralph Macchio behind the camera, made a face, and then smiled. Cut. Ronald felt this take was slightly worse than the previous one. In filmmaking, it's always like this. Generally, the first shot is the most emotionally resonant. Scene 3, Shot 2, Take 1. After filming Elizabeth Shue's close-up, the crew immediately moved on to the next shot. The sun was about to set, and Ronald, seizing the moment, didn't applaud to celebrate the completion of the scene, but immediately moved on to the next take. Elizabeth Shue sat there, the soccer ball in her hands. She took the ball and tossed it to Ralph Macchio. Ralph Macchio caught the ball with his thigh and then began juggling it with his legs and feet. Elizabeth Shue watched him juggle, feigning interest. Just as Ralph was about to send the ball flying, a Latina extra rushed up as planned and headed the ball away, saying, "Stop showing off here, who's that in the blue swimsuit?" Daniel apologized to Ali and caught up with his companion. The Hills, referring to the wealthy people in Beverly Hills, the rich people, his Latina companion told Daniel. Several girls sitting on the ground stood up and went swimming in the sea. Elizabeth Shue, playing Ali, was the last to stand up, adjusted her swimsuit, and walked into the sea. She glanced back at the distant camera, then looked again. Cut. Ronald was very satisfied. Both shots achieved the desired effect in one take. The beach scene was the first meeting between the male and female leads, and they were both very interested in each other. This created a great first impression on the audience. Especially Elizabeth Shue, whose two glances back perfectly captured a young girl's curiosity and desire to get to know the boy she just met. Looks like Ralph Macchio's skills have won her over, Ronald thought, pleased with his performance. Everyone, go rest in the tents. We'll film the rest after dark, the first assistant director announced through a megaphone. Are you serious? Ronald's girlfriend really is Brooke Shields. Elizabeth Shue and Ralph Macchio returned from off-camera, donning bathrobes. It was really cold in the sea. Didn't you see it too? The National Enquirer even published their photos, Ralph Macchio whispered. In Princeton, Brooke Shields treated her crew to dinner. It was probably when Ronald was taking her back to campus that night that the paparazzi took the pictures. Really? Elizabeth Shue glanced back at Ronald, who was discussing things with the assistant director and others, her curiosity growing. Surprisingly, even Brooke Shields was captivated by him. What was it about Ronald that made him so special? Soon the sun began to set, and the props team brought in plenty of firewood and lit a campfire. The crew began filming the evening scenes. Here, Daniel, encouraged by his Latina friends, bravely went to meet Ali, who wore a blue headband. One friend even went so far as to kick a soccer ball towards the campfire. With a thud, the ball fell to the ground, and the girls picked it up and handed it to the most independent and assertive Ali. Elizabeth Shue picked up the ball and walked towards the camera. Cut. Ronald directed the camera to change position, and the next scene was the formal introduction of the two leads. Elizabeth Shue, having had her makeup touched up on set, walked towards Ronald. She was wearing a white cashmere sweater and still sporting the blue headband. She saw Ronald talking to an old man. She didn't know that it was the film's assistant producer, Charles O'Ken, only that Ronald and he seemed to have had a minor argument. Why not give Ali a slow-motion close-up? Isn't this exactly the kind of scene we need to build up to the feeling of her falling in love with Daniel at first sight? Old man Charles O'Ken said, shrugging. First of all, Ali and Daniel don't fall in love at first sight. Daniel has obvious feelings for Ali, but he lacks confidence in pursuing a rich girl. Ali is currently just curious about Daniel. It's only after he fights his ex-boyfriend Johnny for her sake that Ali truly sees him in a new light. Also, if you have any different opinions, you can bring them up when you see the rips. Don't challenge my authority on set. Ronald was very unhappy with Charles O'Ken's bossy behavior on set, but since he had publicly pointed out his problems, he had to respond quickly. Otherwise, if the staff saw that he couldn't command respect, many would lose faith in him as director. This would cause many problems for subsequent filming. If he had to explain himself to everyone who came to him for a decision, he shouldn't be a director. Therefore, Ronald quickly issued a clear threat to Charles Oaken. Charles Oaken shrugged, indicating his innocence. He simply wanted to exchange ideas. Ronald waved him away. Then, turning back, he saw Elizabeth Shue standing beside him, seemingly wanting to ask him something. "What? Do you have a problem with the next scene?" No, I know how to act. I'm actually here to confirm a rumor." Elizabeth Shue remembered Ronald's earlier reprimand of the assistant producer and thought to herself, "That's the kind of guy who can get Brooke Shields." "What rumor? You're Brooke Shields' boyfriend?" Elizabeth Shue looked at Ronald, as if trying to read his face to see if he was lying. "What? I didn't. I'm not." "Who told you that?" Ronald was startled. "How did his affair with Brooke get to the set? Did Ralph tell you?" "He's talking nonsense. Brooke and I are just friends. I directed one of her commercials, like the one for your chewing gum." "Oh," Elizabeth Shue found Ronald's hasty denial amusing. Could he really not be? But most American boys, given the chance to be rumored to be dating Brooke Shields, would definitely deny it. "I didn't hear it from him. Anyway, your agent will probably contact you." "Director, come check this angle." Cinematographer James Crabb called him over to confirm the camera's position. Confused, Ronald ignored the matter and went to work on the camera. Action. Thanks to the lighting technician's clever arrangement, a high-powered light was hidden behind the campfire. A campfire's brightness is usually insufficient, requiring supplemental lighting. This light made it appear as if it were from the campfire, and the audience wouldn't notice the discrepancy. "You seem to have dropped something," Elizabeth Shue, playing Ali, said to Daniel, who had mustered his courage to approach, holding a soccer ball. "Yeah, I hope I didn't bother you." Ralph Macchio took the ball, unsure how to continue the conversation. "You juggling that?" Ali demonstrated by juggling the ball with her thigh. "Can you teach me how?" "Oh, that's simple," Daniel immediately explained, finally reaching his forte. "You start by juggling with one foot, then once you're comfortable, try to with both feet." Daniel used his bent knees, juggling the ball alternately with both thighs. And then 3 or 4, Ali actually knew how to play soccer, deliberately trying to get to know Daniel. "Yes, then 3 or 4, with the instep. That's harder." The two began practicing juggling, one intentionally and the other deliberately. "You start like this," and then, Daniel, a boy who liked to show off, began teaching Ali various techniques. Ali was getting a little impatient. She was just giving this clumsy boy a chance to get closer to her. She took the soccer ball, and like this, and kicked the ball out with a long kick. Cut. Ronald led the applause, feeling that the chemistry between the two protagonists was just right. This subtle emotion wasn't something all viewers could feel. But attentive viewers, or teenagers with similar experiences, will involuntarily smile knowingly at this point. Everyone applauded. Today's filming was complete. Only assistant producer Charles Oaken didn't clap. He crossed his arms, as if about to offer his opinion. "Hey everyone, to celebrate today's successful filming, I've prepared barbecue and beer." Producer Weintraub walked in, bringing plenty of meat and beer. He took off his sunglasses. He had been observing for a long time, and Ronald's command was effortless, earning the respect of all the staff. He felt somewhat relieved. He would just have to wait and see Ronald go to location shooting and watch the morning's footage. After a quick bite of barbecue and beer, Ronald, Weintraub, Charles Oaken, Susan Akins, and others went to a screening room at Columbia Pictures to watch the quickly developed footage. That's the advantage of a big production. The footage shot this morning had already been professionally developed. The screen flashed images of Ronald filming in New Jersey, showing La Russo and his mother leaving home, and their car breaking down in front of Princeton, with the two pushing it to start. The camera then shifted to the apartment with 3 palm trees in front, where the mother, Lucille, said to Daniel, "Aren't you happy? There's a swimming pool here. Every morning you wake up, roll to the side, and you're in the pool." "Of course," replied Daniel, played by Ralph Macchio, perfectly capturing a hint of helplessness towards this perpetually optimistic mother, while he thought of his friends far away in New Jersey. The next scene was filmed in the repair shop that Ronald and his team were converting on the first floor of the apartment building. Morita Noriyuki, playing the repairman Miyagi, makes his first appearance, trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. He's impatient with Daniel's report of a broken faucet. This is Miyagi's first appearance, and the audience is tricked by Ronald here. The karate expert Miyagi is introduced as someone who speaks grammatically incorrectly and seems unconcerned about his repairman job. Assistant producer Charles Oaken pulls out his notes, clears his throat, and prepares to point out Ronald's shortcomings and flaws. Weintraub, on the other hand, is with Susan in his arms, the two sitting in the back, watching clips intimately. They treat watching the clips like watching a movie, occasionally turning to talk and then kissing. "Jerry, did you leave my phone book in your car, honey?" A middle-aged woman walks in from outside, heading towards Weintraub. "Oh, shxt," Weintraub, who was passionately kissing Susan, saw his wife Jane Morgan stride in. She immediately spotted her husband and secretary locked in a kiss. Jane Morgan shrugged, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Jane," Weintraub called after her. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had happened. Only Ronald looked at Susan Atkins, seemingly stunned, then covered his face with his hands, lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled silently. Chapter 469 Gossip and Scandals. Ronald couldn't bear to see the girl cry. He walked over, picked up a disposable cup, filled it with coffee, and gently patted Susan Atkins on the shoulder, handing it to her. Susan was stunned. Even in Los Angeles, one of America's most open cities, a woman who deliberately broke up a celebrity family would face public and social condemnation. Moreover, her father and Weintraub were friends of the same generation, which only fueled the controversy. Jane Morgan was a famous singer. If the gossip newspapers reported it, which they certainly would, she would become a universally condemned villain. She took the coffee, wiping away her tears. Ronald, I didn't mean to break up Jerry and Jane's family. I just like Jerry, and I want to be with him," Ronald gently comforted her. "It's okay, I know you're a good girl." Sigh. Susan hugged Ronald's shoulder, sobbing. Ronald led her to the adjacent lounge and had his assistant take care of her. Susan looked up at Ronald. "Could you go check on Jerry for me? I can back out, poor woman," Ronald thought to himself, nodded, and went to find Weintraub. Assistant producer Charles Oaken watched everything coldly from his seat. After Ronald left, he got up and slowly followed to see what was going on. Jane Morgan walked quickly out of the screening room, her pace gradually slowing. Weintraub was her agent. One morning, he called Jane Morgan at the hotel very early, asking her to come down to discuss a life-or-death matter. After Jane Morgan went down, Weintraub immediately proposed to her, and half an hour later, the two were in bed together. So Jane Morgan knew very well what kind of lecherous man her husband was, and this time he had seduced his secretary, Susan. She deliberately walked slowly, giving Weintraub a chance to catch up. "Jane, I'm sorry," Weintraub said, catching up and grabbing Jane Morgan's shoulders. Jane Morgan held out her hand to him. "Give it to me." "What?" Weintraub asked, bewildered. $1 million. "We agreed, if you're messing around outside, you'll pay me a check for $1 million. Weintraub was incredibly embarrassed. He hadn't expected to be so pressured by Jane Morgan at his age. Jane Morgan was probably not joking, but everyone would think she was. The more they thought that, the more embarrassed he became. "Don't be like that, Jane, I told you, if you're going to mess around with these young and pretty girls, I'll make you pay. I just didn't expect your taste to have deteriorated." Jane Morgan remembered the blonde virgin she'd seen swimming at home last time, the so-called Ronald's girlfriend, who was far better than Susan Atkins in both figure and face. Susan was just a chubby, ordinary redhead. "I won't allow you to talk about her like that. You can punish me, Jane." "But Susan is innocent." Hearing this, Weintraub's anger surged, and he retorted to Jane Morgan's face. "What?" Jane Morgan looked shocked. "Don't say that about Susan, I love her. Let's get a divorce." Weintraub said the word divorce painfully. He never imagined things would turn out this way when he snatched Jane Morgan away from her ex-husband. "You?" Jane Morgan hadn't expected Weintraub to be serious. A surge of anger rushed to her head, and she felt dizzy. She slowly walked towards the wall, reaching out to steady herself. Weintraub didn't see any of this. He had already turned and walked back towards the projection room to find Susan. Ronald came out just in time to see Weintraub blurt out the word divorce. Seeing Jane Morgan leaning against the wall, he quickly went over and gently supported her. "Jane? Ms. Morgan? Are you alright?" "No, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy, thank you." Jane Morgan, being a famous singer, quickly regained her composure. She patted Ronald's arm, gesturing for him to help her to the bench by the door. I think Mr. Weintraub is just being impulsive. Once he calms down, he'll. Ronald saw that Jane Morgan seemed quite devastated, her whole demeanor drooping, and quickly tried to comfort her. No, I know Jerry. He's a man who acts on instinct. Jane Morgan looked at Ronald, suddenly feeling a strong urge to confide in him. He's a Jewish man from a humble background. When he was my manager, he acted on instinct, and I fell in love with him at first sight, which is why I divorced my ex-husband and got together with him. Ronald had no choice but to sit down and listen to Jane Morgan. This famous singer was undeniably pitiful. Losing her marriage and love at this age, and then having all her old stories dug up and sensationalized by gossip newspapers, was no joke. I will promise him. When I married him, I said that if he ever found someone new, he must tell me. I just never thought that day would actually come, Ms. Morgan, Ronald thought, seeing her plight. He felt she was even more pitiful than Susan in the film. I remember the last time we met, when we talked about Debbie Reynolds and Elizabeth Taylor, you told me that if it were you, you would never be as weak as Reynolds and give your husband to another woman. Huh? Jane Morgan seemed to come alive again upon hearing this. I said it, you're right. She pondered for a moment and said to Ronald, I will wait for him here. Please go back and tell Jerry that when I die, I want the title of Mrs. Weintraub to remain on my tombstone. Okay, Ronald thought to himself, realizing he had become a go-between for the three of them. As for Susan, I can pretend I don't see her, but he's not allowed to bring her to my house. And Christmas, Thanksgiving, my birthday, our anniversary. Jane Morgan's voice trembled slightly at this point. Anniversary. On those days, he has to be home with the children. Ronald walked back, and as he opened the door, he saw assistant producer Charles Oaken standing by. Where did Weintraub go? Charles Oaken pointed in the direction of Susan's dressing room. Seeing him walk in that direction, Ronald began to calculate how he could profit from this situation. Knock knock. Ronald knocked on the dressing room door and pushed it open. Weintraub was sitting on the sofa, holding Susan and saying, Darling, I've already confronted Jane. I'm going to divorce her. No, don't do this. It's my fault. I shouldn't have fallen in love with you, Jerry, Susan comforted Weintraub. Ahem. Ronald cleared his throat. Mr. Weintraub, Jane asked me to pass on a few words to you. Weintraub patted Susan's hand and stood up to Ronald's side. What did Jane say? She said she wants Mrs. Weintraub to be engraved on her tombstone after she dies. Was she refusing to divorce him and determined to fight to the death? Weintraub clenched his fists. He was someone who enjoyed facing challenges, whether in his music career, film career, or his personal life. This isn't good for any of us. Weintraub managed to squeeze out a sentence. No. I think it's good for all three of you. Ronald had a few more things to convey, and he wanted to reassure Weintraub first. Whose side are you on? Don't forget I hired you, and Susan has always spoken well of you. Weintraub didn't understand Ronald's implied meaning. He thought Ronald, a young man, was going to lecture him about his personal life. Charles Oaken, the assistant producer standing outside the door, heard Weintraub's raised voice and walked out satisfied. He could contact his partner soon. Since Weintraub was already dissatisfied with Ronald, he just needed to collect Ronald's crimes according to plan, and then tell Weintraub about them over the weekend, along with the sample footage. Saturday and Sunday would be enough time for Weintraub to fire Ronald and replace him with himself and his partner. He found a phone, dialed a number, and said, Hey, Michael, you can get ready to move. That kid has fallen out with Weintraub and is overestimating himself. Michael Cimino's voice came from the other end of the line. You did a great job. I won't treat you unfairly. I'll allocate a special budget for you to use as props and vehicles, and I'll also set aside enough money to buy. Cimino sniffled repeatedly on the other end of the line. Good. Remember to stay alert these 2 days. We still need to find fault with his sample footage. Don't worry, that kid only knows how to make exploitation films. He doesn't know anything about film art. I haven't finished speaking, Ronald said, both amused and exasperated by Weintraub's question. He pulled Weintraub aside. Jane said that if you don't bring Susan home, you have to spend several holidays with her. Oh? What did you say to her? Weintraub was astonished upon hearing Ronald's message. This was a huge concession. He wondered why Jane Morgan would make such a concession. I just repeated what she said. Ronald repeated his advice to Jane Morgan. I owe you one. Weintraub patted Ronald's shoulder heavily. I have a lot to do, so I won't be on set for the next few days. You manage all the filming yourself. I should be free by the weekend, and we can watch the footage together." Weintraub reverted to his tycoon persona, calling his assistant to take Susan home first. Then he went out and found Jane Morgan, and they went home to negotiate. As he walked out the door, assistant producer Charles Oaken ran up to him and said, "Jerry, when are we going to see our comms? You told me to pay attention to the quality of the comms, and I think there are still quite a few problems. When can we talk to Semino about it?" "This weekend. I don't think I'll be free until then." Weintraub didn't care about these things at all. After giving it time, he quickly walked out of the screening room and found Jane Morgan. He then talked to her, stood up, helped Jane Morgan up, and the two of them found a driver and went home together. Ronald watched his assistants put away the comms, then picked up tomorrow's call sheet, drove with Saab 900 home. The next day was the scene where several students from the Cobra Dojo saw Daniel playing soccer intimately with Johnny's ex-girlfriend, then went down to the field and smashed Ollie's loudspeaker radio, and then beat up Daniel when he came to her defense. As he was thinking about shooting these scenes, Ronald's phone rang. "Hello, it's me, Ronald." "Ronnie, it's me, Brooke. I finally got through to you. I'm planning to issue a clarification regarding that gossip." "What gossip?" Ronald hadn't quite grasped the situation. "Ronald, it's me, Terry." Brooke's mother took the phone. "When you drove Brooke back to Princeton that day, the paparazzi took photos of you, and they were in today's National Enquirer. Didn't you see it?" "Oh, you're filming a movie?" "I'm planning to have Brooke do an interview with those reporters outside of Princeton tomorrow, and then deny that you two are a couple. Every time Brooke films a movie, there are actors who want to get involved and write on her coattails. Endless Love, The Blue Lagoon, it's always the same with a male lead. Every time, I have to proactively contact the reporters to clarify things. Brooke is still a young girl, she's not suited to be associated with these kinds of rumors, you know." "Okay, you guys handle it. Is there anything I can do?" Ronald heard Terry's words, implying that he was also trying to write on her coattails, and a sense of weariness washed over him. "Reporters might come looking for you too. Just stick to our consistent story." After Terry finished explaining, Brooke took the phone again. "Ronnie, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. It was dark that day, and I didn't notice. Judging from the photo, they used a telephoto lens and took it from a great distance. It's okay, you're America's sweetheart. Your mother has everything arranged." Ronald was about to hang up. "Wait, Ronnie. I'd like you to come to New York during spring break, so we can have the chance to meet again." Brooke Shields emphasized the word spring break. Chapter 470, Chapter 101, Debunking the Rumors. The National Enquirer was a tabloid. A tabloid wasn't just about gossip, its pages were smaller than those of major local newspapers covering serious news, making it convenient for readers to read on the subway or bus. Agent Richard handed over this issue of the National Enquirer. The front page featured a photo of Ronald Lee and Brooke Shields, two men over 6 feet tall, walking side by side near Blair Arch. On either side of the photo were large headshots of the two, each with an arrow pointing to two blurry heads in the photo. "Brains beat faces and family backgrounds." Below was a headline in large yellow letters on a red background. Then came the subheading, "Ronald Lee, the famous R-rated director, Brooke Shields' new love interest." Ronald continued reading. "Does your tooth hurt when you eat hot, cold, sour, or sweet foods? Simple methods to get rid of your troubles." "Oh, this isn't about Brooke and me." Ronald looked away from the headline under the photo, which had nothing to do with him, and flipped to the inside of the newspaper. There was a page dedicated to his and Brooke Shields' love story. It started by recounting how Ronald directed Brooke Shields' famous CK Jeans ad, and then listed Brooke Shields' past rumored boyfriends, categorized as the new look of the 80s. Under the face category were John Travolta, Matt Dillon, and teen idol Ralph Garrett. Ronald didn't really believe these rumors, especially about Dillon. He knew he'd been tricked into posing for the media by Brooke's mother, Terry. Next was the family background category, which included Prince Albert of Monaco, the two having participated in the Monaco Elite Tennis Tournament together, and photos of them on the same yacht. "This guy has such a high hairline, how come Grace Kelly didn't inherit any of his looks?" Ronald began to grumble. This column was full of formidable competitors. Next was Dodi Fayed, the Egyptian tycoon and grandson of the physician to King Ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia. He owned several properties, including Harrods in London. He had invested in the British film Chariots of Fire and was photographed meeting Brooke in Paris. "I thought he was a Saudi prince. I heard there are many princes there." "He's just a prince's physician," Finally, there was John F. Kennedy Jr., the darling of all American mothers, son of the former president, the little boy who saluted his father's coffin at his funeral. Now a New York celebrity and a student at Brown University, he had once persuaded Brooke to attend Brown University on Rhode Island. Ronald's smile gradually froze. This was different from the previous two. The American people had transferred their remembrance of the assassinated president to his son, who shared the same name. Everyone was waiting for him to grow up and see what career he would pursue. Countless young women dreamed of marrying him and becoming his wife. Perhaps Brooke Shields even had such thoughts. Then Ronald looked at his own group, where only one had stood. Actress Michelle Pfeiffer, according to reliable sources, was once Ronald Lee's girlfriend, but Pfeiffer is now married to another actor, Holden. This promising actress, besides starring in Grease 2, is also believed to be the lead in Brian De Palma's upcoming film Scarface, co-starring with Al Pacino. Ronald felt a little uncomfortable. Wasn't this list a dig at him? Brooke's group was dating wealthy signs or movie and music stars. His group only had Pfeiffer, who hastily introduced himself as an R-rated film director and someone who had done the infamous CK Jeans ad, causing Brooke controversy. How did they know Pfeiffer and I were once a couple? Ronald asked. He wasn't a high-profile celebrity like Brooke, supposedly. No one would dig into his romantic history. You were involved with that vegan extremist group in New York, and you helped her apply for a court injunction, remember? That's public court information, you can find it, Agent Nisita said. I've already contacted Pfeiffer's agent, Limetto, and he said he'll handle it. However, you might need to call Pfeiffer to let him know. I know, I'll wait until I'm done, Ronald sighed. After all, he had disturbed someone else's peaceful married life. Terry's in Princeton, giving an interview to the media with his daughter. Nisita brought a videotape, playing a recording of the mother and daughter being interviewed in front of the school gate. I hope my daughter can stay childlike as long as possible. She's Catholic, and I believe Brooke will keep her vows and retain her childlike innocence. On the eve of her wedding, Terry, dressed in white, set the tone for his daughter's scandal in front of the television. Ronald is Brooke's friend. They worked together in a CK Jeans ad. He's in Princeton for location shooting for his new film, Dragon Boys. It's not a romantic date, it's just old friends meeting up. Ronald touched his ear. Terry was a shrewd woman. She knew Ronald and Brooke had feelings for each other. If she outright denied they weren't dating, her daughter might be upset. Mentioning Ronald's new film was a subtle way of showing goodwill. Brooke, dressed in a black and white top and skirt with a pearl necklace, explained to the reporter that she asked them not to take photos of her without permission, as it would disturb her college classmates and friends. Next time you're dating a star like Brooke, remember to let us know in advance so I can find you a PR person, Nisita winked at Ronald. It was already evening of the next day. The two agents, overwhelmed by the deluge of gossip, rushed to the filming location to discuss the situation with Ronald. Brooke's mother, Terry, handled the situation with ease, contacting the media herself to clarify the rumors. As darkness fell, Ronald began preparing for the night scene. Continuing from yesterday's plot, Ollie and Daniel were playing soccer on the beach when they both fell to the ground. The four members of the Cobra Gym, riding motorcycles overhead, saw this. Johnny, Ollie's ex-boyfriend, was furious and rushed down to confront her. Ronald first filmed several shots of the motorcycle boys roaring by. Several motorcycle headlights illuminated the scene from a distance in the darkness, followed by the roar of engines, and finally the leather-clad boys on the motorcycles. William Zabuka's red leather jacket was particularly eye-catching. His companion saw Ollie on the beach below and gestured for him to look. Hey, you guys are a thing of the past. Johnny's well-intentioned advice only fueled the fire. He rushed down to talk to Ollie about getting back together. Cut. Ronald was satisfied with the performances of the lead actors. 2 weeks of rehearsals had given everyone a clear understanding of the current plot development and the necessary emotional intensity. Furthermore, Ronald's sequential shooting allowed the actors' emotions to flow smoothly according to the plot. Assistant producer Charles O'Ken approached. Ronald, I'd like to ask why you had the motorcycle's headlights on but the front lights off. Ronald looked around and realized Susan Awakens hadn't come to the beach either. This assistant producer, Charles O'Ken, was taking the opportunity to challenge his decision in front of everyone. I have no obligation to explain it to you, Ronald said, not speaking, but instead instructing the crew to prepare for the next fight scene. Ronald, with Susan absent, I have the right and obligation to raise my questions during filming. Charles O'Ken has a good appearance, and despite being nearly 60, he still has a lot of style. His words made the crew members, who didn't know the inside story, waver a little. Then let's wait for the rips to be developed, and then we'll watch them with Mr. Weintraub. Now, let's get back to work, okay? I just wanted to make the best film possible. Your script is good, but the film is. Get back to setting up the next scene. Ronald waved for everyone to get back to work, interrupting Charles Oaken's attempt to continue questioning him. Ali brought a tape recorder with 2 large speakers, blasting pop music. Ali, I want to talk to you, Johnny said, pressing the stop button. Elizabeth Shue was still wearing the exact same sweater and blue hair clip as yesterday. This was part of the script supervisor's job, ensuring consistent costumes and sets for scenes shot at different times. I don't want to tell you, we're done. Ali pressed play again. But I want to say, Johnny, unable to control his anger, pressed the stop button again. After a verbal exchange, Johnny threw the tape recorder onto the beach. You broke my tape recorder, Ali's voice rose, shoving Johnny aside. Daniel went over and picked up the recorder. Don't move, you idiot. Johnny turned his anger on Daniel, and seeing Daniel trying to return the recorder to Ali, he shoved him to the ground. Daniel got up and rushed over to express his dissatisfaction, only to be tripped by a sweeping kick. Then, as Daniel stood up, Johnny delivered a powerful flip kick. This move was actually a Korean Taekwondo technique, incorporated into the Korean karate style, Tang Soo Do. Pat Johnson had trained William Zabuka for 4 weeks, and he had mastered it beautifully. Daniel stood up from the beach again, stealthily approached Johnny, and delivered a blow to his nose. Daniel had practiced karate on his own for a while in New Jersey, following a book. Caught off guard, Johnny was caught off guard and was quite embarrassed. Cut. Ronald was pleased that he had given 2 weeks to film all the action scenes between the 2 actors with a Sony camera and then study them. They had rehearsed these fight scenes countless times. When Ralph Macchio attacked, William Zabuka would dodge, otherwise his nose would have been seriously injured. Is this action too intense? What will happen when it comes to ratings? Assistant producer Charles Oaken came up again to offer his opinion, deliberately speaking loudly. Many crew members looked over, hesitant about this behavior of the highest-ranking producer openly challenging the director's authority. Ronald looked around and understood. Only a few people who went to see the rip yesterday knew about Weintraub's tragicomedy. The general public was unaware. They saw that fellow assistant producer Susan Awakens wasn't present today, and Charles Oaken was openly challenging her because of this. But who gave him the courage? Ronald wondered. Did he know that Weintraub and Susan Awakens were his strong supporters? Continue filming. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility. Ronald chose to take full responsibility and ordered the crew to continue filming. Charles Oaken seemed to have achieved his goal and stopped talking. Weintraub wasn't there, and he hadn't seen the footage after filming was completed. Ronald and his agent, who had been waiting on set, went to Ed Limato, Michelle Pfeiffer's agent. Ronnie, how about an interview to confirm your past with Pfeiffer? And while you're at it, mention your new film with Pfeiffer. Limato hugged Ronald with a grin. No, I'd rather not disturb Pfeiffer's married life. You can deny it here. Ronald had read the reports today and felt an inexplicable anger towards John F. Kennedy Jr., and was also somewhat uncomfortable with Brooks' handling of the situation. If he took the opportunity to clarify his past with Pfeiffer, it could give their new film some publicity. But Pfeiffer's husband would be just as uncomfortable as he was. As Confucius said, do not do to others what you would not have them do to you, Ronald said. What? Limato didn't understand. I said Confucius said, don't gossip about others. Ha. Okay, call her and tell her yourself. Limato didn't insist and dialed Pfeiffer's number. Hello, Michelle, it's me, Ronald. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Ronald picked up the phone and said. Oh, Ronnie. It's okay, I've just gotten a little media exposure. Michelle Pfeiffer's sweet voice rang in Ronald's ears, and she continued, you really and Brooke? No, we were just photographed walking together, and her mother clarified the truth. Ronald felt a little innocent, since they weren't really together. Well, I thought you proposed to her. Ha. Is it that obvious? Ronald wondered if he had really had this problem before. Wanting to tie every girl he saw to the wall. It seemed that of all his girlfriends, only his ballet girlfriend Antonia longed for marriage, perhaps because she was also Catholic? When is your new movie coming out? I heard it's co-starring with Al Pacino. I'm the female lead, but it's mainly a gangster film. I'll just be a decorative figure. The premiere is on December 1st, are you coming? I'll have Lamato give you an invitation. I'm still filming, maybe next time. Well, that's it, Michelle Pfeiffer said. That's it, bye. Ronald hung up the phone. On the other end, Michelle Pfeiffer was at home eating an apple. She sighed softly and hung up the phone too. Chapter 471, Chapter 102, You're Fired, Oaken. By Wednesday, Ronald began filming the scenes at Daniel's house. The location shifted to the apartment with 3 palm trees at the front door. Daniel had been punched in the eye during his fight with Johnny on the beach, and he wore sunglasses at breakfast the next day, trying to avoid being discovered by his mother, Lucille. The indoor lighting took longer, and the makeup artist had painted Ralph Macchio's right eye socket black with some red bruising. Ronald, is this okay? Yes, not bad. Ronald looked at Macchio's panda eye. The makeup was really good, and in the medium shot, it looked almost like a real bruise. Don't you think we should exaggerate the swelling and pain a bit more? That's from a karate expert. Assistant producer Charles Oaken raised his objection again. No, I said it's okay. Johnny's just a boy, not a real martial artist. Ronald looked at the makeup artist staring at him, repeating his order with a hint of annoyance. Can we talk privately? Charles Oaken asked Ronald, extending an invitation. Ronald stood up from the director's chair with his name on it and walked out of the apartment with Charles Oaken. Ronald, I only made those suggestions for the overall effect of the film, Charles Oaken said first. What do you want? Ronald took a step forward, closing in on him. His tall stature put some pressure on Oaken. Don't be naive. Filmmaking is an art form created by artists. My position as producer, I should point out artistic flaws, Charles Oaken said, taking a step back, intimidated by Ronald's physique. I'm reminding you, in a big studio like Columbia, it's producer-driven. No matter your position, you can be replaced. Who's talking about these flaws? You don't seem like an artist to me. Ronald made a quotation mark gesture with his hands. What was Charles Oaken's basis for this all-out attack? My partner is an Oscar-winning director. I don't need to tell you. Also, don't think Susan Akins can speak for you. She's not coming back. Charles Oaken, seeing Ronald take another step forward, felt a little scared. As long as you can humbly listen to advice, you can still be credited as a director here. Don't challenge me in front of the crew, Charles. Ronald tapped his chest. You're right about one thing, everyone can be replaced. Ronald turned and went into the apartment. Although he knew Weintraub was there to handle personal matters and would be back by the weekend, Charles Oaken's daily challenges to his authority on set were really annoying. Even if he let him go, the damage to the crew's trust in him had already been done. And who is this Oscar-winning director he mentioned? Could it be John Avildsen? He was Weintraub's first choice, and with Columbia executives attending the weekend's preview screening, had he gained their support again? Ronald began to have doubts. He had to think of a way to get rid of him today. According to the rule in filmmaking, that whoever has the right to hire someone also has the right to fire them, neither he nor Charles Oaken could fire the other. However, since the crew was currently in a state of disarray, no rule really applied. As long as he could gain the support of the main actors and crew, he could fire them. Morita Noriyuki, William Zebka, Elizabeth Shue, and action director Pat Johnson, along with action assistant Daryl Vital, would definitely be on his side. The director of photography and the art director, hired by Weintraub, had worked well with him and could be considered neutral for the time being. So, among the remaining people, the only ones who could speak up on this matter were Ralph Macchio and the few celebrity offspring actors. If he could win their support, he could settle things decisively. After filming the scenes in the apartment, the crew moved to Charles Evans Hughes Junior High School. They chose this location because the public high school had a high-quality soccer field. Ronald first approached the 3 celebrity offspring, led by Chad McQueen. Hey, how's it going these past few days? The kids had already changed into t-shirts and sweatpants. They were there to disrupt the scene where Ali and Daniel first met, deliberately minimizing Daniel's screen time. Your motorcycle training was really good. Debbie Evans is quite the woman. Chad began to flirt. Debbie Evans had trained them for 3 days, finally teaching these kids how to ride motorcycles on dirt roads. Their skills had improved dramatically, and they'd definitely be able to pick up pretty girls in the Beverly Hills celebrity children's circle. But we're all talented actors. Isn't this exploitative film a waste of our abilities, Ronald? When can we get a role in a movie that could be nominated for an Oscar? Chad McQueen changed the subject. He was the most knowledgeable of these celebrity offspring and thought Dragon Boys was just a teen exploitation film, something to do for fun. You bunch of brats, Ronald laughed, exasperated. You have no idea the value of this movie. It's going to be a box office hit. You guys are lucky to be in it. For the next 30 years, your most famous roles might not even surpass those in this movie, huh? You're not kidding us, are you? I think this is just a movie about teenagers chasing girls. Chad, seeing Ronald's seriousness, was a little doubtful. Could he really be going to become famous like his father? Let me tell you, this movie is the first karate martial arts movie in many years, and it contains the dream of every young male, to be trained by a master like Yoda, learn martial arts, defeat powerful opponents, win the championship, and be with a girl he loves. Seeing the Star Kids listening intently, Ronald said, "Think about it, when was the last time you earned everyone's envy because of your own efforts?" Sparks flew in the eyes of the Star Kids. Of course, Star Kids were admired, but they had never experienced achieving something that others envied through their own efforts. You mean, if we act well, fans will recognize us on the street in the future? Ron Thomas was the most rational of the trio. He understood the prospect Ronald was painting for them. Oh, damn, you're serious? Chad McQueen was also excited. They had all witnessed their fathers being autographed by fans, and they had dreamed of becoming stars since childhood. Of course, I wrote this script, so of course I understand. Even an Oscar-winning director might not understand how to make a character stand out and be remembered by the audience. Hey, Ronald. No problem, we'll listen to you. The 3 second-generation stars were overjoyed. They dragged over 3 chairs, stuck their printed names on the back of the chairs, and started taking pictures and playing around. Action. Ronald arrived at the soccer field. Ali, wearing a traditional green school uniform, began rehearsing cheering moves with the other cheerleaders. Daniel saw the soccer field and wanted to try his hand at it. Elizabeth Shue walked over from the cheerleaders and passed the soccer ball to Daniel. "Hi, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." Ali put her hands in her pockets and spoke to Daniel. "It's okay, I'm sorry you broke your tape recorder." "Oh, your eyes." Ali noticed the panda eyes. "It's nothing, they look a little worse than they actually are, but they don't hurt that much." "Ali, we have to practice." The cheerleaders started calling Ali over. Ali turned and left. "Hi, do you have a name?" Daniel realized what was happening and quickly asked. "Ali," with an I. Elizabeth Shue ran off with a camera on her back, turning back with a smile. "What's your name?" Ronald thought to himself. Great, Ali was a rich girl, and she was particularly interested in Daniel, who was a little insecure in front of her but also very competitive. She had never met a boy like him before. Daniel, with an L. Ralph Macchio hesitated slightly in the middle of his sentence. Here's an interesting detail. Daniel thought that including a letter in the middle of a girl's name was a common way for Beverly Hills girls to say it, so he said with an L, but Ali said it that way simply because the spelling was uncommon, and she said it that way to make it easier to distinguish. This clever way of responding to the girl made Ali very happy, and she ran towards the cheerleaders with a smile. Cut. Ronald was very happy. During rehearsals, this scene had been repeated many times. Both actors were very perceptive, especially Elizabeth Shue, who, as expected of a student who attended Wesleyan and Harvard, understood Ali's background and personality very well. In addition, she herself was a soccer player, so it was almost like she was playing herself. This formal introduction scene under the bright sunshine was filmed perfectly. "Ronald, don't you think we should let Daniel see Ali with more enthusiasm?" Assistant producer Charles Oaken came over again. He had been threatened by Ronald earlier and had gone to call Michael Cimino again. After discussing it, the two decided that the most important thing now was to constantly challenge Ronald's decisions on set, making the crew and actors distrust him. On the one hand, when they watched the footage over the weekend, Columbia executives and Weintraub would inevitably seek the opinions of some crew members. On the other hand, disrupting the trust between Ronald and the crew would also make him make as many mistakes as possible during the next 2 days of filming. "You're fired, Oaken," Ronald said coldly. "This scene is Ali and Daniel's first formal meeting. Should it be more enthusiastic?" "No, what did you say?" Charles Oaken realized that Ronald had just said he was being fired. The surrounding actors and crew members all turned to look. "You have no right to fire me." "Of course I do. I'll say it again, you're fired, effective now." Ronald beckoned to his best friend, Daryl Vidal. Vidal understood and came over to pull Charles Oaken away. asking him not to stay on set any longer. "Hey, you're just a director, you don't have the right to fire me. I'll get Weintraub, I'll bring an Oscar-winning director to replace you, you just wait." Ugh, someone's a sore loser. Chad McQueen, leading the second-generation stars, booed Charles Oaken. "What do you know? Ronald is the screenwriter, he knows best how to make this movie good." After saying that, the three guys started clapping and whistling. Action assistant Vital also released Charles Oaken and gestured for him to leave. Seeing that no one spoke up for him and everyone in the crew sided with Ronald, Charles Oaken walked out dejectedly. "We're not done yet, see you this weekend," he added as he passed Ronald. "Okay, let's continue. Mr. Charles Oaken is too eager to be a director, I'll let him calm down." Ronald clapped to everyone and prepared for the next shot. "Ronald, we all support you. Oaken has damaged the morale and trust of the crew too much." Cinematographer James Crabb also came over and said a few words. "Thank you, get ready for the next shot." Ronald walked to the director's chair with his name on it and sat down comfortably. He picked up his stainless steel thermos, poured himself a cup of black tea, blew on it, and slowly drank it. Chapter 472, Chapter 103, The Smooth Feeling of an Artist. Without the distractions, filming proceeded more smoothly. Ronald's orders to the crew and actors were now being carried out without question, and the filming accelerated. Daniel, in his physical education class, chose to participate in the soccer team tryouts. He dribbled forward and was tackled by a student from the Cobra Dojo. Getting up, Daniel bravely charged at the other player, and the two wrestled before being kicked off the field by the soccer coach. Back home, Daniel took out a karate manual he had ordered from New Jersey and began practicing side kicks according to the illustrations. He wanted to master karate to defeat Johnny, Ollie's ex-boyfriend from the Cobra Dojo. Repairman Miyagi came to fix a faucet and saw Daniel kicking. Karate? Not bad. Miyagi, played by Noriyuki Morita, looked innocent as he walked past Daniel, glancing curiously at the open karate manual. "Learning from a book. Yeah, I studied at the YMCA for a few months," Daniel replied, enduring fatigue and pain as he continued kicking. He kicked repeatedly, panting heavily, his balance wavering, but he continued. "What happened to your eye?" Master Miyagi walked over, fixing a faucet, and noticed a black spot in Daniel's eye. "I fell off my bicycle." "Oh," Master Miyagi glanced at Daniel. "Luckily, you didn't hurt your hand." Cut. "Great, let's shoot Daniel's over-the-shoulder shot," Ronald shouted. This was Master Miyagi and Daniel's second encounter. Miyagi was dismissive of Daniel's lack of a teacher and his haphazard practice of karate from books, and he was well aware that Daniel wanted to retaliate after being beaten, but he didn't expose the young man. This encounter revealed Daniel's hard-working character and Master Miyagi's wisdom and dismissive philosophy of using karate in fights. If viewers watched the final, completed film, most wouldn't have guessed that Master Miyagi, the repairman, was actually the most skilled karate practitioner in the entire film. This was Ronald's deliberate arrangement, waiting for their third fateful encounter, which would bring a satisfying moment of realization. With an $8 million budget, the filming began with 2 weeks of intensive rehearsals. Ronald meticulously crafted the entrances of Daniel, Ollie, Master Miyagi, and the villain Chris. Of the entire crew, only Ronald knew the crucial role these scenes played in the final film. Seeing everything filmed exactly as he envisioned, Ronald felt like Michelangelo sculpting David. Only the creator can envision the final product. The joy is indescribable. After a day of shooting, Ronald handed over the schedule for the next day to the assistant director and then walked out of the apartment where the filming was taking place. Bang bang, bang, several flashes of light blinded Ronald, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Ronald, are you and Brooke Shields a couple?" A reporter shoved a tape recorder in Ronald's face. It turned out that Brooke Shields' gossip, amplified by television media, had sparked even more interest. Los Angeles tabloids had found out where Ronald was filming. "No, we're just good friends." Ronald quickly pulled out his sunglasses and put them on. Brooke Shields' appeal to the media far surpassed that of his other female friends. "Do you two have a chance to become a couple?" The gossip reporter wouldn't let Ronald off the hook. "We're good friends and have worked on some projects together. As for the future, I don't know." Ronald gave a perfunctory answer, quickly walked to his Saab 900, and drove home amidst the sound of reporters snapping photos. Brooke's charm was irresistible, and Ronald's answer was immediately transformed into the headline of the next Friday morning's newspaper. "Ronald, Brooke Shields' rumored boyfriend, is the director of Columbia Pictures' new film. He doesn't deny the possibility of a future relationship with Brooke. Unaware of this, Ronald continued filming 2 key scenes the next day. The first scene was in the cafeteria of Charles Evans Hughes High School. Daniel, whose dark circles had slightly faded, was selecting dishes from a row of food. The public schools in the Valley District have much better food than the high schools in famous in Midtown Manhattan, which were modeled after the Performing Arts School. Daniel picked out 2 sausages, a pie, and asked the cafeteria lady to put some fried rice on his plate. Ollie, who was getting her food nearby, saw him, smiled happily, and bumped Daniel with her shoulder. Hi, Ollie. Daniel was pleased to see the girl take the initiative to make physical contact with him. How's life in the Valley District? Ollie asked. Not bad, just a little boring, more boring than New Orleans, New Jersey. How did you know I'm from New Orleans? I asked around. Ollie lowered her head shyly, indicating that she had taken the initiative to inquire about Daniel's background. Cut. Ronald was very pleased with the increasingly good chemistry between Ralph Macchio and Elizabeth Shue. He had made so many films, but this was the first time the filming process had gone so smoothly. It seemed he should continue this method of intensive pre-production rehearsals whenever possible. Ronald, fantastic. Weintraub finally finished his Family Matters and returned to the set with Susan Akins. He had watched Ronald's scene and was pleased with the 2 leads' performance. Hi, Jerry. Ronald greeted him with a cheerful hug and a nod to Susan. It seemed Weintraub had managed to arrange for the 2 women to coexist. I heard you fired assistant producer Charles Oken, Weintraub asked quietly. He was always contradicting me publicly on set. I couldn't work properly. You know, Jerry, once a director loses the crew's trust, it's impossible to film. If someone has to give their opinion on every shot, I know, it's just that your dismissal doesn't follow studio procedures. You know, Oken and his partner Michael Cimino took this to Columbia. I have to go through the formal dismissal process. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I had no other choice. That's all right, but Columbia's new president, David Punent, the one who ousted the former president, Frank Price, sent a high-ranking official to handle this. He wants to see the sample footage you shot this week before making a decision. Okay, when does he plan to see it? This weekend? I'll go to the screening. Ronald was confident in the sample footage he shot. No, it's inconvenient for you to attend. Don't worry, I'll handle everything, Ronald. This involves a power struggle between the original film clique within Columbia's upper echelons and the new owner, Coca-Cola. I invested in this film, and they're just trying to put pressure on me to choose sides. You understand? I'll handle it. You'll continue to come to the set as director next Monday morning. Okay, then I'll take a break this weekend. Ronald understood the implication. After finishing Friday's scenes, Ronald went straight home. He started calling friends to talk about his recent situation and vent his frustrations. In reality, a director's power in a studio-dominated production depends on their performance. He called Cameron, who understood his predicament best. Jim Cameron had just finished a busy period of script writing, with 2 scripts completed. Aliens 2 received positive reviews and was immediately added to 20th Century Fox's script library. Like Ronald's initial draft, First Blood 2 was criticized by Stallone as worthless, with Stallone saying it needed to be rewritten from scratch. However, they still paid the fee as agreed. Cameron inquired about the progress of Ronald's new film and, upon learning that Ronald had found his footing, expressed his eager anticipation. Casting for his new film is complete, and filming will begin next year after Schwarzenegger finishes filming Conan the Destroyer. The second call was to his cousin Donna. Donna answered and immediately asked, "You're really dating Brooke Shields? You're amazing. The boyfriend of America's #1 beauty, huh? No way, we're just friends, don't lie to me. I saw it in today's paper, you admitted it. I called your agents, but they said you were filming a movie and couldn't be bothered, so I didn't call you right away. My film crew stopped shooting this weekend," Ronald replied. Wait, what? I'm dating Brooke? Where did you hear that? Did she clarify, you really aren't? Donna countered, but I saw in today's gossip paper that you said you wouldn't rule out becoming a couple. I thought you two were really together. Okay, actually, Brooke's #1 beauty title is a bit of a lie. Sensing something was wrong, Ronald hung up and called his agent. You're in the headlines again, Ronald, Nistidis said with a grin on the phone. Listen. Ronald, the guy in Brooke Shields' rumored romance, is the director of Columbia Pictures' new film. He admitted that he and Brooke might become a couple in the future. They even included your new film in their reports. We don't think it's necessary to deny it immediately. Yes, Brooke will officially deny it. It's not a big deal in the entertainment industry. After all, you two aren't really a couple. Terry will handle this tacitly. Ronald was speechless. He really wasn't Brooke's official boyfriend yet. Also, a senior executive at Columbia Pictures wants to see my footage. Could you inquire about it? Ronald relayed Weintraub's statement to Nissida. The two discussed it for a while, and Nissida made several more phone calls to gather information before calling Ronald back. Don't worry. A team sent by Coca-Cola from Columbia Pictures wants to integrate Columbia's distribution department with CBS and HBO to form a joint venture to distribute films produced by the three studios domestically. They're here to put pressure on Weintraub. You can go to film as usual on Monday, and treat a weekend as a vacation. However, you'd better call Brooke. Your interview has dragged her into this. Alright. Ronald immediately called Brooke's dorm, and her roommate said she had already returned home to New Jersey. The phone rang again at Brooke's house. Her mother, Terry, answered. Ronald, Brooke will be on NBC's Today Show tomorrow to officially address this. Okay, no problem, it's not about this scandal. She hasn't been on a morning show in a long time anyway. Do you want to say a few words to Brooke? She's already asleep and has to get up early for her show tomorrow. I'll talk to her. Angry? No, not at all. We know it's just tabloids making things up for sales. Today is the highest-rated daytime talk show in the U.S., it would be great if they could clear things up for Brooke. In his haste, Ronald forgot about the 3-hour time difference between the East and West Coasts and hung up. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again, and Ronald answered. Ronald, it's me, Diane. Can you come to my set tomorrow, Diane? What set? Did you finish filming Ghetto Justice? Ronald was confused. Donna told me you didn't get Brooke Shields. And since your filming is off this weekend anyway, why don't you come check out my set? I'm shooting a few extra scenes for Ghetto Justice, and we finish tomorrow. There's a packing party tonight. Well, I have to prepare for next week's shoot. I'm at the same studio. Come on over if you want. Diane hung up. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Chapter 104, Tonight is the Meaning of Youth. Brooke, welcome to the Today Show. Thank you for letting me be on the show. In Studio 8G on the 8th floor of the RCA building at NBC headquarters in New York, Brooke Shields was being interviewed by NBC's flagship program, The Today Show, which airs every morning from 7 o'clock to 9 a.m. Eastern Time. There's been a new rumor about your love life lately. The National Enquirer says you're dating Ronald Lee, the director of 2 blockbuster R-rated films. Is this report true? After discussing Brooke Shields' life at Princeton and the plot and release schedule of her new film, Sahara, the host brought up this most attention-grabbing news about Brooke Shields. Ronald and I are good friends. He filmed my first CK Jeans ad, the host smiled. Everyone knew the ad line about Brooke and Calvin, which, although banned in New York for a while, was still known to all teenage fans. Later, when I was filming Endless Love, he was director Zeffirelli's assistant and helped me a lot with my acting. So you're just friends? Yes, we're friends. Brooke Shields smiled charmingly and nodded affirmatively. Did you two go on a date in Princeton? The host continued with the prearranged questions. No, his new film was filming in Princeton, and we happened to run into each other. We had dinner with the crew, and he drove me back to my dorm. Brooke Shields denied it with a smile, a very cute dimple appearing on her right cheek, while her left dimple was less noticeable. Anyway, my date with Ronnie was later, so that's not a lie, is it? Brooke thought. What kind of qualities in a man would attract you? The host didn't follow the question list but instead asked an impromptu question that every high school and college boy in America wanted to know the answer to. Brooke Shields was a little nervous, her throat tightened, and she involuntarily raised her voice. I think it's that romantic quality. This was the standard answer her mother and the PR firm had prepared for this kind of question. Brooke, using a technique she'd honed as a model, pressed one hand to her abdomen to minimize the discomfort of lying, then used her other hand to gently correct her answer from her chest. Having romantic qualities, that would attract me. A romantic man, the host repeated. Brooke adjusted her posture. On the other hand, I think it's equally important to feel comfortable with him. I hope he can treat me like a normal person. A normal person. Yes, I often have the opportunity to meet many people, but I find it difficult to communicate with them sometimes. There are many barriers to communication. It's important to me that he feels like a real person, and that I can laugh with him. Brooke blinked rapidly, her long eyelashes gleaming under the lights, as if thinking of someone. PFFT, ha ha ha, she couldn't help but laugh. In other words, do you hope that man truly forgets you are Bridget Shields? I think so. Brooke Shields maintained her smile and ended the interview. 3 hours later, Ronald turned on his TV in Los Angeles to watch the pre-recorded broadcast. Today's show aired every morning from 7 to 9 in every time zone in America. We're just friends, we don't date. Ronald watched Brooke Shields talking confidently on TV, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. It was one thing for them to talk privately, but quite another to deny their relationship on a live television program in front of millions of viewers. I wish he had romantic qualities. Ha ha ha. Ronald felt even more uncomfortable. Romantic qualities? He had only treated Brooke to salad and hamburgers, then sent her to a hotel for a shower. It seemed completely unrelated to romance. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, the NBC News music started playing, and the TV switched to the news anchor, with the words "breaking news" displayed in special effects font below. Dear viewers, we have interrupted our scheduled programming to bring you a breaking news report. Korean Air Flight 007, en route from Alaska to Seoul, crashed into the sea near Sakhalin Island early in the morning local time after crossing the Bering Strait. The plane carried 240 passengers and 29 crew members, including American Congressman Larry McDonald, who was scheduled to attend the 30th anniversary ceremony of the signing of the U.S.-ROK Mutual Defense Treaty. Reports indicate that Flight 007 was shot down by a Souvelier-led coalition jet fighter with a missile. NBC will continue to report on this. Huh? Is this going to be a world war? Ronald was stunned. If a world war really broke out, wouldn't he, a young man of eligible age, be drafted into the army? Thinking of the nuclear sword hanging over the heads of people worldwide, Ronald couldn't help but feel a sense of life for the moment. Forget it, let's go see Diane filming Ghetto Justice, he thought, for some reason, his mind immediately turning to Diane Lane. He put on his leather jacket, helmet, and sunglasses, and rode his powerful Honda motorcycle to the Ghetto Justice studio. After circling around a couple of times, he finally found the filming location. Wasn't this place demolished? Ronald asked curiously as the staff led him into the studio. This was the small studio, the place where they filmed the rock star Alan N., played by Diane, performing a concert. Ronald, you've arrived. This place was demolished, but it was rebuilt a week ago, said Jim Steinman, the film's music director. Bruce Springsteen, who originally sang the theme song, withdrew his license, so we had to write a new song and reshoot the film. Oh, why? He doesn't want women singing his songs, Steinman smiled wryly. Springsteen, known as the blue-collar king of singers, didn't want Steinman's all-female vocal band to cover his songs. Ronald looked around and saw that the crew had indeed rebuilt a concert set. I remember this set, it cost $1 million. This song is worth $1 million, said one of the backing vocalists Steinman brought, holding a sheet of music. Who are you? Ronald remembered that the original theme song was sung by another female singer named Laurie Sargent. Holly Sherwood, the singer introduced herself. Steinman knew there was a problem with the licensing, so he wrote this song in one night. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Steinman. Holly will be singing Diane's backing vocals tonight. Sargent last time, it's her turn this time. Ronald looked over, the sheet music had the song title written on it, Tonight Is What It Means to Be Young. Ronald, welcome. Producer Joel Silver, standing nearby, greeted Ronald with a warm hug as he entered. Ronald was his favorite type of director, someone who consistently delivered high-quality exploitation films. I thought you guys were done filming. There was a small problem. We have to reshoot the last concert scene. Wait. I think director Walter Hill is about to start filming. Ronald stopped speaking and looked up at the stage. In a corner, Diane Lane and the male lead, Pal, were locked in a deep gaze, a camera filming them closely. Action. Walter Hill gave the order, and the buzzing camera began filming. Nearby, a band of 4 black men was performing a song. Diane, playing Alan N., touched the cheek of Pal, playing Cody. That's it? That's the end, she said emotionally, her words captured by the microphone held high by the sound engineer. From afar, Ronald saw Diane in a red performance outfit designed by Armani himself, a deep V-neck at the back extending to her waist, red high heels, and rhinestones adorning the dress and shoes, sparkling under the soft red lighting. Diane is so sexy. Ronald hadn't seen Diane in this outfit from behind before. Her white skin, bathed in red light, exuded an irresistible allure. "Listen, I'm not the kind of person who goes to concerts with you," Pal said, putting on a nonchalant act. "But if you ever need me in the future, I'll definitely be there." Then Pal cupped Diane's face and kissed her. Their lips barely touched. Ugh, Ronald swallowed hard, cursing inwardly, wishing he could take her place. Diane closed her eyes, her lips tightly pressed together, preventing Pal from kissing her deeply. After 3 seconds, Diane opened her eyes, and Pal had to part their lips, otherwise, the shot would be wasted. Cut. Director Walter Hill called a halt to filming. The passionate kiss scene was now complete. The two leads had little chemistry on set, so the shot had to be a close-up to avoid capturing Diane's disdainful look towards Pal before and after the scene. Next scene, at the director's command, the crew began moving the cameras and rearranging the lighting. Next up was Diane playing a rock singer on stage, performing a song written by Steinman. "Ronnie, you're here." Diane touched up her makeup and saw Ronald standing in the audience, towering over everyone in his leather jacket. She thought back to the times they rode a motorcycle together. "Yeah, I'll be there if you need me." Ronald looked at Diane approaching, his stage makeup featuring heavy eyeshadow, and his eyebrows and eyelashes were deliberately made up. He looked incredibly alluring under the lights. "I knew you'd come." Diane punched Ronald in the chest. "I'll be filming for a long time today, then I'll go to the takeout party tonight. I'm waiting for you." Filming continued, and the $1 million lighting technician was brought back. The light he had set up on the ceiling shone down through layers of smoke, creating a clear path of light that looked very much like the light leading to heaven. Ready, action. Filming begins. The opening music was clearly Steinman's deliberate choice. The piano keys were pressed heavily, creating a sense of religious sanctity, strangely harmonious with the drumbeats of rock music. A camera was filming a close-up of Diane's hands. She slowly raised an old-fashioned microphone to her lips. "I have a dream about an angel on the beach, perfect waves beginning to surge, his hair flying out golden ribbons, his touch capable of astonishing." The high-pitched, ethereal voice was Holly Sherwood singing live on stage. Diane performed beautifully on stage, moving to the music, embodying the essence of a rock star. Ronald didn't have time to appreciate Diane's acting. He was completely captivated by her appearance. If he hadn't known beforehand that someone was singing in her place, he would have been truly mesmerized by her performance. "But I haven't seen any angels in the city, I haven't heard any holy choir singing. If I can't have an angel, I can have a boy. A boy will be the best thing under an angel, the best thing under an angel." Diane held the microphone in one hand and stretched the other out behind her, looking like a mortal crying out to heaven under the lights. "If no angels come, why not give me a boy?" The lighting technician created a silhouette effect. From Ronald's perspective, the girl's face was shrouded in darkness, only her hands and body visible, like a goddess radiating irresistible allure. Ting 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 ting, the drummer began rhythmically striking the cymbals, followed by the bass, which continued the drumbeat, introducing the climax melody. Then the lead guitar took over, playing the song's first cadenza. Diane's hips began to sway, and the lights illuminated her beautiful face. Whoosh, the synthesizer emitted a booming sound, rising from low to high, instantly stimulating Ronald's adrenaline. He trembled with excitement. "I have a dream about a boy in a castle, dancing like a cat on the stairs, with the fire of a prince in his eyes, and thunderous drums in his ears." Diane continued singing, and the colorful neon lights in the background of the stage lit up, forming strange symbols. She was caught up in the moment, twisting and turning on stage, drawing the hundreds of extras into a frenzy, constantly clapping and raising their hands above their heads to the rhythm. "I'm not an angel, but at least I am a girl. I have a dream, that when the darkness ends, we will lie in the halo of the sun." Diane's emotions grew stronger with each song, her features contorted as she let out a powerful roar. "Tonight everything will end, before you know it begins. This is all we truly have tonight. Stop crying, hold on tight, before tonight is over. Tonight is the meaning of youth." 4 black singers lined up and danced, surrounding Diane like stars around her. Diane kept repeating, "Tonight is the meaning of youth." She clenched her fists and began swinging them into the air. The stage lights flickered with Diane's swings. Suddenly, almost all the lights went out, leaving only a few shining from behind, casting her beautiful image like a paper cutout in Ronald's eyes. Ronald couldn't help himself and joined the extras in waving his arms. You never know what this means, but you'll know how I feel about you. It's going to end. Before you know it started, the bright lights flashed a few times, plunging the audience into darkness before returning to normal. Ronald's vision went black for half a second, then he saw the black performers and the band on stage surrounding Diane again, a spotlight shining on her, focusing on her, bringing her beauty to the entire audience. Ronald felt as if all the music, the shouts of the audience, and the sound of the large camera crane had all disappeared, leaving only Diane's almost violent shouts. Tonight is the meaning of youth. Tonight is the meaning of youth. Cut. Director Walter Hill called a halt to filming. Great. Absolutely perfect. Diane Lane's performance exceeded his expectations. It was incredibly immersive. Not only was she incredibly powerful on camera, but the audience was also moved by the scene. Several seconds passed before they began to applaud in unison. The filming continued intermittently into the evening. Diane, who had sung the song over a dozen times on stage, was exhausted. She had poured her heart and soul into the role, even more so than Holly Sherwood, who had sung in her place. But today, she was in excellent form. All her understanding of the character of Ellen Ann had blossomed. "Water," she said, reaching out to her assistant, Marlene. "Slow down." Diane looked up to see Ronald taking over Marlene's duties, holding a large plastic water cup with a straw, which he handed her. "Thank you." Diane and Ronald smiled at each other. The filming of Ghetto Justice is all packed up. Next up is a packing party. Everyone can head to the studio next door. It's all ready. Ronald slowly helped the somewhat exhausted Diane to her feet. After a long period of strenuous exertion, the adrenaline rush had worn off, and Diane felt cold all over, shivering. "Wear this," Ronald said, taking off his leather jacket and draping it over Diane, covering her bare back. Diane felt a warmth. Ronald's masculine scent wafted from the jacket, involuntarily filing her nostrils. "Okay, let's go to the party," Diane said with a grin, linking her arm with Ronald's, and the two walked together towards the party venue next door. At the party next door, many bottles of champagne had already been opened, and everyone was raising their glasses in celebration. The filming of the final scene had clearly gone smoothly, and all the main cast members were overjoyed. It was an epic ending to the film. Ronald stayed with Diane, watching her chat with everyone. Tonight's star was undoubtedly this beautiful goddess who had successfully transitioned from child star. Only the male lead, Pal, was somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't have many scenes tonight. Aside from the kissing scene, he had very few shots. And after filming for so long, Diane always remained indifferent and aloof towards him, which made the self-proclaimed charming and talented Pal somewhat resentful. Seeing Diane become the focus of the party, the most beautiful woman in the room, he began to get restless again and went up to congratulate her. "Diane, you look beautiful tonight. Our kissing scene will leave a mark on film history." PFFT, Ronald couldn't help but laugh from the side. Diane had clearly been perfunctory in that kissing scene. Ronald, who was already a little annoyed, understood from Diane's aloof behavior that there was no spark between them at all. "What, are you not satisfied with what I said?" Pal heard Ronald's laughter and pushed him. "Hey, don't be impulsive." Ronald took a half step back, not bothering to argue with him. "What's wrong with you?" Diane was dissatisfied and pushed him back hard. "Hey, Diane. I send you flowers every day, and you never accept my invitations. As soon as this director comes over, you take the initiative to fawn over him. Do you think I don't have his power, or do you think I'm not gentlemanly?" Par had drunk a few too many drinks, and might have even taken some drugs he shouldn't have, making him impulsive in his speech. "You said it yourself." Ronald stepped forward, standing between him and Diane. "Hey, aren't you just a gigolo?" Diane felt reassured seeing Ronald protecting her, and since filming was over, she inadvertently blurted out her true feelings. Par glanced around, seeing the people around him looking at him with disdain, as if they all agreed with Diane's assessment. He suddenly erupted in anger, pulled out his butterfly knife from his pocket, twirled it a few times, then held the hilt and lunged at Diane. "You bitch, I used my acting skills." Hey. Seeing that Par had used a knife, fearing he might do something dangerous while drunk, Ronald grabbed Par's wrist and twisted it backward. Par ended up in an awkward position, His arm twisted behind his back by Ronald, and the butterfly knife clattered to the ground. Ronald kicked it aside with a thud, then shoved Pal forward. Pal stumbled back a few steps and landed hard on his backside. "Let's go," Ronald whispered to Diane, then said goodbye to the producer and director and left the party. "You really did come on a motorcycle," Diane smiled broadly. "Yours." Ronald took a red helmet from the trunk and handed it to Diane, then got on the Honda motorcycle first. Diane climbed on from behind, wrapping her arms around Ronald's waist. The leather jacket she wore made her feel warm, and she instinctively pressed herself against Ronald's back. "Where to?" "To my hotel, the Beverly Hilton." Diane buried her head in Ronald's shoulder, hugging him tightly. Ronald started the motorcycle and slowly drove off. An autumn breeze blew, making Diane's skirt flutter. The two arrived at the Hilton hotel room that the film crew had booked for Diane. Ronald put down the helmet and turned to close the door. Diane lunged at Ronald, grabbing his head and kissing him fiercely. Ugh! Ronald was stunned for half a second, then retaliated fiercely. He slipped his hand under Diane's leather jacket, revealing her smooth skin beneath a deep V-neck, backless stage dress. Diane let out a soft moan. The lyrics of the song she lip-synced on set flashed through Ronald's mind. "Tonight is the meaning of youth. Tonight is the meaning of youth." His mind was filled with the rhythm of the song, demanding more and more from Diane. "Wait a minute, this dress is expensive." Ronald didn't want to let go of Diane. He personally freed her from the burden of the expensive evening gown, then with a deep squat, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. They kissed and finished their business. Ronald closed the bedroom door, and in the dim evening light, Diane's white skin shimmered like an ivory sculpture, glowing with a mysterious light. Ronald gave her a deep kiss, and the two embraced tightly. The record of "Tonight is the Meaning of Youth" seemed to be playing in the room, and Diane, keeping time with the rhythm, let out a rock star-like roar. "Let the revelry begin, let the fire burn, tonight is the meaning of youth. Tonight is the meaning of youth." I uploaded the video to my account on a certain website. Chapter 474, Chapter 105, When Will the Wedding Be Held? Whoosh, the curtains were gently pulled back a corner. Diane was still fast asleep in bed, a smile playing on her lips. She dreamt of returning from a Broadway performance as a child, sitting in the back of her father Bert's taxi, curled up asleep. "Diane! Diane!" Bert called softly in her dream, the car seemingly stopping in front of their low-rent apartment in downtown. Bert's face and voice in Diane's dream gradually transformed into Ronald's. Diane hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. All the pressure vanished, and the morning sunlight seemed to warm her. She opened her eyes. Ronald, still in his pajamas, pushed a breakfast cart full of various foods, gently calling her name. "I didn't know what you wanted, so I ordered a little of everything." Diane hugged the warm blankets one last time, still lingering with the scent of last night's madness. Beside her was her expensive Armani performance outfit, neatly laid out on the sofa. She sat up, casually slipped on Ronald's oversized shirt, put the pillow behind her back, took a sip of milk, looked into Ronald's eyes, and said innocently, "When did you tell Bert about us? He's already preparing the wedding expenses for me, but he doesn't have much money, so let's not make it too extravagant." Ronald was stunned. Was Diane really this kind of girl? "Are you sure?" Diane nodded with a smile. "Bert always says that it's okay for actors to experience love, but if I have a boyfriend in real life, I must bring him home. He'll screen them for me. I'm filming Dragon Boys right now, and I'll be back in New York for vacation before Christmas. When does your new film start? Let's find a time." Ronald thought about his schedule, never expecting his marriage to be decided like this. Diane was someone he'd always known. Getting married wasn't so bad, right? No, Diane was lying to him. Ronald saw the barely suppressed smile on Diane's face. "Ho ha ho ha!" Diane burst into laughter, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Donna was absolutely right. "If I said that, you would definitely propose on the spot." Ronald realized Diane was joking with him and laughed too, tickling her under the armpits. "Ha ha ha!" Diane's breathing became heavier, pleading, "Donna and I just wanted to try it out. Girls just want to have fun." Ronald remembered what Donna had said to him out of the blue that day. "Yet, I don't want you to be too constrained. I'm going back to New York to join the film crew soon, so I need to eat more. Director Capella just returned to the set, and he told me to gain some weight." Diane started picking out her breakfast. "What's the name of your new movie?" "The Cotton Club." Diane grabbed some bread from the table, mixing it with bacon, sausage, and baked beans, and ate it all. It's good that you're not picky about food, Ronald thought, finding Diane's eating habits adorable. The two chatted as they ate. During the filming of The Cotton Club, Coppola had a falling out with producer Robert Evans. Enraged, Coppola withdrew from the production, forcing investors to choose between him and Evans. Ultimately, the studio chose to trust Coppola. They persuaded Orion to add $20 million to the budget for this highly anticipated comeback film. Ronald frowned. Coppola's bank loans weren't paid off yet. His house and vineyard were still mortgaged. Shaking his head, Ronald also began to eat heartily. Last night's exertion had been quite intense. The two fed each other, laughing and joking for a long time. "Where are you going today?" "I have nowhere to go." "What about you?" Diane, wearing Ronald's oversized shirt and bare-legged, went to take a shower. "The production is temporarily suspended. Producer Weintraub and Columbia executives are watching the footage. I'll probably be back to resume work on Monday, then you'll stay with me for the day," Diane said, poking her head out of the bathroom. Of course, Ronald gathered a pair of red, rhinestone-studded high heels that were far apart on the floor. Clang, clang. Diane quickly finished showering, wrapped in a large bath towel, and came out humming the lyrics of "Girls Just Want to Have Some Fun," walking out on tiptoe like a fashion model. Ronald knew Diane was imitating his costume change scene in Comet Night, and whistled in encouragement. "Girls just want to have some fun, just want to have some fun." Diane tossed the bath towel aside like a fashion item, walked closer to Ronald, and then straddled his lap. Ronald looked at Diane's smiling face, gently touched the small scar near her right eye, and then hugged her tightly. The smooth back and the scent of shampoo in her hair intoxicated Ronald. Meanwhile, Weintraub was in the screening room watching the first week's worth of footage that Ronald had shot with Columbia executives. "Trust my judgment. Ronald definitely has the efficiency to shoot a successful exploitation film. He can also shoot very artistic scenes where needed," Weintraub said, praising Ronald. "Let's take a look." This Columbia executive, originally from the film industry, had come from Coca-Cola and was considered a close associate of current President David Punent. The screening room began showing a sample film without synchronized sound. First, it showed Daniel and Ali's two encounters. Daniel fell in love at first sight, as if struck by lightning. Ali, on the other hand, gradually learned more about Daniel's personality. Their second encounter in the cafeteria saw the impoverished Daniel take out a few dollar bills to pay for Ali's lunch. The Columbia executive was particularly pleased with this scene. He couldn't help but recall his own experience when he found his first job at Coca-Cola and met the wife of a city girl. Money was scarce, but every encounter was always heartwarming. Then came Daniel's two encounters with Chef Miyagi. The first time Daniel went to the repair shop to call Miyagi to fix the faucet, Miyagi was engrossed in catching flies with chopsticks and ignored Daniel's request. The second time he came to the apartment to fix it, he saw Daniel with a black eye, practicing karate with a book, wanting revenge. A Columbia executive turned to Weintraub and said, "Who's this? He looks like an ordinary repairman," but director Ronald gave him a lot of screen time. "This is Miyagi, who later taught Daniel karate. His official job is an apartment repairman, but he's actually a karate master." The executive nodded. This setup was quite interesting. Later, Daniel went to his mother's workplace and found a karate dojo across the street. He went inside and saw a life-sized cardboard cutout of Chris, and couldn't resist checking if he could enroll. However, upon entering, he found Johnny, who had beaten him up, and his friends. Terrified, he ran away from the dojo as fast as he could. How was it? Was I right? Weintraub was also seeing these sample clips for the first time, and he was quite satisfied with Ronald's handling of the film. It's well shot, but President Punent doesn't like his willful personality. A director has no right to fire a producer. It's the same everywhere. That's my problem. During the days I wasn't on set, Charles Oken kept challenging the director's authority to his face. Weintraub didn't hesitate to defend Ronald. I guarantee that as long as my influence returns to the set, this won't happen again. You're willing to guarantee that? The executive wiped his glasses and asked. I'm willing to vouch for him, Weintraub readily agreed, taking full responsibility for Ronald, who had helped him so much. Besides, he's been having an affair with Brooke Shields lately, which will give him a free boost in media attention when the film is released. Okay, I'll report to Mr. Punent. I'll come back to watch the final cut together after filming is complete. Ronald, who had spent the day with Diane at the hotel, returned home. The answering machine's red light kept flashing, and Ronald pressed play. "Ronald, this is Weintraub. Be on set on Monday, everything's settled. We can continue filming." On Monday morning, Ronald arrived at the filming location wearing sunglasses. Diane had already boarded a flight back to New York last night. The Cotton Club is located in the Bronx, New York, and was originally a black jazz club. Coppola recreated the entire 1920s look, and they were waiting for her to film on location. Ronald also had set construction, with props and set design teams turning the apartment downstairs into Master Miyagi's office. Morita Noriyuki, wearing glasses and holding a large pair of shears, was preparing to prune the pine tree in the bonsai. Ronald's energy and stamina had returned to their peak. He looked at Morita and began Monday's filming. Cut. Ronald quickly called a stop when he saw Morita not quite manage to cut a pine tree cleanly in one go. Master Miyagi is a gardener, an artist, so he couldn't possibly not cut it cleanly in one go. Cut. After cutting the pine branch, Morita made 2 more quick cuts. An artist keeps their movements to a minimum. They won't cut anything without thinking it through. Cut. Ronald laughed too. Morita had already pruned the bonsai down to almost nothing. Here, you make a gesture as if you're contemplating pruning, then turn around and see Daniel walk in. Diane's like a ball of fire. "I think I'm getting a little too excited." Ronald poured himself a cup of black tea from his thermos, studying his pace. "Good, that shot is good." Chapter 475, 106th chapter, Let's Have a Stand-In. "Hey, how are you?" Ronald called Diane after a long day of filming. It was late in New York, but she was still awake. "Ronnie, it feels weird calling to ask me these things, like Bert is calling me," Diane said. "I'm fine. Director Coppola wants me to get a haircut soon, and I'm a little sad." "Don't call every day unless it's important." They chatted for a while. Diane yawned a few times, and Ronald hung up to prepare for tomorrow's filming. Breaking news came on TV again. The president had given a speech at the airport that afternoon while transferring from Marine One helicopter to Air Force One, the presidential plane, on his way to California. The president, in a dark suit, disembarked from the Marine Corps, while his wife Nancy, in a white top and black skirt, walked hand in hand to the podium. "First of all, we condemn this fighter jet's shooting at a civilian aircraft. It's barbaric. The Suvar Alliance's invasion of Afghanistan over the past few years demonstrates their unwillingness to stop such barbaric acts." That's a bit strange. Why would a fighter jet shoot at a civilian aircraft? Why not have a go at American fighter jets? Ronald thought. The next evening, the scene shifted to several second-generation stars playing Cobra Dojo disciples bullying Daniel. Several dojo disciples, riding Honda motorcycles, sped along a dirt road in the mountains, while Daniel rode his BMX bike alone on the same road. Johnny saw Daniel eating with Ali in the cafeteria nearby, accelerated, and had his companions take turns passing Daniel. Startled, Daniel was pushed off the dirt road and tumbled down the hillside. He was dazed and confused, and his BMX bike was deformed. Cut. Ronald called for a halt to filming. The stunt double, wearing the same tracksuit as Ralph Macchio, rolled quite well. Then Macchio lay on the ground and filmed a close-up of him rolling over once, so that when edited together later, the audience wouldn't realize the scene was filmed by a stunt double. Filming progressed smoothly. Ronald toned down his intensity slightly, and the pace quickened again. Daniel carried his BMX bike home, his face scraped and cut from the dirt road. He was furious that he couldn't confront Johnny and his gang head-on, and threw his broken bike into the trash. His mother, Lucille, was heartbroken, but Daniel was angry at his own incompetence and could only go to sleep. Meanwhile, Master Miyagi secretly watched and repaired Daniel's bike. Master Miyagi returned the repaired bike to Daniel and taught him how to prune bonsai, emphasizing the importance of thinking about what you need before starting. Daniel gradually began to admire and feel close to Master Miyagi. This kind of father figure was exactly what he lacked in his life. Soon it was Halloween, and Daniel had nowhere to go. He went to Master Miyagi's house and saw him carving Halloween pumpkins. Miyagi tries to persuade Daniel to attend more Halloween parties at school, but Daniel says he doesn't have suitable makeup. Miyagi helps Daniel fulfill his wish of creating a costume that no one can see, using copper rings and curtains to create a person taking a shower look. Daniel arrives at the party in his shower costume, only to be recognized immediately by the perceptive Ali, who bursts into laughter. She climbs into Daniel's shower, dances with him, and expresses her disgust for Johnny. Daniel goes to the restroom and happens to see Johnny rolling up some grass in the toilet. Remembering Ollie's words, he decides to play a prank on Johnny, so he connects a hose to a faucet and secretly soaks Johnny. Johnny is furious and finds 3 celebrity offspring, dressed as disciples of the Cobra Gym, to chase Daniel. They are all dressed in matching Halloween skeleton costumes and chase Ralph Macchio all the way to Daniel's apartment. Cut. After filming the chase scene, the first real fight scene of the film immediately follows. Daniel ran to the barbed wire fence outside the apartment but failed to climb over. Johnny and his gang grabbed him and beat him senseless. Just as he was about to pass out, Master Miyagi appeared out of nowhere, chased away the Cobra Dojo kids, and saved Daniel. This turning point occurs roughly 1/5 of the way through the film. In dramatic terms, it marks the transition from the first act to the second. It transforms Master Miyagi from a repairman into a karate master, and it also inspires Daniel to want to learn karate from Miyagi to avoid further beatings from Johnny and his gang. Ronald brought in Morita Noriyuki's stunt double, the real karate black belt master Fumio Izumura. This is the first time Master Miyagi is revealed in his true form. After we finish filming the scene where Johnny and his gang beat up Daniel, you climb up the barbed wire fence from behind, then descend from the sky, beat them all up, and finally do the karate stance for the camera, so the audience can tell you're a karate master. Like Miyagi in the story, Fumio Izumura is the real Japanese American who doesn't speak much English. Ronald explained the filming requirements in simple terms and then began shooting. It was an outdoor shoot at night, with a row of headlights lined up to create the effect of street lights outside the apartment building. Recording? Ready, camera? Full speed, action. William Zabuka and 3 other celebrity offspring, dressed in Halloween costumes with skulls painted on their faces, were almost indistinguishable even to Ronald. The group surrounded Ralph Macchio's character, Daniel, and started shoving him around, finally kicking him. Cobra's motto, "No prisoners." Johnny grabbed Daniel, shouting wildly, venting his anger at having his ex-girlfriend stolen. "No prisoners." Chad McQueen, the celebrity offspring, was the most enthusiastic, shouting the loudest. Ronald grinned. This kind of filming would definitely be interesting. He raised his hand to his stunt double, Fumio Izumura, behind the barbed wire. Fumio Izumura, dressed in the clothes of a repairman from Miyagi, wearing a wig and a fake beard, quickly climbed the barbed wire fence and then descended from above. Ha! Ha! Izumura seemed to have descended from heaven. After jumping down from the barbed wire fence, he quickly knocked several actors, led by Chad McQueen, to the ground. It hurts, Ron Thomas cried out as Izumura's leg got stuck. Next was Chad McQueen, who was thrown to the ground by Izumura's back throw and begged for mercy. Help! The last second-generation star was Rob Garrison. Seeing his 2 companions being thrown so badly, he simply ran towards the camera. Cut! Cut! Ronald quickly called out, "What's going on? What are you doing? Why aren't you following the blocking, director? Izumura's punches hurt too much, I can't take it." Ron Thomas had the best martial arts background among the 3, having trained before. But even he couldn't withstand Izumura's heavy blows. "No. You guys want to be stars, right? How come you can't even handle this little bit of pain?" Ronald angrily threw his hat on the ground. The shot started off well. If they had just endured another 10 seconds, lying there obediently, the shot would have been perfect. "Director, Mr. Tamura really went too far," William Zabuka complained to Ronald in a low voice. "That kick, even with protective gear, didn't work. It really hurt my groin." Zabuka rubbed his inner thigh, his voice trembling slightly. "Huh?" Ronald glanced at Zabuka's protective gear. It was a trick passed down from Hollywood westerns. The actor being kicked in the groin would have a rope tied tightly around both ankles, threaded through the trouser leg, and pulled taut. This way, the kick would look like it was hitting the groin, but it was actually hitting the rope, ensuring his testicles were unharmed. Tamura's strength was truly immense. Even with a rope, Zabuka was still shaken. "What should we do? Could you go a little lighter, Mr. Izumura?" Ronald approached Izumura, who stood there, still unaware of what was happening. Ronald spoke to him for a few moments, but to no avail, so he called over Morita Noriyuki to translate for Izumura. Yes, Morita Noriyuki, after communicating with Izumura Fumio, said to Ronald, "Izumura said he's already been very light, any lighter and it won't have the desired effect. which would damage the reputation of karate. This, Ronald scratched his head. There's such a thing, yes, Morita Noriyuki translated again for Ronald. Mr. Izumura suggested that his disciple perform this scene. He guarantees it can be done in one take. Anyway, with your skeleton costumes, the audience won't recognize who you are. What do you say? Ronald looked at the three celebrity offspring and Zabuka. Before filming, they had boasted that they were the true masters of karate, unlike Morita, who always used stunt doubles for all his action scenes. I will have Mr. Izumura's disciple do it. Having already taken a few punches, they obediently took off their costumes and waited for Izumura's disciple to arrive. Action. Fumio Izumura jumped down from the barbed wire again. Hey! Hey! He immediately grabbed the head of a skeleton man who was about to hit Daniel. Then, two kicks knocked them both down. After that, he found Chad McQueen's stunt double, caught a kick with both hands, and kicked him in the groin. Then, he hooked the other leg on the ground, and the man obediently fell to the ground. Izumura went up again and stomped on the groin to make sure he was incapacitated. Finally, Izumura found Zabuka's stunt double, hey, and with a back throw, knocked him to the ground. Cut. Ronald happily called for a stop. Only a professional karate master like Izumura and his disciple could film such a fight so well. Are you convinced yet? Ronald turned to look at the second-generation stars. I'm impressed. Chad McQueen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He instinctively covered his groin with his hands, fearing that those kicks would have landed there if it weren't for the stunt double. Arigato. Ronald went over to thank Fumio Izumura. Such a spectacular fight scene would greatly enhance the film, and what was rare was that Izumura and his disciples worked together seamlessly, completing the scene in one take without rehearsal. Hello, Izumura said a bunch of Japanese, then stood motionless. It's all done, Mr. Izumura. You can rest now. Your scenes for today are finished. Ronald invited him to rest in the RV. Hello, Izumura said a bunch of Japanese again. One of his disciples couldn't stand it any longer and came over to Ronald, saying in English, my teacher's pants are torn in the crotch. They rip when he exerted himself. The seams on this outfit are only sewn on one side, so they're not very strong. Alright, clothes, get the village teacher a pair of pants, get him a blanket. Ronald suppressed a laugh and quickly made way for him to rest in the village. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.